That's our bandwidth. 1,000 oxygen concentrators every day. Every single nasal and throat swab sticks used from Leh to Kanyakumari. 150 ventilators every day. That's what we supply from Visakhapatnam, from this beautiful city, to the rest of the country and rest of the world. Literally saving lives of millions in a very silent but very strategic way. Can slip. We have not followed any traditional approach. What we have done is that we have gone to every single product, looked at its technical complexity and given a solution to that. So for example, I was just telling my friend Mr. Patnaik that if you look at an MRI, which example my friend gave, an MRI is available in India at about 6 crore plus. What is an MRI? An MRI is a superconducting magnet which is made at 4 Kelvin temperatures of helium. 4 Kelvin, we don't even talk in centigrade and Fahrenheit. 4 Kelvin is the helium temperature of the core, and if you rotate this superconducting magnet, it generates a magnetic field. Each Germany and China, world's third and India's first superconducting magnet center in Visakhapatnam. Today we make superconducting magnets which allowed many MRI manufacturers in India to start manufacturing MRI. Many manufacturers outside India actually take magnets from us. And therefore, in a nutshell, and I'll conclude here and pass on the mic to my friends, is medical technology is a very complex segment. You look at a mask, it is a medical technology, but it is a textile. You look at a specs, it is plastic and polymer, but it is a medical device. You look at an ECG machine, it is an electronic but a medical device. You look at an RT-PCR kit for COVID, it's a reagent but a medical device. Unlike many other segments like pharmaceuticals, textiles, our sector is very heterogeneous, very complex, very diverse, grouped together. To support investments, production in medical technology which is so diverse, 18 centers are needed to support industry, whether it is 3D printing, whether it is electromagnetic interference, whether it is biomaterial testing, whether it is implant testing and so on. If there is one place in the world where all these 18 centers are available for the industry in one single campus, it is AP Medtech Zone Visakhapatnam. China has only 11 and US has only 7 in one campus. And therefore, AMTZ has created two approaches. One, look at the customs duty and critical component requirement of the industry for medical equipment, solve that. Two, create the scientific facilities that allow industry to move forward at least at 10x, 10 times faster than they would otherwise do. And that is why we can proudly say that when COVID started and kits were being imported at 4,000 rupees plus, RT-PCR COVID test kits, which none of us could have afforded for a long time, AP Medtech Zone in 22 days of lockdown could bring out COVID RT-PCR kit from India at 218 rupees. And a kit that was required at 12 lakh tests per day, 11 lakh per day went from AMTZ Visakhapatnam. Thank you.
He comes with 18 years of experience in biopharmaceutical manufacturing, and he's the co-founder and CEO of Emogen, where he's relentlessly trying to take the diabetic medication to the lower and middle incomes. So if you could just talk about it a little bit.
Thank you, Hema. So I'm really spellbound with Dr. Jitendra Sharma's speech. So I may not be like that, but I'm kind of some kind of introvert. So I'm which is a which we get it from a normal plant, but we produce that particular stevia molecule from the organism. So that you don't need depend on anything. So like that we have worked for stevia, like that we have worked for saffron. So these are the so that also we got it from the organism. So we have transferred the technology to the earlier and so as a part of implementation development program. So then I was working in a pneumococcal vaccine as a part of my job. Then after that I jumped into some of the insulins. Then basically there I got so much of interest because by 2024 already we have got 70 million diabetic patients. 70 million diabetic patients, and by 2045 we will be having 700 million diabetic patients. And we have 1 in 2 patients we are not able to get them any diabetic medication because of cost and actually accessibility. So with that initiative, I resigned as a R&D head in Dr. Reddy's. So I started my own firm. So I think I should congratulate and thank this and present Bizzbuzz employees. So earlier in 7 years or 8 years back, there is no private participation in this kind of conclave. So only government used to produce or they used to support this kind of conclaves like a Sunrise India and other things. So I was, then luckily we have got a investor, which is TVS and Raji in Tata Construction. So then with this mindset, with this outset, we have gone for a bigger structured manufacturing facility in Hyderabad. So that could cater the needs of the total world. So it would be like a 500 to 1 ton process of the 1 ton production of the insulins, some kind of insulin analogs. So our basic idea is that it should reach even low income and middle income people. So that was our low mission. So with that only we are going ahead. So the molecule which we are working is, so many of us no idea what kind of diabetic medications we are following. So I think now we have got a Ozempic. So does anybody knows, like Ozempic is only once in a week injection. If you inject today and next 7 days you don't need to give medication. So you can eat whatever you want. So these are the medications we have got. So if you compare like a Western countries, we have got all kind of luxuries what Western people are having, like Apple iPhone 5G or networks and other things, but not in terms of the medication. Still we are very very low. Even we are using only 30 years and 40 years back discovered molecules only we are using. So that was the reason I want to bring third generation insulin analogs or insulin diabetic medications. Hello participants.
Dr. Kalyan, that's really amazing and all the very best. Now we have Mr. Dr. P.P. Krishna. He's quite famous and well known in Vizag. He's the CEO and MD of Ramsey Pharma industry, and he also been instrumental in bringing many farm.
pharmaceutical industrial estate with a PPP model, public-private partnership model, on a BOO basis, build, own and operate. It's a perpetual contract, and we brought an investment of 25,000 crores into the city, and more than 100 pharma companies are there, and 35,000 people are working as of now, and the exports are going to more than 85 countries, sir. Around more than 20,000 crores the production is happening. So this is the only one pharma city in India offering integrated environment management services. You generate any kind of waste, we are there to take care. Either it is a cyanide waste or the heavy metal waste or the organic waste or the inorganic waste, whatever it is there, we make it is entirely nullify the entire the pollutants and take it out and dispose the treated effluent into the sea. That kind of the common effluent treatment plant, nowhere in India it is there like this kind of thing. Because there are some common effluent treatment plant bits and parcel in entire India, but those are all pharmaceutical parks as required. So the government has to support that. So we believe government is supporting in that, especially central government. And there are certain policies are required by the state government. Once they give that kind of support also, then further business we can bring and further cheaper medicine for the global community. That should be the approach. We have to work on that. All the media and the entrepreneurs and the industrialists, all the people with the government, if we can work out, we can make the cheaper medicine for the global community. That's all, madam. Thank you.
Now we have Ms. Leela Rani Allah. She's a second generation entrepreneur and MD of Lee Pharma Limited. She's also the chairperson of Women Entrepreneurship Wing of AP Chambers, where they are regularly encouraging women to be part of pharma industry. Ma'am, if you can just take a couple of minutes and talk about your journey.
First of all, Andarki Namaskaram andi. Good morning, everyone. All the participants present here and fellow speakers. Really inspiring, sir, to hear your journey of AMTZ, and I would definitely love to visit sometime. So, actually, when Hans India called me for this conclave, I said, see, I'm just a beginner because it's been, I'm a second generation entrepreneur. Lee Pharma is founded by my dad, my father, Ekala Venkat Reddy Garu, and my mother, Ratna Kumari Garu. So we as a family we thought that we should support our parents and support in the journey of entrepreneurship, because for a family business it is very important for the family to involve. So my completely new segment for me because I was coming from biotech and this is the generic pharma space. So where there is always more emphasis on how you can scale up, how you can be cost competitive, and how you can cater to your customer, how you can be cost competitive globally. Even today, that is how the generic space works, and we all know that. So for this to happen, I think it is very important to have the basic infrastructure which is available, which should be given by the government, which should be facilitated by the government in fact, So I think land, water, and power, and all these things. And today, here under the AC, and I'm just thoughts are reeling in my mind that we are working at 50% capacity, and how do we optimize our production? So these are the challenges which entrepreneurs face when you have to be cost competitive. So generic space is all about being cost competitive. So, but I think today, in today's world, even the generic companies are looking into, slowly migrating into innovation and R&D, because I think the future lies when there is a strong research and innovation. I think India is a pharmacy hub, manufacturing hub, in fact, so we all should envision that India should someday become a innovation hub for pharmaceuticals and biotechnology. So I think the most important aspect when it comes to research and innovation, I think academia play a very important role along with the industry. So all the higher education institutions should be equipped that they meet what is the industry need curriculum, and research projects should be given importance in all the institutions. I think we have wonderful universities here, the prestigious Andhra University, where many pioneers in pharma have been produced, and today most of the big entrepreneurs in the generic space in India, I think, most of them have come from Andhra Pradesh. So that is a very, proud feeling for all of us. So we should embark on a vision where, these universities also upgrade, and like Jitendra sir was talking about, think simple. I think think simple and solve complex problems. What we actually do is the opposite of it. We think complex and we find it difficult to solve simple problems. So I think today that is a learning for me, sir. So, and I would like to just tell you how molecules are evolving today. So I was really surprised when a US company launched a novel molecule called Tamiflex. I think you can just go and Google in the net. So they have clinical data for it, and then they have a patent for it, and they are claiming that your joint pain is going to reduce in 5 days. So arthritis is a major concern for all of us now, like Sir Hauser said, diabetics, and arthritis is also one of the major problem, and we have a lot of medicines and innovative molecules coming up in the arthritis segment. So I was wondering, this is a nutraceutical, they have a clinical data, they have a support study, and they're saying in 5 days you're going to cure it. So when I went through the data and actually attended a webinar of theirs, this Tamiflex contains tamarind seed powder and curcumin. So when the director of the company was talking about Tamiflex, he said, I'm so glad that the traditional Ayurvedic texts talked about the tamarind seed powder, and he got inspired from it, and he took they studied further on it, improved it, and then they actually filed a patent. So we have all the knowledge, all the wonderful information available in our traditional scriptures. I think that we should try to explore it more and use innovative technologies and come up. I think we should be filing the patents for whatever knowledge we have in our Ayurvedic texts. So there are many such molecules. Actually, we are also into nutraceutical domain, where we are working with molecules like lactoferrin, and then we are also done a formulation with natural eggshell membrane, where we have a clinical support of, the joint pains get reduced in 15 days. So these are all simple molecules from nature, but they have potential, humongous potential. So I think we need to explore into that and like I learned today, think simple and solve complex problems. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And finally, we have Mr. Loveleen Gupta. He has 20 years of experience in this industry, and he has been associated with several Lupin research as well. Sir, if you could just take a couple of minutes to.
Yeah, so this is my interesting story of new drug discovery field in the pharma line. I've been in industry more than 26 years in this line. What I envision in industry in pharma, basically everybody focus on a specific one target, one gene, and developing a drug. I've been in pharma line for, started my career from Torrent and then back Kerala, Lupin. Then I've been for Eli Lilly Pharmaceuticals in US and Singapore campus. Came back to GVK Biosciences as heading the biology group. After that, I started venturing. So during my journey of research in the discovery side, I found that there is a need for thinking about one word called polypharmacology rather than one specific target. And no wonder that it is a different way of thinking. But if you see, a disease is not happening by only one protein or one gene. It is happening of the cumulative effect. If we thought in that way, can you think about that polypharmacology utilizing the different herbal active principle? It's not only the chemical compound, because the conventional drug discovery going on for a one protein, one target, one specific molecules. That's new drug discovery field worldwide, as well as India is also participating in generic medicine for developing those. Our concept came that why don't we think about that? We can just manage the disease rather than going for one specific protein. That the toxicity will not be there because these herbals active compound, there are several in line. We have more than 60 or 65 different pure compound. We handle that for understanding the pathways and handling the diseases. So second challenges for alternate medicine using herbal formulations is coming, that they are very, very non-polar in nature, not getting absorbed in the body. So we require to have some delivery technology. So we developed several delivery technology. Is conventional like phytosomes and going for SNEDDS, self-nano-emulsifying drug delivery systems, as well as some polymer-based technologies for making that non-polar tough molecules to getting absorbed in the body and getting effective. So we develop a different technologies and in a different herbal active compound, making there's a regime of such a way that going to be handling the disease a very different way. This is, of course, we are using the pure compound herbal, but it's a totally different routing of Ayurveda. We putting our scientific knowledge of the disease in the pathways. On that basis, we design the treatment regime. So the beauty of this approach is we can take a different pure molecule rather than taking only one specific compound. And these are the specific molecules. Also, we found that, as I'm going for a little more detail in the science here, these molecules are not inhibiting or totally stopping that specific protein. They are going to normalize such a way, and then after that it's not doing the more activity on those. So that's the reason they are not toxic at all. There's some link why this herbal medicine are told as a non-toxic, because they are not killing the protein or not stopping the protein for the zero level. They are normalizing for overactivation which is happening in the disease. So these are different concepts we're bringing together, and we bring in the different medications of our. My background in neurology and oncology side, we developed several autoimmune disorders medications using alternate therapy basis. We've been successful. I have a patent in psoriasis. I've been successful in rheumatic arthritis as well as for irritable bowel diseases. We have infectious disease control as well. So these are the different indications. We found that we have a better understanding of the disease biology and disease formulation. We have been production, research and production. Research we have in Singapore, US and India. 3 different groups, places working in different angles. as well as production in Hyderabad. We develop a specialized different formulations and do the business for this angle. We are not a traditional herbal formulation company. We are a designer of the formulation depending on the disease area. This is the approach we take.
Thank you, sir. I mean, I think it's a debate always going on whether this is pseudoscience or something, always with respect to alternate medicine. But keeping all that aside, there's something very interesting in your profile where you have interest in nanotechnology. So how do you see nanotechnology coming into nutraceuticals and alternate medicine?
Yeah.
That is something which you are also exploring, right? If you can just...
Correct. So actually, I will talk about that. God is not doing activity. The nanotechnology plays a role here.
Okay.
What we understand nanotechnology is coming to picture mind that, okay, silver nanoparticle. No, silver is one of the nanoparticle. There are several ways to take this nanoparticle. Delivery system, we could talk about that. Phytosome is a nanoemulsion technology. Second, going for SNET, we talk about that self-nanoemulsifying technology. That also make the molecule such a way that getting absorbed. Making that micronization nanoparticle and making much more available to the cells. So that is the delivery system. If nanoparticle plays a role, these herbal active principles, though it's showing the activities at a lower level, they do the miracle.
Got it. Thank you so much. Dr. Jitendra, just coming back to you, we understand that there are around 640 odd projects that are being taken up by the Kalam Institute currently and working on 1,000 equipments. So, I mean, to think of the scale is quite impossible for anybody. So, and that too in the very innovation phase where you are in the upfront of technology. How do you do this as entrepreneur as well as somebody who runs a small business? We would like to understand how you are able to achieve the scale and maintain that quality.
I'll ask a very simple question. If you look at most advanced countries that have established healthcare systems, what is the pathway? First, they diagnose the problem. Then they take a consultation from a doctor. And then they take a drug. So it is diagnosis, doctor, drug. What do we do in India? We first go to a chemist shop. We buy the medicine. If the medicine works, we forget it. If the medicine doesn't work, we go to the doctor. If the doctor is successful in figuring out what has happened, we are lucky. If the doctor is not successful, we go to diagnostics. So the entire healthcare value chain pathway in India is inverse of the rest of the world. Elsewhere it is diagnostics, doctors and drugs. In our case it is drugs, doctors and diagnostics. We end up finding what is wrong at the last. And I think any scale, a scale as I mentioned, it was unimaginable for us on the 7th of April 2020, 15 days after lockdown, to imagine that we can roll out India's RT-PCR COVID kits. On that day, I started the first line with 3,000 kits per day. India needed 12 lakh per day. Between April and August 2020, we went from 3,000 COVID test kits per day to 11 lakh per day. We could almost meet 95% of India's requirement at a comparison which is humongous. We were getting it from Korea for 4,250 rupees and we could give to Indian patients at 218 rupees. Of course, gradually. Now, if you look at this scale, more than scale, what is important is speed. Because in pharmaceuticals, in medical technology that we all belong to, you give something to the citizens or to the patients late, it is worse than not giving. Right? It's like we call in medicine. When I was hospital administrator, my director used to tell, successful surgery, patient dead. The surgery is successful, the patient died. So you just can't in medical technology, in pharmaceuticals, do something late. It is worse than not doing. Because you have already costed somebody's trust, somebody's time, somebody's recovery pathway. You have already compromised with all those things. And therefore, if we follow the right speed, scale comes automatically. If you chase scale, it becomes daunting, it becomes scary. On the 7th of April 2020, if I would have thought of making 11 lakh COVID RT-PCR test kits out of 12 lakhs that country needed, we would have gone home. It was impossible. But if you break down the scale into speed and say, can we do 3,000 test kits today, take care of Visakhapatnam's COVID testing? Can we make it 10,000 next week? Can we make it 50,000 next week? That speed takes care of scale, which you don't have to worry. So in cricketing language, if you keep your run rate excellent, the score comes automatically. You worry about the score you get out. And I think one way which we have discovered, a very unique and very casual way, is whether it is building India's first MRI or building India's first heart valve, whether it is building a cyclotron. So we have just laid the foundation of AP's first cyclotron. Now imagine if the cyclotron comes and we make technetium 99 or molybdenum 99 or fixed dose FDG radioisotopes, all the cancer centers in this region will be able to get radioisotopes for cancer treatment. We have just done that. Now whether it is cyclotron or MRI, whether it is gamma irradiation or heart valves, we are currently doing over 684 projects, most of them successfully. One thing which we have not compromised is speed. We are only 40 months young in Visakhapatnam since our inauguration, and we are able to produce over 8,000 crore worth of medical equipment, whereas India's import dependency is 43,000 crore. Now imagine if in 40 months we are able to touch 8,000 crore and India's import dependency is 40,000 crore. In next 3 years we will be there. We will be an import neutral. We will be a net exporter of medical technology to the world, right? And I think the key word is speed, not scale. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. One final question, sir. In India, it's important that both affordability and portability go hand in hand, especially when the lower income people are concerned for healthcare, because not all of them can afford to lose a day's wage and visit hospitals. Something as simple as you mentioned, spectacles, to understand eyesight, etc. They don't have those kind of equipments. So how is that being dealt here? Of course, MRIs are on the other end of spectrum, but on the other smaller basic amenities like...
Excellent question, and I'm glad you asked that question. If you pass on that book to me, I have documented that in this book. You know, there was a time when we needed oxygen concentrator more than food. We needed it more than water.
Right.
Right. So this book, Made in Lockdown, on page number 143, I have documented a program called O2 Home. Now we produced 1,000 oxygen concentrators every day. In fact, world's largest oxygen concentrator line is in Visakhapatnam at MP Medtech Zone. Now the oxygen concentrator is priced at 57,500 rupees, although at that time people purchased it in lakhs in unregulated price regime. How many people can really afford 57,500 rupees oxygen concentrator which you need only for 10 days? And why should you? Because there are large number of people in the society that have 15,000 or 20,000 as their monthly salary. Are we telling them put 3 months salary to buy a dabba which you will never use after you are fine? What did we do? Uber cabs also did not have jobs, the drivers, because of the lockdown. We partnered with Uber cabs. We shipped 300 oxygen concentrators in over 80 cities in India in our warehouses. We created an app which is there on Android and iOS called O2 Home. If you look at this app, O2 Home.
Yeah, we are all
right?
here, sir, yeah.
We created this app. We shipped thousands of oxygen concentrators in over 80 cities. And anybody who needed oxygen concentrator could order an oxygen concentrator for 400 rupees instead of buying at 60,000 rupees. After the app would receive the order, the Uber driver in that city, whether it is Surat or Murshidabad or Meerut or Mehboob Nagar, would get a call. The Uber driver would go to our warehouse, pick the oxygen concentrator, take it to the patients. After patient has used it, collect it after 5 or 10 days, it would have still costed the family only 2,000 rupees. What happens if the oxygen concentrator breaks down or gets lost or somebody breaks it? We had taken insurance over the entire inventory. Just imagine what happened. Oxygen concentrator manufacturers got the market, Uber drivers got the job, patients got a service exactly in affordable manner, the same 60,000 rupees concentrator for 4,000 rupees, and insurance company got the premium. Who lost? Nobody. Right? And that's how we can democratize technology, because the principle is whenever the cost of a product is high, and the need is occasional, cost is high and need is occasional, that's the time we can convert a product into a service. And always in medical science, we should keep looking at things which can go from a product to a service. That's how we will make it affordable. But this is an example which is live, working today since 2 years, giving the same technology that people needed for 60,000 rupees for 400 rupees.
That's amazing, sir. That's such great out-of-the-box thinking to get things done. Thank you so much. So, Dr. Kalyan, you've been in the entrepreneurship space. What are the opportunities the entire lockdown has opened up, other than specific to vaccines, etc.? Other than that, what are the other opportunities you see where you have seen gaps, where people can come in and become entrepreneurs themselves?
So if you look at COVID-19 or pandemic era from past 2 years, people have changed their lifestyle. They have become more sedentary. So which has caused a lot of problems, kind of non-communicable diseases, like I can say lifestyle diseases like atherosclerosis, obesity, strokes, heart attacks, and type 2 diabetes. A steep increase in the population, Indian population, as well as around the world. So these are the segments which I told, like diabetes or obesity. These are the segments which have opened a lot of option to the pharma industry, where they can work on the advanced molecules in terms of the diabetes sector, in terms of the heart attacks and strokes. So I feel that these lifestyle and communicable diseases, if we pharma people are concentrating on these kind of diseases, so it has created a lot of opportunities for us pharma industry.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Dr. Krishna, finally, so it has been widely spoken about that India has to become self-reliant in manufacturing of APIs. What are your views about that? Are the policies are enough to take care of that? What else needs to be done right now to make sure that happens?
Yeah. Compared to other countries, especially with China, the Indian manufacturing is around 35% more. That is because of the scale, one. Then the second one is the internal and external infrastructure, and the support from the academic institutions, partnerships with the universities and technological centers. So if you take the Andhra Pradesh, we don't have a NIPER institute. Yeah. Once the NIPER comes, it will improve. We don't have Pharmexcel office. So that kind of things are there, and sector-specific policies by the government will definitely help. And the cluster approach and the industrial theme based about that I already told. Once those things will come, then we can compete with China. Perhaps we can export more to China itself. So that kind of policies and other things are where support is required. Already Government of India is selecting 3 pharma parks, but still they are not announced which state and other things. Those things will come up. Definitely we'll achieve our $130 billion of the business which government has aimed. Thank you.
Sure, sir. As they say, everything starts with a thought. I think the thought has started, and now it's time to act upon it. Thank you. Finally, ma'am, you do a lot of work with women in pharma. How are you ensuring that there are more women coming to this field? I've heard that you do a lot of campus programs as well. If you can just talk a little bit about that.
Thank you, Hema. So I think women definitely bring a different perspective onto the table when we participate in meetings, or when there are boardroom decisions or when there is some research happening. So I think that diversity is very important, especially in pharma, because we are making drugs. There are some drugs which has to be given to both men and women. But how each one as an individual, their genetic constitution is different.
Right.
So it is always important to have that fair share of women even in the clinical study. So that is not mandatory now, but I think definitely going forward, that would definitely come into the picture. And coming to working with women, so I'm actually leading one of the unit in my organization. So when the other two units are led by my brother, or but there is a difference which I find that women who are working with me, they find it really comfortable. If there is women in the top position, because we as women are multitaskers, we need to take care of a lot of things. So these employees, women employees, find it really comfortable to come and share their problems or concerns, or if they would really like to upskill themselves. So that is the important thing which a woman at the top level brings a difference, I feel. So when it comes to institutions, we've been visiting a lot of pharmacy colleges in and around Andhra Pradesh. But the only thing I find it lacking is there is no proper infrastructure, and the curriculum is not in line with what the industry needs. So I think we need to really work on it, and the industry and academia, the campus to corporate is very important. Otherwise, you study 4 years or you pharmacy, or then do an M.Pharm or a biotech, and then you come to the industry and you don't know what a basic PH is. So that is a sad state what we are seeing today. So I think our academic institutions need to be really strengthened, and industry and government are definitely will be the key stakeholders in doing that along with academicians. So that is one thing which I really need, is the need of the hour.
Sure. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I guess we are closing it, guys. As promised, we are closing at 45 minutes. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I've already asked you. Is making sure I've asked you questions. Is there anything you would like to add, sir? Any other? I think I've asked you about the nanotech and everything. So
Yeah.
felt I've left you out. So no, I've already asked him. So we just started off from there. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for everyone in the audience. Thank you, sir.
Mic. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the eminent panelists here on the session chair. It's brilliant of exchanging information, assessing the right potential of the city Visakhapatnam, and also making sure there's only millions of benefits through these awareness Bizz Buzz Conclave. And I thank our panelists and the session chair for discussing on the topic pharmaceutical sector and assessing the right potential of AP's pharma sector. Huge round of applause once again for the participation. Yes, a token of gratification has been shared on behalf of Hans India in association with the World Trade Center Association, Visakhapatnam. Yes, we are not wasting any time today because we have structuredly planned all the panel discussions, and before we head into the next panel discussion, there is a fireside chit chat going on. This is going to be regarding sustained cart, and I'm sure you would recognize the people that will be coming onto the stage now. They're all over the social media doing all the buzz. May I proudly present to you Mr. R. Vijay Kumar, the moderator, co-founder of Concentrator, and he is also an author. Ladies and gentlemen, proudly presenting to you Mr. Vijay Kumar. And may I present to you Mr. Kanti Bhatt, the co-founder of Sustain Coach. Heartiest welcome to the youngest entrepreneur. And with all the pleasure, may I present to you Ms. Shilpa Reddy, the co-founder of Sustain Coach. This fireside chit chat will be followed by the panel discussion, which will be moderated by Vijay Kumar sir. He is also the co-founder of Crayon Data, and he is an author too. Requesting the team to arrange 3 chairs facing each other. Ladies and gentlemen, in the changing times and with a lot of, natural resourceful crisis coming upon, I have always seen Ms. Shilpa Reddy promote the sustainable living and how we, save our future resources for the future. And I also believe this session is going to give away a lot of points in terms of sustainability, which is going to be a major fire topic of the future as well. And I'm glad Hans, in association with the World Trade Center Association, Visakhapatnam, Bizz Buzz Business Conclave has bring us this fireside chat about the Sustain Cart. Vijay sir, are we through? Yeah, I'll be providing you with the mics. There are mics on the stage. Once again, a huge round of applause for our eminent panelists and our session chair, Vijay sir. It's really important to applaud for them as they have taken out their time to share very valuable information that can assess the true potential. So this session will last for 20 minutes, sir. And keep the mic a little closer to your mouth. Yes, it is working, sir. One sec. Over to Vijay, sir.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Good morning, and thank you for the introduction. We have actually 2 sessions and part of the same theme. The theme is there an Indian template for startups? Now, as part of that, the first session is a fireside chat with an interesting company and with an interesting mix of co-founders. Every startup's journey is different and interesting. So we thought maybe it is worth it if we just get into one such example and what they have gone through, why they picked what they picked, and what are their views, and use those insights into the panel discussion later and to make it a more broad-based discussion. So that's kind of the flow. And I will have a fireside chat format where I put them few questions. I will parry the questions between them and try to extract what has been their learning challenges, opportunities, etc. So it is not a rapid fire model, so you can take more time to answer me. But nevertheless, feel free, and it's just a conversation which you'll all enjoy. So with that, let me start with a one simple statement, just to say how far we have come in the startup world in India. Maybe 20 years ago, if this were to be a same topic, normally the person who is interviewed will be the most experienced. The person who's interviewing will be very junior. As they say, the picture is worth 1,000 words. This visual captures the essence that I am the wrong side of 50. He is just about 20, and somewhere in between is Silpa. And I am asking them what are their insights. In startup world, this is called reverse mentoring. We want to learn from them, not the other way. As they call an AI model, we don't impose a model. We are trying to learn from what has been the experience and then view what the model should be, if there is one. With that, let me now start with the first question. I have actually, I would say, cautioned them before that I will start very mildly, but then we will get more and more interesting questions. Let me ask with start with a very simple question. So Kanti, this is for you. How did you pick this topic as a domain for your venture? As they often say, figuring out what problem to solve is half the problem. So over to you.
Sure. Thank you, sir, for the kind words, very humbled. So we are the co-founders of Sustain Cart, an e-commerce marketplace exclusively for sustainable products. I've spent over 9 years in media and advertising industries since I was 12. And I've known my co-founder Shilpa for over 5 years now. We met during the pandemic, and I've known Shilpa as somebody who always spoke about sustainability on her social platforms. She is known for subjects like child safety, sustainability, climate change, climate consciousness. And I came up with this idea that I ran by her to start our first venture together, which is a fireside chat with film celebrities, entrepreneurs who are in the clean and green D2C space, to learn about why and how people can make simple changes, like maybe even using a bamboo toothbrush or even using a copper bottle, that could steer towards a positive impact on the environmental consciousness. So we started with this chit-chat show, and the show took off very well. Few months after launching the show, we had a lot of consumers, or viewers I should say, write to us in the comment section of the videos asking us how they can buy a product and where they could buy a product that was indirectly suggested or endorsed by the celebrities coming on the show. So we used to initially refer them to other mainstream marketplaces, from Flipkart to Amazon to Nykaa to Myntra. Then we understood two problems were identified. One is it's not easy to shift from the commercial way of lifestyle to conscious consumerism, because it's not an aggregated space where people can go to one platform and find everything clean and green. And the extension to this problem is also that even if you find a product that's titled as green, clean, or sustainable, there is no authentication to it, because the teams sitting in the mainstream marketplaces do not audit or perform a due diligence to verify the claims. So often it leads to greenwashing and fake labeling. So we wanted to address these two concerns. So I didn't understand tech at all until I launched Sustain Cart. And after we launched Sustain Cart, we had to learn about two big words, which I understand are big, e-commerce and tech. And that's when the idea came into a good shape, where we wanted to put together all things sustainable under one roof with good quality audit performed that ensures that the products have no fake claims or greenwashing. And that stands as a USP now, and we have over 37% return of customer month on month. So that's the journey.
So with that, leeway into the next question, now that I know why you picked, what you picked, so the question now goes to Shilpa, that you have many interests, maybe diverse interests, many passions, but it's very common that you may have many interests, but you don't start a venture in every area you have interest. So why did you choose to join a venture rather than just support it or advocate for it? So I'm just trying to understand your motivation.
So 8 years back, my journey started towards sustainability, and all I knew was to showcase what I was doing on my social media platforms, whether it's about fitness or eating healthy, to composting, to upcycling, recycling, fashion. And probably because social media platforms are the platforms where you have a set of people who resonate with what you post, and those are your followers. So it felt like everybody is doing what I'm doing, but only after I started my YouTube channel called Sustainable Living with Shilpa Reddy, that we collaborated for, we did get a lot of queries, and then it struck me that what all I was advocating, a lot of people want to make changes, but they do not know where to start, how to start, where to go looking for products, and they don't even have the time to research as to what is an authentic product. So I felt, what's the point of advocating when you do not show people a sense of direction and a point of action? So then we brainstormed, and by then I worked closely with Kanti on the show, and I felt we make a great team, because Kanti never made me feel that I'm conversing with a 20-year-old. That way, we thought we should do something which impacts. And this has been my journey, like how they say, your passion drives your destiny. I've been doing this for like 8 years, and then if it's not making any sense, just advocating and hoping a bunch of them follow your ideas and ideologies wasn't working for me, because we're on a bigger platform now. So this e-commerce idea came about, and since then there's no stopping us.
So there is an interesting saying in the industry, don't show me where the clouds are forming, make the rain happen, right? So I think that leads me to the next question, which is to both of you. Maybe you partially answered it. It is often said in startups that the first problem is to figure out what to solve, but what is the second biggest problem? Incidentally, it is not funding. It is to find your co-founder. So while you have answered to some extent that you have some kind of an arm's length collaboration before you actually became co-founders, but is there anything else you would like to add? Because there is a big difference between running a venture with two founders versus partnering with someone. So it's a little different, right? So any thoughts on that, and both of you?
I would like to finish, because I kind of answered a part of your question in my earlier answer. So again, I said Kanti never demonstrated that he was a 20-year-old. In fact, I knew him from when he was in his late teens. And not just about how he conversed, but he knew a lot of business acumen. He had this business acumen within him. And he had great original ideas, the zeal to strategize and execute them. So there's a certain trust that I built in him. And at the same time, he warmed up to the whole idea of sustainability very quickly. He was a fast learner, and he made changes in his life. And over some time, I could nurture him to show him a side of business which could be impact driven, which could be empathetic, which could have a purpose, and which could have inclusivity. And he beautifully warmed up to that, and then there was a trust element, there was maturity, so it didn't feel unnatural, or there was no struggle in just thinking of partnering with him on a project concerning sustainability.
To add to that, I think Shilpa as a person is very, very patient. She has this in her to mold things her way. And her way, for me, is the right way, because I've seen her as I was growing. For a while, not knowing who she is, not knowing each other on a personal front, and later on a personal front, I've grown as I saw her, around me. So I always had this, in me to do something on a very large capacity and something that is change making. If you look at entrepreneurs of the highest order, from Bill Gates to Mark Zuckerberg to Elon Musk to Jeff Bezos, they are game changers of the world. They don't define the decade, but they define the century. And I always looked up to people like that. And yes, like she rightly said, today I wouldn't be wearing a cotton garment within 1 year of hearing about sustainability unless I could understand what impact it could have, consumption of consumers could have on control climate change. So I think that also added to the idea of coming together to co-found Sustain Card. And I have always been that crazy entrepreneur. If somebody came up to me saying that I can't do something, I always push boundaries to prove to myself that I can actually do it. Because I have dealt with ageism to, judgments around my unconventional career choices right from I was in school. Because I started my journey when I was in 12. People can hear it from me, but it's a real experience for me inside myself. It's not easy when you have to go unconventional, but this was another journey for me that I realized is quite unconventional to the mainstream business model of selling products left, right, center online. So I think that gives me that push and zeal to build something and work towards it.
So in lighter vein, if I have to paraphrase your responses, you are throwing light on the opportunities which your name seems to convey, Kanti, and she gives the structure to that, Shilpa. Is it fair to say that?
I think that's right. Yeah.
Okay. So now let me ask you some interesting questions now to Shilpa. So the name of the company is Sustain Card. Now, sustain is a verb. Cart means shopping, which means consumption. So you convey that you sustain consumption or increase consumption. So semantically, logically, is it not the opposite of what you are trying to profess? You are supposed to reduce consumption, make it more sustainable, but the name of the company is exactly the opposite. Shilpa.
I personally do not see any contradiction in this, because Sustain Card is the card that sustains your health. Sustain Card is the card that sustains your well-being. Sustain Card is the card that sustains quality, authenticity, trust. And suddenly, we all cannot go back to not consuming at all. Like, we have gone a little too far. We run our world with this engine called economic engine. The idea of Sustain Card is not to stop consumption, but moderate consumption, and also give healthy options or conscious options to consumers to choose from for the betterment of themselves and also the impact it would have on the planet. And slowly, as and when they start consuming or buying sustainable products, there is a sense of education that happens among consumers to slowly be responsible towards consumerism. So that is the whole idea behind Sustain Card, but not completely stop consumption.
Yeah, I just want to, what you call, use etymology to figure out what you, normally when you name companies, there is some essence behind it.
I would like to add a point here. We actually meant to sustain consumerism, like you said, because if you look at statistical data, because you're talking about numbers, from $30 billion industry for Indian e-commerce in 2020 to rising up to $200 billion in 2026, consumption is a very fast-growing pattern in people as such, humans as such. So if you look at what we are doing, we want to capture a larger market share in this $200 billion market for Indian e-commerce. What indirectly happens is, the more people consume products that have less chemicals, less plastic, less animal cruelty, it indirectly reflects on environmental change and climate change. It positively impacts, in fact. So we want to control consumerism in a very positive way, but not limit it at all.
Okay, I think that's a fair explanation, I would say. Let me ask a very operational question. In many of the, startups, especially when you see the dynamics among the promoters or the founders, how do you resolve disputes and issues is the essence of working together while everyone aligns for the overarching goal, correct? So how do you describe your roles when it comes to product market fit, roadmap, how much money to raise, and things like, this is a day job, right? So how do you, at an operating level, I would say in the trenches, as they call, how do you resolve,
To address
loaded question, huh? Loaded question.
So address that, I think on an operational level, there are two kinds of questions we are asking every day. One is long-term related and one is short-term. Long-term is definitely 3 years or 5 years, and short-term is 1 month, 2 months, 1 week, 2 weeks. When it comes to long-term plans and goals, we, of course, have a roadmap that we had been nurturing over the months as we started working on Sustain Card. And this roadmap, we again believe that we have to keep changing things basis how people are reacting to it, how the market is responding to the product or the venture. So when it comes to the long-term ideas, we brainstorm on a very, very, I should say daily basis. But the idea is something that is always optional. We keep 4 or 5 options, 4 or 5 channels to take up basis a Y junction. So if we arrive at a Y junction, should we take A road or a B road? So that is something that we have always been doing. We have options. We are not straight-lined founders because we know we have to respond to situations in the market. One big example is COVID. Overnight, every brand had to go digital. There is nothing called offline exclusive today. I believe there are only 2 kinds of businesses, either tech businesses or tech-focused businesses. So that is about the long-term plans. And when it comes to operational decisions on a day-to-day basis, we both have our respective knowledge or expertise in different domains. For example, if it could be positioning for the brand, that could include branding to a design. It depicts the growth of the business, right? If you see the logo of a company, you see it drastically changing over the years, from being a very casual word art logo to that of an Illustrate Photoshop logo. So this growth journey in the positioning of the brand and how to position it basis consumers' reaction towards your products is something that Shilpa looks into, because she has spent over 15 years in the design industry. And when it comes to onboarding, brands, which is listing the brands on the platform, now we have over 1,200 brands listed. That is again her domain because she spent over 8 years talking about sustainability, learning sustainability, practicing sustainability. So almost every brand sends a product as a sample for us, and most of the products go to her residence or go to her friends or go to her room, at least her cabin, for testing to read the ingredients. And our team is very strictly equipped to follow the prerequisites before they onboard a brand, right? From drug licenses to lab testing reports that ensure the ingredients or the raw materials used in the making of the product are not chemical based and so on. And when it comes to fundraising,
I'll put the question separately.
Okay.
But so Shilpa, you agree with it? What you're saying? On stage you would. Okay.
No, but he's very good with numbers, so
Okay.
I leave that segment to him. But the design, the positioning, and
Okay.
authenticity,
So
and
you
all of that.
work on the APL side of it
Yeah.
while he works the numbers.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. So let me, this is my last question before we ask the audience to ask any questions. The last question is also the most interesting question. So you are what, 21? Yeah, 22 now. Okay. So you have a lot of life ahead of you. So you can afford to fail and you have nothing to lose, right? And she is sorted in life. She has nothing to lose. So if you go to an investor and ask for money, they say you have nothing to lose. Why will anyone invest in you? And did you get that question?
we do get that question, but I will contradict your statement or a judgment that I have nothing to lose because I'm 22 now. Because, like I said, only I know what I have fought through to come to where I am today. In the past 10 years, all the journey has only been experiential learning for me, though I have not been to IIMs or IITs. I believe experiential learning did give me a quality of knowledge, not education, but knowledge that could help me do something in life. Now, coming to your question at point, when it comes to investments or people asking us questions about what is that you got to lose, there is so much to lose. Because this business did not start with money. We did not invest cash or money or financial capital into the business. We built the brand on goodwill. From day one till today, we had over 100 celebrities across India talk about Sustain Cart. And all that happened because of her goodwill. And from tying up with brands to giving them the assurance of what kind of sales we could give them on a monthly basis, that was only possible because of the kind of positioning expertise both of us bring to the table. At a point, when we launched the venture, we were not very sure about how we are going to scale it up. It was a very casual idea to launch and see how it goes. But eventually, we had to sit down and decide upon whether to invest all the goodwill that we have earned over a decade, for me over a decade, for her over a decade and a half, and what the families have earned. The right question that you asked is because we are settled in life or she's settled in life, she has nothing to lose. But that's the biggest question today. Now, how far is it influencing on the family's goodwill? How far is it influencing on our goodwill? For me, I believe this venture for me is do or die because I have called everybody on my contact list to put something in place for this startup because I did not put as much liquid money into this company. So the next time I call you, you'll be like, should I really support Kanti? Because I believe people invest in people. People don't invest in ideas and models. Because if you ask me, I don't think the idea of putting sustainable products under a roof is a new idea. But how we position it is something, and how we scale it up is something that investors believe in individuals, the co-founders, the founders. So I think we have invested a goodwill to even bring investments to the table. It is not the idea that got investments to the table. So if you look at that perspective of investors investing in founders and not the idea, we have so much to lose. I don't think I can go to an investor again, or one of my friends, or one of her celebrity friends, asking them to extend support once again for another startup if at all we end up, starting another venture, and if we fail at this.
So as we often say, you may not lose financial capital, but you lose your social capital, right?
And I'm somebody who always believes that social capital is of more worth than financial capital.
Sure.
So like how Kanti rightly said, I don't know
Check.
why I took this kind of risk at this stage in my life. I nurtured a dream of becoming a fashion designer when I was 14. I studied fashion. I have been designing for last 12, 13 years. It was a steady business with a loyal clientele. And when I got into Sustain Cart, I did not think that I will have to let go of my fashion career. Only when I started getting deeply involved, I realized it is just impossible to be running a fashion label and also be co-founder for Sustain Cart. So with a lot of contemplation, with emotional, sweet and bitter emotion, I had to say goodbye to my fashion career because I was riding everything on this. Also because I'm passionate towards sustainability. Though I made multiple changes in my business module, even as a fashion designer, to make my business sustainable, I realized I couldn't do both. So just few months back, I had to shut shop and completely give my time to Sustain Cart. So yes, that was a big risk I took. Something I knew, and the only thing I knew as as a craft. Along with that, I am an extensive traveler. I literally mapped out places on the world map to go, and my earlier business would have given me the opportunity to take off for long duration, but with Sustain Cart, everything is on hold for multiple, I think more than a couple of years. I have to put this on hold. So we are riding a lot on this.
Check.
Also because we feel this is something which can take off with the right kind of attitude, and as Kanti mentioned, the positioning and the kind of goodwill that we brought to the venture.
So sincere apologies for interrupting. We have run 20 minutes ahead of the 20 minutes he gave. We have to quickly start the startups panel as well.
Yeah, that was my last question
Yeah.
anyway. So we will take any of the insights from here into the panel discussion later.
Yeah,
So
sure.
we will not have an audience Q&A now.
Yes,
We'll,
sir.
move it on. And so to conclude that, you just proved that age is just a number, right? Okay. Thank you. And I want to give you one of the books I've written on the same topic. So we'll just give it to you and
Glad.
on stage, and then we'll move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a small token of appreciation on behalf of Hans India in association with WTC Visakhapatnam, bringing to you Bizz Buzz Business Conclave in Visakhapatnam. Vijay sir has officially presented a book upon startups. And now presenting the token of gratification to the guests of honor, Ms. Shilpa Reddy and Mr. Kanti, the co-founders of Sustain Cart. Yes, thank you very much, Shilpa and Kanti, for bringing awareness on conscious living, sustainability, and many other things. What a young entrepreneur aspires for, building the entrepreneurial spirits in all the youth of Andhra Pradesh. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will be followed up with startup session. We all know that India has become the third largest country that offers an ecosystem for startups in the world after US and China. And it's obvious to say that Andhra Pradesh has allocated a 17,000 square feet technological research and innovation park as a research and development laboratory. And during this session, the discussion would focus on what more does AP offer for startups. And this session will be moderated by Vijay sir again. Our session chair is I, Vijay Kumar Garu, the co-founder of Crayon Data and author. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And calling upon the very prestigious and eminent personalities of this panelists, may I call upon Nanda Kishore sir, the MD of APTS, as one of our important panelists. And may I call upon Professor Sai Chittaranjan, Assistant Professor of IIM Bangalore. And may I request Sri Ram Bhagavatullaji, the founder, Gramina Incubation Center, GIC. Huge round of applause. And now, may I request Mr. Ravi Ishwarapu, the CEO of Andhra University Incubation Center. And may I call upon Ms. Santoshi Buddhiraju, the co-founder of Mortgage Cart. May I request Mr. Atul Mehta, the Senior Vice President of Razor Pay, to adorn the dais. And may I call upon Hemalata K, the serial entrepreneur, Forbes 30 under 30. So there was one more sheet here about one more. Also calling upon Harshita Lakhan, the founder of All Is Well. Heartiest welcome to you, ma'am. I think it can't look more bigger and better than this panel. For all the esteemed dignitaries who are on the dais and for the session chair, Vijay sir, heartiest welcome to you. Let me thank you on behalf of Hans India in association with WTS Visakhapatnam, presenting to you Bizz Buzz Business Conclave 2022. Can you all clap for them for taking their times out in discussing the ideas, assessing the true potential of Andhra Pradesh as a potential hub for business in terms of upscaling in all the sectors. Thank you very much. Over to the session chair, Vijay sir, once again.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me now.
I just want to remind that the session would last for 1 hour and 20 minutes.
Okay. And just let me know when the time is up.
Yeah, I'll be there, sir.
It's too long a time to track.
Yeah.
I hope everyone is visible as well, so that we can adjust the chairs if required. Are we visible for everyone? Okay. Okay. So welcome to the panel discussion. I will make some remarks on why the title is framed like this. It is framed as, is there an India template for startups? It is intentional to say India template or not Indian template, and I explain why. Okay. India template, we wanted to convey that it is about geo or region and not ethnicity. So there is some history here. The question that is often asked is what makes startups work in some regions and what makes some startups grow very well in certain region and not in other regions. It can be countries, it can be regions, etc. So is there any secret sauce? What happens and why it happens that way? Scale, innovation, impact. Of course, there are many views on what makes it work, but there are some learnings over centuries, I would say, on how people ask the same question. So if I defined the startup is about innovation, creativity. Now that we are in Vizag and in the Telugu heartland, I hope most of us will remember our high school studies, where most of the Telugu literature covers Vijayanagara Empire, 16th century to be specific. There is an interesting conversation. Creativity in 16th century is equated with writing poetry, right? Which is the most creative fashion. You can say music as well, but that came a little later, I would say. So the emperor, Krishnadevaraya, asked his main poet, Alasani Peddanna, for those people who remember history, when he awarded him for his famous work, Manu Charitra, which is actually originally is in Sanskrit actually. He was asked, why is it, the same question by the way, why is it that in certain places and some people can come up with such works of scholarship and creativity, while in some other places they don't? What makes a poet work or flourish? For those people who want to know the answer in pure Telugu, talk to me after the panel. I will repeat them in Telugu. But since I would like to be neutral to any particular language, I'll take to English. Okay? So he said 3 things are required. One is good food. Second is comfortable, of course he said swing, a comfortable place to sit. The third one is interesting one. He said, we need people who can convert ideas into script or capture my imagination in some artifact. Those are the 3 required to make a great work of art or literature. That is in 16th century. In 2000, I think if I'm not mistaken, 2008, a similar question was asked in World Economic Forum. This time, replace poetry with innovation. What is it that makes a particular country, a particular region, or a state, or a city flourish or become a center for innovation or innovation leadership, while other places don't? So why is it that innovation works, if you want tech, Bay Area, and theater works, may New York and London? So what makes it work? There is a study done in World Economic Forum by a consultant from McKinsey. They made a big report, made task forces, and we submitted to World Economic Forum. I was one of the contributors. There are many things mentioned there, but one interesting point they mentioned is mobility of talent. Okay? A few years later, I would say maybe in 2010, so remove about 10 years in between, we asked the same question in the innovation summits in CII. And it was a very provocative title, which I only gave for a panel discussion. Do Indians innovate, or does India innovate? Because if you see most of the innovations across the world in tech, they actually come from India. So why is it that we can't do it in India? So there is something about the location, geo, environment, right? So this is the reason why this is titled, so for startups to grow, is there something which is specific to India which we should see? Because a lot of other financial models may work, technical models may work, but there is something else, right? It may be applied to a city or a state. So those are the reasons why such questions are asked. And that's the genesis of this discussion. Now there's another question we asked from a policy perspective, now that we have people from the policy side as well. As a part of National Council for Startups and MSME, the first question everyone asked, which I happen to lead the task force, what's the difference between MSME and startup? Well, to put it very bluntly, there are other definitions. MSMEs need working capital, startups need venture capital. Right? Now, of course, you may have a combination. So that's a different debate to have. But that's the fundamental reason. So then the question is, why will somebody invest venture capital if they don't know what the market is, what the exit is? So there are a lot of policy enablers which you need. So that is another topic which may differ from region to region, country to country, state to state, and perhaps city to city. So the purpose of this panel is not to impose a theoretical framework first, is to ask those people here on the panel who run startups, what has been their experience? And then from those insights, we go to people who run incubators, because they work with those cohorts, 15, 20 startups. What is their experience? Then we ask the academicians and the policymakers, what do they see, right? And then we will culminate into some kind of a call for action or an insight. Actually, the panel time may be short for all this, but we will try to touch upon each of them. So with that, I want to start my series of questions similar to the one what I asked before to the startups here about how they pick their problems. So let me start with the lady on the right. Start with you. How do you pick your problem, or why do you choose what you chose?
Thank you so much for the question. Good morning, everyone, on and off the dais. I started my professional journey in 2004 as a corporate employee and jumped to and switched to various professions thereafter. In all these new professions and jobs that I took up, I found myself always trying to fit, adjust, and also trying to make a lot of compromises with the environment, with the ecosystem of the corporate. But really nothing that I could have done then. I just continued my journey, tried to make myself happy, fit in wherever I was. This journey continued for a long time. There were breaks in between as well that I took off work due to personal reasons. In 2016, I became a behavioral skills trainer. I started working with corporate and B schools, training them on various behavioral aspects. Now, during my training, one of my clients came up to me and said, or talked about their training requirement. The challenge they were facing at the organization was that most of the new hires in the organization were leaving the organization very quickly. The attrition rate for new hires was very high. So they wanted us to design a training program around that. But this problem was huge. Just one workshop or one session really couldn't have helped. So even I was actually wanting to know more about the problem. And I started to read more, to research and see what really is going around in the corporate world, to check the problem. Is it a problem that probably only I faced? Because I faced a similar problem, and the problem was also described by this organization. Through my research, I found that about 75 to 90% of new hires decide whether or not to stay in the organization within the first 6 months of their joining, and 15% actually leave the organization. Now, having faced similar problems and similar issues through my career, I thought this was the area I actually can work on, and I initially started with the idea of mental well-being. So All Is Well, my venture, is into mental well-being, and we started with the idea of mental well-being for new hires. So that is how we started.
Thank you. Over to you.
For me at least, I started off with what I have been seeing. So I'm from Guntur. I've seen in Mangalgiri they manufacture these beautiful hand-woven fabrics. And at the same time, there was this sustainability wave which was happening in Europe, where a lot of brands like Arvind and etc. India also wanted to do capsule collections around this. So I saw the gap there, and that's what I started off with, connecting these cooperatives. Worked with about 550 cooperatives, but sustainability didn't take off in India. That's another thing. But at least for the second one, I've been very choosy in terms of me having enough wiggle room to experiment with. It was very important that you do an idea map basically, and most of the times whatever you've started with will not work out. So you should have other avenues to pivot, other avenues to explore in the same sector at least, so that there is something around you can do that pivot around, either your customers or your product or your tech product. So yeah, so the second one at least I've chosen which is largely in e-commerce, and I felt like it's a growing sector and there's so much wiggle room, and a problem that I'm facing.
So I'll come to Atul now. I know you're not a co-founder, so I don't want to ask the question, how did you pick the problem? But I asked you the second biggest challenge in startups, which is product market fit. Now that you run sales, what are your reactions to product market fit, and how do you know you have achieved it?
Sure. So I'll just take a couple of minutes to tell you the genesis also. I've been in Resume for almost 5 years now. Resume started some 8 years ago. And it's very important to look at how and why it started. Two IIT Roorkee grads, Harshil and Shashank, both placed, Harshil in Schlumberger, Shashank in Microsoft US. Both of them working on a crowdfunding project part-time. Realized how difficult it is to accept payments in India. Okay, and both of them left their jobs, came to Harshil's place at Jaipur. Harshil's bedroom was our first office actually. And from then we started, and I joined Resume when we were quite decently established, I would say. I was the 121st raiser, joined around 5 years ago. Now it's very important to understand what is the problem we are solving and why is it a problem. Money movement or fintech has always been regarded as a finance problem or a money problem. It is not a money problem. It is a tech problem. The problem is the banks are currently the custodians of my money, and they're doing it pretty well. They're designed to do it like that, but they have legacy systems and they cannot think beyond that. So when we started it, we said that fine, let's use technology. And I always say there are payment companies using technology. Razorpay is a technology company which is into payments. And that's the DNA difference. Many a times I am asked, who is your biggest competition? There are other companies, BillDesk, PayU, CC Avenue, Paytm. Good friends, they are not my competition. They are very good friends. Our competition is cash. Our competition is offline. For anything which you have to write something or go out somewhere is my competition. India is spending 1.8 to 2% of GDP only on printing notes. Printing those currency notes, security, we are spending 2% of GDP. US spends less than 0.8%. We are losing 1% of GDP just because we have to print notes. My person, why do we need to print notes? Currency notes is nothing but a trust factor. I give her 2000 ka note. She keeps it because it has a RBI governor's sign. I promise to pay the bearer a sum of 2000 rupees. If I can transfer that trust in some other way, let's do it here. Another thing that we are now doing is we are saying that it's not only inward money. Money doesn't stay anywhere. For good or for bad, money kahin rukta nahi hai. Everybody, any business accepts money, disburses money, lends money, borrows money, uses a corporate card, pays salaries, pays vendor payments. So at Razorpay now we have full-fledged suite, inward money, outward money, vendor payment, salary, anything and everything that you do with money, we are doing it. So we call ourselves the ERP of fintech basically. We're solving all the problems. Two very distinct things that we do is, one is the technology part. Second is our, I said, disproportionate or a mind-boggling focus on people. Be it the raisers or be it our clients. When I'm asked, what do you work for? I work for my CTC. What is CTC? CTC is not cost to company. I'm not a cost, I'm a benefit to the company. CTC means my clients, my team and my company. Where do I invest? I invest in PPF. PPF is not public provident fund. PPF is put people first. Invest in people. They are the highest returning assets. They are the riskiest asset. The highest return is a company is all about a PPT. PPT is people, process, technology. Technology can be outsourced, processes can be set. People is one who make or break a company. So if you have extreme faith in your people, give them technology, you can solve all the problems in the world.
Thanks, Atul. So Santoshi, I will ask you, you have two companies, I suppose,
Yes.
in two different domains. Running one startup itself is tough, but you seem to run two.
Yes.
And in two different domains. How did you pick the problems and how do you run both the horses?
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the question. So, the journey started in 2017, back then. So, the first one was into fintech. That was solving the problem of how somebody can get a home loan very quickly. So, what used to be a 1.5 month problem, because at that point, I was like looking for a home loan. And the entire process, like, why does it have to be so long? I have all my documents digitized. The lenders have all their rates, everything online. So why can't we have everything online, and why can't we make it a quicker process? Because that pain when somebody wants something and they have to wait 1.5 to 2 months to just get that. And buying a home is a dream come true for anybody, because that's generally your first home and it's something very valuable. So somebody has to go through that process for so long when it can happen quickly. So that was the first problem that we solved. And the second one, what I picked up, again, very proud to say, India is going a burgeoning growth. We want to be a 5 trillion economy. And the Atmanirbhar version, what we are speaking about of a self-reliant India, this has actually triggered a lot of infrastructure growth and a huge demand in agriculture production. And for all of this, all we need is machinery and mechanization to make it faster, quicker, because I think our goal is what we want to achieve very quick, and there's no other way but mechanization and machinery. I think COVID, what it taught us in last 2.5 years is we realized we are importing a lot of machinery. A lot of machinery is being imported. And for whatever infrastructure growth we need, you need your oil and gas pipelines underground, you need the urban and rural digitization, you need water pipelines, we need micro irrigation projects. So all of them, all you need is to dig the ground. So we are like, okay, this is what our country needs at this hour, or what we need in next 10 years. Think of bringing electric lines underground. If you have to do it in every street, the amount of effort, we can't do it manually, we can't do it with the equipment we have now. So that's when we were like, okay, how are we going to do it in a much faster pace? That's when autocracy machinery took its birth. We are currently attending, or I should say, answering to the needs of the country. We have provided machinery for Telangana fiber line. We are providing for micro irrigation projects across the country, for UP water, Jal Jeevan pipelines in Odisha, in Assam. But this is the only starting point. And we are like foraying now into agri-tech. When we say is, again, food technology, all of this is there. But still, earlier what happened was a farmer's son was a farmer. Now people are migrating to the urban cities. And the workforce in villages is becoming more and more scarce. So this is causing the farmers a lot of financial burn when they have to get any work done in their farmlands. So now, very interesting, apart from the infrastructure, contractors and big B2Bs coming, a very nice thing is farmers are approaching me saying that I have seen this video on YouTube, I have seen it on a TikTok, can you make this machine for us? So when farmers are so interested in the technology, and if we as educated engineers, if we don't answer to the needs, I think it's a shame on us. So that's where we come in, and we are even entering into agri-tech and bringing in new innovative machinery into the country. So the way we chose the problem is something that's right in front of me. And the good thing is people who are having the problem are coming. And India, we are very conservative. We generally don't go again. I come from a very conservative family. So taking some risk or trying to do something new is generally tried to push back a bit. But now in the current setup, what is there in the scenario, or with the scarcity in the labor population, whatever is there, I think India is in the right spirit to go for new innovations and inventions. That way it is.
Thank you. We'll change gears and ask you. History shows that when you have intensity in one domain or a few domains, and it comes with a high local relevance, is when innovation and startup culture happens. So that needs policy enablement. So what are your thoughts on that in the context of Vizag and AP?
See, government is essentially a problem solver, basically providing services to the people. So, is there an Indian way of startups? So what we are thinking is, like government being a biggest service provider to the citizens of its state or central, wherever, whatever it is. So we are providing our startups a plethora of problems, statements. Basically, actually, every department is trying to provide certain services to the people at the grassroots level. So that is where that emotional connect will come. So what exactly are the problems of the people? To solve those problems, government has some old ways of solving those. Obviously, actually, they were doing it for the past many years. But here, if we can pose the same problem statement, and if any startup can come up with an innovation solution with much easier, with much ease or much less burden to the government, then that is a welcome change. So that is where actually we are pulling up the problem statements from all the departments from the government side, so that actually any startup which wants to work in certain areas, like she just now said agri-tech, edu-tech and all these things. So we do have this, all these sectors. In fact, actually agriculture is there. We have one incubator center in rural startups in Andhra Pradesh. All incubation centers and all, we have already started that. So likewise, so we have identified the departments, we have identified the problem statements, so that actually any startup which wants to serve, or ultimately to the people, definitely when you are serving to the government, it ultimately goes to the people, solving their issues. So that is one thing we are doing. Second thing is enablement. Like you said, MSME should have this working capital and this thing, venture capital and all, right? So to start to enable startups, so anyway, we are giving them the problem statement so that ideas may emanate. Second thing is, where do they work from? So that actually we have built up some incubation spaces across the state. There are some 4 or 5 incubation centers, including one in Vizag, one in Kakinada, one in Anantapur. All these things, the places are there. That is the second thing. So that actually we are providing them a space to work on, to work out whatever solutions they want to work out. Second thing. Third thing, who are the mentors? Like they do have some idea actually to execute that. So what is the right way? So that mentorship, partnership, that's where we chip in. Like actually, this is where some mentors are there. Mentor pool we are maintaining, so that actually if anybody wants to use the services of the mentors, then they can use those things. And fourthly, they need some testing setup. Actually, they don't by themselves can't afford to do that. So that so we have formed 2 centers of excellence here in Vizag itself. One with the partnership with the STPA here in Vizag Steel. Second is in NASCOM center in our AU, Andhra University. So both the centers of excellence are up and running. Apart from that, we do have a startup policies where actually a host of measures have been given to them, including the financial incentive stuff. So that these are the 5 areas that we are working on. That is already kept in place. So anybody who wants to utilize them, they are welcome.
Just a follow-up question. The classical playbook for a government-initiated grand challenges, if you want to say, or thematic, generally the government is a passive investor. They will enable initially with the capital, but when they collaborate with an active investor, like a venture capital firm, then the growth and the marketability is much higher. In the context of AP, do you have such a venture fund, and do you collaborate with other VCs so that as a combination it appeals to any promoter, which also improves the appeal of the state and the city?
Yeah. See, venture fund, we have kept aside a venture fund of 100 crores in our budget, but that is a pool of money. So it's not entirely from the government side. but it is a pool of money from the different venture capitalists also. So that funding setup is there. That's where in the policy also we mentioned.
Thank you. So I'll come to the incubators now. My question to you is, you see many startups in your cohorts, right? And you see a mix of campus people or freshers starting on their own, which is good, high energy. Then you also have people who left their corporate careers and start kind of a midlife career change. In your view, like it happens in schools, is there a vertical grouping of age here? That means, do you think there is value if you mix an experienced entrepreneur with a fresh entrepreneur and the cross-learning happens? What has been your experience, I mean, from an incubator perspective? All of you.
Thank you. Very good afternoon to all. Yeah. My experience, basically, I've been with the corporate. Last corporate was heading quality at Tech Mahindra, and then one successful exit, and then 4 startups that I run, which are all profitable, thankfully. Have taken up a pro bono sort of an exercise of setting up an incubations ecosystem. I call it ecosystem, but an incubation center in itself, I think, doesn't serve the purpose. An ecosystem in Andhra University. What we currently do, one on the engineering side, campus side of things, we've got, as like Sir was talking, we've got NASCOM's Center of Excellence into the campus. We're building our own 25,000 SFT of our incubation space, which is tech-driven. And we got STPI already sign up in a phase 1 of 25,000 SFT, building to a 70,000 SFT there. Then we conveniently forget the non-tech sector, but we got that into this thing, which is on the southern side of the campus. We got a 60,000 square feet of pharma, biotech, genomics, food tech, food processing and testing labs. Yeah, so sort of this thing which we are now trying to get into a JV with Ramki to commercially run it as a JV. We also got marine incubation out there, and we are adding. So what we have done yes, you're very right in saying that when you're talking about especially this area of space where entrepreneurship is not imbibed, like in Gujarat, you find this at a very young stage, you are learnt the value of how to earn and how to spend, which is largely missing in this area of this thing. The students are not very much aware of the financial, literacy with respect to how to earn and spend money. So while they have ideas, so there is somewhere you need to have that spark coming in, ignite it, get them to come forward. Experiential learning, just like when what Kranti, I think, was talking about in Sustained Cart, as part of the whole system, and then probably understand the nuances of what entrepreneurship and then get into it for the students, because today you cannot depend on corporate to absorb everybody coming out of the campus, and you expect more entrepreneurship to come in from the campuses. So creating that ecosystem where the first idea is to get in all these into these incubation centers is slightly MVP or growth stage startups which are revenue making. That also ensures my sustainability as myself as an incubation center as a startup, which is basically I'm earning co-working space money, and so that these people are coming in. Then get the other the partners in this incubation or ecosystem. We got the mentors, given them space to operate from the same in the heart of the city. Very much happy. So I'm part of TIE. TIE is coming. We got local mentor partners like Alco partners. There are a few in the local ecosystem who come and sit and operate from these centers within the heart of the city. I say, forget your office, come and operate from this. Then we got, of course, all the support systems, whether you're talking about patenting this thing like NRDC, service here, and then we got our own IPR chair. We got all these enablers who ensure that there's a completeness in your ecosystem, including I myself as an angel investor, but we got the, but when it comes to large investment, again, have to think slightly out of the box, because I don't have great funds to run this whole show. So went and tied up with T-Hub saying, MSR, I don't have a, if one of my startup is graduating and is coming out good, it's in a growth stage, I need fund. So let me tie up with your funding team, which you spend about ₹1 crore in per annum, trying to find funds for them. You take a finder fee of 4%, let's share 2% each, and I'll give you startups to say. So some way we created that ecosystem within the thing. And what we've done is we opened it to the students. and faculty. See, largely one other component we forget in this whole ecosystem is faculty who apply for research projects, who need industry backing, which now government DST is accepting startups as an industry backing to experiment and come up with new stuff. So that what has led to is students coming in, experientially learning what's happening in this whole ecosystem, understand what startup is live within the whole thing, and then slowly understand and then take what is sort of a mentor-based or a self-realization or call whether, okay, maybe I would try this, or at least seed that bug inside them, like maybe I've turned an entrepreneur at 40, later they would think of, okay, after having a good amount of corporate life, would want to think, enough is enough, let me earn money for myself and then start up something, or maybe do something which is social entrepreneurship. So that's how we're trying to, it's like when you say industry, academia, this thing, we're saying let's get that industry which starts with startups, or big guys like Ramki to run something which is corporatized and channelized process, which is the PPT thing, into the campus and then run the whole system so that students experience it. They finish their classrooms, they enter into these centers. People who are interested. So we're keeping them 24/7 open. Come in and work whatever you want to. That helps even the startups get interns at a low cost, the Jugaad innovation things. So it's, overall it's helping. We've been quickly able to incubate a lot of student startups and get that interest going on into the ecosystem. So that's how we're trying to build this.
Okay, so we'll go with you then, and what is your experience?
So thank you for the invite. I think I represent Grameen Incubation Center. And this is backed by an organization called Bhagatla Charitable Trust. We are a 46-year-old organization that has been in integrated rural development. And I have been heading this organization for the last 12 years. And gone through the entire gamut of development process. We were one of the pioneers of getting women in development. About 1 to 1.5 acres. So they have subsistence agriculture, they have the prime of their life, they are stuck because the children are there. So how do we address this problem? And then the other component we looked at was persons with disabilities. So these are the main areas we were looking at and felt that if we build entrepreneurship, can we look at building existing we shouldn't say micro, nano entrepreneurs? Because the whole startup journey, the initial hump of what to do, how to do, way to do, so those are all have been solved by a micro entrepreneur. You know, they've already gone through that cycle and they've put a business in the village. So if we look at nano entrepreneurs and then give them mentoring and then give them whatever the appropriate technology that is needed, because we are part of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technologies program as Center of Excellence in Agriculture and Agri-Tech. We felt that instead of doing the hackathon and then startup, we rather look at preparing micro-entrepreneurs and then give them the appropriate technology. So we're now looking at the next level of can we get ahead of the curve. We have an ITI and a high school. We're looking at can we look at entrepreneurship? Can we look at teaching them Internet of Things or drone or robotics to some extent so that we need rural startups for rural India. We have no idea what their lives are. Just as we do question outside countries talk about what the problems we have, our answer is, Mr. Jaishankar was asking, US has its own problems. Why US is questioning India on energy? The same way, who are we to answer rural India's problem when we have no idea what they're living? So we want to build up on that. And so Grameen incubation, we want to look at building micro entrepreneurs, developing entrepreneurship, and appropriate technology.
Thank you. So we'll come to the professor. And also you have experience at NSR Cell, which has been there for a long time. And so I'll be keen to know what are the differences you find between, I mean, I know that IMP mentors, so maybe there, here. So is there any difference you find in terms of models which are state variations, all right? Or ecosystem variation, if I would say it. And your thoughts?
Thank you. So let me reconnect with the story that you started off with. What does an incubator do? We provide that food, we provide that swing, and we hope that they convert an idea into reality. That's what we do as an incubator. And your other question that you raised, that people with experience from the industry and a fresher, where is that synergy really coming from? If you look at all the startups who are on this panel, if none of them had questioned, that, or if they were conditioned by the industry to accept attrition as a fact of life, or that money is what payments are all about, or that machinery we just need to import, this is what the industry could kind of condition you towards. But a fresher can question these fundamental assumptions as to how value is actually created and consumed. And that freshness can only come in a campus. You are not burdened with your day-to-day deliverables, monthly deliverables, year-end targets. Nothing is there on your plate. You're aware of all the latest happenings that are out there. And the difference in the regional ecosystems also comes from the fact, like Sriram rightly pointed out, the solution has to be contextualized where the problem is actually happening. And that is kind of reflected in the source of where these ideas are coming from. Different solutions that are coming from different regions are characterized by the context from which they're emerging. And so the fresher brings in that challenge to the perspective that payments industry is more about technology. Fintech is about technology. What can we do with that? Innovation, Atmanirbhar Bharat is not about just importing. Can we do something else? Can we question and recreate value? Can I stop accepting what the industry is conditioning me to do? That is a huge benefit that is really out there. Yes, challenging the status quo. And since I also work on family businesses, this is something that we saw when the initial set of the family heirs or the princes, they returned from foreign education. They changed the way that family businesses worked. The elders had a different conception as to how the business model should work. But the next generation is changing it, challenging it, and creating new value.
So I have a follow-up question to you and involve Ashita, given your academic bent of mind. So it's a very famous debate, or a holy grail, that is entrepreneurship, can it be taught, or are you born with it, right? So there's enough literature to read about. But when you are running an incubator, or when you are an investor trying to invest in a company, alternatively, if you are a corporate trying to promote entrepreneurship, how do you select a person from their behavioral and other mindset? What kind of attributes, which are purely the softer attributes and not the hard skills, right? It's not about they know Python or TensorFlow, it doesn't matter. So what are your views on such softer aspects in promoting this? Maybe I'll go with you and then.
Yeah. So this is a problem that we have been grappling. If you look at the education model today, we are solidly conditioning students to become managers. Look at their entire academic career. You work extremely hard to get a good score in the 10th standard so that you get a good 12th standard score so that you become an engineer, to land a good job, or you crack CAT, hopefully make it to an IIM, and you want to be managers. And if you go and tell these students in the classroom that become entrepreneurs, it is a cognitive dissonance for them. We came here to be managers. We did not come here to be entrepreneurs. When I was at Ahmedabad itself, we had started a course for the MBA students on entrepreneurial mindset. It was a core course. The elective was more popular. Now at IIM Bangalore, we are doing the same thing. We have a core course on entrepreneurial mindset. But this is where a reality that we accept. Students who are necessarily graduating fresh from the campus, they have a lot of other responsibilities that they want to, lot of other goals that they want to immediately accomplish. Therefore, we cannot break the behavioral trend immediately, but we plant a seed. It will take fruit at some point of time. And there has to be, entrepreneurship is also about a lot of self-selection that has to happen. The person has to actually choose. It is not just about an idea and the evaluation of an opportunity. It is about commitment, the most important part. And that is for the individual to self-select themselves that I will become an entrepreneur.
Thank you so much. Entrepreneurship, can it be learned? I think I will link it to the point, to the theme of the whole session today, which is about, does India really have a startup template? So I think a few years back, maybe 6 or 7 or maybe more, there was a culture in India where the business models would be replicated from the West, mainly US, and probably they would customize it a bit, with all due respect to all the startups which have been there in that field. But yes, that was what was being done. And little customization and they would launch. So let me just get to an example for a better understanding. So we saw Flipkart, who launched with the same business model as Amazon. And we all know when they launched in the year 2007, they did not really do well. So the business they started with was what Amazon started, sale of books. That didn't really work for them. The point here, which I would like to highlight here is, any template, especially in India, would not really work as it is. And with that point, entrepreneurship cannot just be learned. It is more of an experiential journey wherein probably we fail several times. I'm sure all the startups here, or if you've had an idea or spoken to someone, we've had this idea once in our mind, did I take the right decision? So I was referring to that. I have asked this question several times. Was this a right decision I took to get back to startup? But yes, it's all about experiential learning and learning from your customers, your feedback. So the initial idea I had talked about, I started with mental well-being training for new hires. That didn't kick off at all. So that's a part of a service we offer now. But I had to change that idea and pivot because of customer validation. And we now provide mental well-being solutions for employees in different sectors in the corporate. So if I get back to Flipkart, what they did in 2010 was they came up with cash on delivery feature, and that was something that was a change maker in the whole game for them. And they were able to take it forward. In fact, they became one of India's first unicorns. So on the whole, I feel entrepreneurship is all about learning with your experience. It's an experiential learning. You fail, and we just need to stand back and keep walking. So that's my take on it.
Very good views on entrepreneurship can be learnt or not learnt. I have a contra view to it. You need not learn it. All of us don't need to be entrepreneurs. Okay? Because if all of us become entrepreneurs, तो काम कौन करेगा? Right? So it's about ownership. It's about intrapreneurship. It's about owning my part of the problem. If you remember that Hero Honda ad, fill it, shut it, forget it. I tell all of my team members to be like that. Fill it, shut it, forget it. Fill it means somebody told you the problem. Shut it means you understand it. Forget it, and that person can forget about it. And you need not do this only in corporate thing. Do it in your day-to-day life. I'll give you a small example. Ram called me up on Wednesday to come here. Thursday, my flight was supposed to be booked by Mr. Narasimha. He did not book the flight, for whatever reasons. I called him up 6 times. 6 times because I could actually have stayed out of it कि नहीं flight होगी तो नहीं जाऊँगा, क्या फर्क पड़ता है मुझे. But नहीं. Because I have said कि मैं जाऊँगा, तो it is my problem now. The only thing that all of us need to do is whatever we are doing, we need to take complete ownership of it. There's a book by Jocko Willink called The Art of Extreme Ownership. That's the US Navy SEALs who did this Bin Laden thing. Read it if you haven't. It tells you that extreme ownership is the solution to all the problems, and all of us don't need to be entrepreneurs.
So going with our experiences, when we started our high school way back in 1996, we started the residential high school with 27 girls and 16 boys. That was a time when a girl who attains a puberty cannot go to school. The average age of marriage, the region we were working, was 12. No kidding. So we said, we put our head down and said, we'll create an opportunity for girls to study. So now the girls have pushed the marriage to 20. Then we talked about vocational education. We said, you need to be vocationalized. You need to get into vocational education. We don't need degrees. Now we see last 6 years that girls are getting into technical education. We said, we'll give you rurally biased education. 84% of our alumni for the past 25 years continue to stay in the villages and work around. So now when we're looking at entrepreneurship, we need to put our head down and say, this is what we'll do. We don't need everyone, as he rightly said, everyone to convert immediately. It's a process. It's a mindset process. Now people, I was telling my son one day, he was like answering back. I said, why are you answering? I never did to my father. He was 6 years old. He's like, that's your problem, right? So they have absolutely no hang-ups. It's the same generation. When you look at India, we are 35 years and below, 60% of the population. They have no hang-ups about what my parents did, what I want to do. So let's catch that mindset and say, give them something different. Why don't you start looking at your own problem? So can we create that ecosystem? Can we create that space where it is safe to fail? And as they have no responsibilities whatsoever. So therefore, sooner or later, we should have rural youngsters coming into thinking, say, I need a problem. All we need to do is create man-eaters. Say, this is where you can do it, and these are the technologies that are available. I'm sure they'll pull it out.
Yeah. So I'll just add here. See, any degree granting program, kind of an educational institution, will teach. Vocational courses you can train, but entrepreneurs you need to incubate them, and then after they reach a particular stage, you need to accelerate them. So an educational institute which is looking to promote entrepreneurship should not confuse the two. You cannot teach entrepreneurs. You have to incubate them. You have to let them fail. You have to let them pivot. And the same is true even for corporate entrepreneurship programs. You have to let them work within that space. And the same is true even for family businesses. A youngster is trying to take over, set aside a little bit of capital, let them fail with it. It's okay. Let them incubate. And then they will accelerate after a point of time.
I have a question for you on the ecosystem design. So if you come from the merger and acquisition field, M&A, there's a very popular playbook that a company A acquires company B. So how do you need a synergy which is more than A plus B, right? So it's A into B. So the typical playbook in the Western world at least is that I use 1/3 of the people from my company A, 1/3 of the people from company B, and I recruit the other 1/3, so that the mix will give you the vibrance and the tenacity and all the commitment, etc. So it's a mix of old and new in that sense. Now when it comes to ecosystems, especially startups, one of the things, especially in India, in those cities where there are enough ventures locally who are growing well, and you help them to grow organic, you incubate new, which is greenfield, then you invite maybe the global corporations or national corporations to set up something here so that the mix will give you the good depth and good breadth, right? So e-commerce in Koramangala in Bangalore, it can be operating systems in Pune, it can be semiconductor design in Noida. So you can pick and choose the areas, right? Or gaming in Kerala, stuff like that, right? What are those factors in your view as a policy maker enabler for the city and for the state and you have any thoughts in that direction?
See, few initiatives from the government side, from the industry side as well. See, the new investments that actually we are focusing on IT and electronics basically for IT basically for Vizag, and the electronics, there are a couple of electronic manufacturing clusters in the state. So recently there are there are 4 electronic manufacturing clusters which are highest in the country, and definitely we are world's largest OEM, ODM and everything, even original design manufacturer. Wingtech is here and Foxconn is here, Dixon is there. So large giants are already there and operating within Andhra Pradesh. So that is in electronic sector. See, here startups come, role of startups come. Recently, 2 or 3 months back, actually we tied up with Indian Navy here in Vizag. So it's surprising to know that almost 90% of their components, more than 90 in fact, actually they are, for their needs, they are importing from different countries. And he said that almost 60% of them can be manufactured here by MSMEs or startups. So that is one revelation. And Atmanirbhar Bharat, actually he wanted to do that. So he tied up, Indian Navy has tied up with us, Apicha, so that actually next within 1 month or so, we are conducting a showcase kind of thing, inviting all the startups, so that actually whether they are good at designing something for them, or he said actually they will give that design diagram also, so that actually they can work on, and if they are impressed, they will take, entire Navy will take them on board, so that they will start manufacturing for Navy. That is one example of collaborating with different sectors. And the second thing, see, government is a biggest marketplace. So I said, I spoke about enabler, but now I am coming to biggest market. It is the largest spending agency, spending entity than any other startup, than any other company in fact. So how to tie up this marketplace with the startups in the second area? So there are tenders, there are some other activities, like actually government invites many companies to do work on their parts, or whatever solutions they wanted, and all these things will happen. But no government department will be readily accept any startup to provide services, because they don't want to take that risk, because ultimately there is a time frame within the government, and within that time frame they have to give those services to the people. So if they take some startup on board, and by chance if that startup has failed, then they can't start over again. So that is the biggest threat that government departments are having. To alleviate that, so I also had AP Technology Services, which actually I can enter MOUs to the startups. Basically, actually, if what we think, like actually they can deliver services, so that it is APTS that will give services to the government, so that one government agency giving services to the another government department, there won't be any problems. But ultimately, it is the startup that is going to get. So this is the way that we found out, like actually I can enter into any of MOU with any of the startups. So if you want to agri-tech or edu-tech, wherever actually, if you want to provide services to the government of Andhra Pradesh, you can enter into MOU with APTS, so that APTS in turn will provide services. That way I can get the market access to the startup. That is second thing. And yeah, the third one you asked about. Yes. See, attracting talent in terms of investments. Exactly. So there are two issues. One, he said actually catch them young from the education side. So there are innovation cells within the colleges, but what happened is for the last 2 years, most of the colleges have been shut down, and actually those innovation cells are almost, they are not defunct now. So right now we are again starting that exercise, so that actually almost all the colleges wherever throughout the Andhra Pradesh will be having innovation cells. So that is one thing. And definitely we are inviting international companies here. We are inviting international people here, so that actually they can help us out. they can help us out in this. Suppose, for example, that reserve is there, for example. So that amount of transactions that a government does per day runs into some crores and crores of transactions. One single pensions, there are a number of crores are there. So likewise, even recently we all cinema theaters will be online. So number of tickets sold. So these things actually I'm talking about. There are n number of opportunities for everyone, for every sector. You need to know the right way of approach or how to do, how to get into the government place is the only thing. Then that's what APTS pitches.
As a process check, how much time we have for the panel? Can someone answer? How much time we have?
Almost done, sir.
Almost done?
Yeah.
So,
We have 15 more minutes, sir.
15 minutes, okay.
Yeah.
So I have, so I think we obviously want some audience Q&A. So what I thought I would do is that I have made some summary of my learnings in all these years on what I see as the India template or the differences. Since we don't have much time, I'm going to actually read out that so that everyone hears what my essence is. It may not be the whole truth, but contains some truth for sure. And then we will open up for Q&A. That should do? That's okay with you? Okay. So I made a long list, sorry. So I'll just read it. So I've seen at least 5 or 6 states in India and a few other countries on cross-border innovation, right from Singapore to Israel to US to Russia to Japan, and also most of the Indian states who are active in startups. So I have some comments to make. I would say I've spent enough time in corporate, worked with venture capital from 1998. So I have just culminated all that into some kind of a series of views. So here is what I think. I think India template, on the first question I asked before is how do you pick a problem? We typically come with a problem solving mindset. So we tend to solve a problem we face, what you would call in American terms, daily challenges, right? If there is no water in the pipeline, you try to innovate there, right? Tomorrow there is no power, you will innovate there. Because it's normally what you face every day, as opposed to a very developed economy where you think something else. So this is a kind of problem-solving mindset which seems to shape the way you pick a problem in a startup, especially when you want to get a business using the startup product, because they say that if it is too far down the line, they can't relate to a current problem. It'll be very innovative, but I won't pay for it because it's too far down the line. So if you can't link it to the current state and the future state, it won't fly most of the time. So very highly transformational deals are difficult to get through without some support, unless if it is government which is buying it, right? In which case they can afford to do it. If I now say that I will replace all the motors ever used in Indian defense with electric motors, oh well, then of course all the EVs will line up, right? So that's how you create demand. But if you don't say it, nobody's going to change. So this is one of the problem-solving mindset, or in management terms, the focus on immediacy and relevance. The moment the relevance and immediacy is not there, you pretty much don't get any more money, right? The other thing which is very unique in India is that anything you touch has a lot of scale in India, right? So showing scale with 100 users, 1,000 users, 10,000 users may not be a problem. It is only when you cross after you finished all your friends, contacts, LinkedIn, is when it actually starts starting. The interesting part of scale in India is that it is good on scale, but it's low on depth. So if you have product offerings or solution offerings which have a very deep engagement, whether it is financial markets, whether it is retail market, whether it is utility markets, deep tech ones take time. So I think this is one thing I find it's good for scale to test, but the depth is not very there. It may be very significantly from sector to sector. Maybe in fintech we are quite advanced, We are advanced maybe in mobile, but we are not advanced in a lot of other things, right? The third one, which is actually the reason why I have to write a book initially, most of the funding in the initial phases is informal. That means you call your friends, you call your in-laws, you call your parents, friends in quotes, and the way they are treated on the books is subject to a lot of debate. So when an investor comes in and start asking, what is this money? They say, no, it's given. What is that? Debt, equity, grant. So the answers can be very interesting once you tell the valuation of the company, even if it's from relatives. So this informality in fundraising in the initial stages is actually a problem because the paperwork does not reflect, actually it doesn't exist. It's the same issue for revenues and costs. I asked one startup, Bangalore by the way, do you have book of accounts? He said, yes. So you
is normally from a channel again, right? If you go and ask who said it works, most probably they are the friends, right? Or maybe they were the work before. It's okay, but I need a professional validation, which is one of the challenges point, especially go to tier 2 and tier 3. In tier 1, people get reward. That is also the reason why you need a mix of international and national, because the mindset gets changed. A point again on tier 1, tier 2, there is a difference in access. Yes, in tier 1 cities it works. In tier 2, tier 3, not all cities work in the same way. Especially if you are a woman entrepreneur, you are a cold call, me or a customer, it can be interpreted very differently. So the challenge, what women face in those cities, we can't say no. It doesn't work like you are sitting in Bangalore and calling somebody. Does take some time. I would also say on mentorship, business finance account stream, you don't have business finance stream is a problem. But a large company's fund is not a problem. when you're in asset creation phase. If you're 25 and you're trying to buy a house, or you're trying to get married, to work for a startup, you are an asset individual. If you're 22, maybe it is not. Right? These are the things I find as some of the India contemporary issues. Some of them can be solved with an annual mentorship, some of them can be solved as an. So with that, we have time for Q&A or we will go lunch?
Does anybody?
Let me also reprise you. I am Dr. Sahu from NRDC India. We are present here at Visakhapatnam. I would just like to reprise you. One size of soup cannot fit all. We must have to realize the need of the hour today. In fact, I am so happy some of the technology what it has been presented. Only thing, we have an ecosystem, but whether our ecosystem is enabling. Second, the challenge for India today. In fact, challenge because we are doing a lot of evaluation for the startup India, who startup who get the tax benefit from government of India. Here I want to just advise you is the challenge before us is not the service innovation. Today challenge for us is product innovation. You see 80% of the product India is import. Any product. So for that, we need to connect, we need to collaborate, we need to coordinate. And we have a lot of program initiatives because we have 900 universities in the country, 11,000 engineering colleges. I am coming to the point. Yeah, my question is not to the, because they are fantastic people those who are doing and connecting the dot to the nation and nation building. Here I am here to just present how we can. We have a lot of fun for R&D. We have many mechanisms for connecting to the startup and also MSME. One link is what we are using is intellectual property protection. When I was globally last 2 months back at Europe, I saw and I feel bad some about India. Because my answer is basically difficulty at global arena. That is special video. To all the startups to protect fast, get your right fast. We are talking about right, take your intellectual property right, patent, trademark, design, copyright. This is the knowledge economy. We are not protecting, we have seen in the case of Neem and Basmati. Thank you, Chair, for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. I think that's it for today. One of you kindly answer that. I don't know if that was a question. He stated some facts, right?
That's okay. We can.
Yes. Thank you very much. Requesting the team from Msm here to present a token of gratification for our esteemed dignitaries here, the panelists who have taken out their time in running us by all the awareness that we all need to know about startups. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to give it up for Visakhapatnam sir, who was moderator for both the sessions. I think he did a brilliant job as a moderator and also came up with precise points. There's a lot of homework done, putting all his experience into paper and presenting it to all of us. And huge round of applause for Sai Chittaranjan Garu, Ram Bhagodiraji, Ravi Ishwarapu, Santosh Budiraja Garu, Atul Mehta Garu, Hema Tate, Nandan Josa. Of course, you've been sharing his points since yesterday. Thank you very much. And before we head to the next going to be about petrochemicals. We have a very small paper presentation which will last for 3 minutes. This is about a startup headed by Ravi Kishore Sir, who is the director of Green Farms Private Limited. He's an entrepreneur based in Haryana, India. He's been awarded a national award from the Prime Minister, Asha India Home for All, for polymer patent. He's been awarded for the polymer patent regarding green building sustainability. Project Visakhapatnam Work for All is one of his projects. He is now going to do a very quick 3 minutes paper presentation. And for those of you who is aspiring to fund in startups, do check out for the space. This is about Green Farms Private Limited, and for those of you who are interested in funding, Ravi Kishore Sir is here to present about his company and a quick 3 minutes presentation. Over to you, Ravi Kishore Sir. Huge round of applause for him, for the national award winner. Sir, yeah, you can take over the stage.
Presentation.
Yes, the presentation is ready. So you go on the stage, sir. There's mic on the stage. There's mic on the stage. He's going to start off with a gesture, which I will be translating to. Sir, Kishore sir, over to you.
The green afternoon to one and all. It's about sustainability. It's a different type of presentation. I need your cooperation, please.
I, we, us, together.
Water for all.
Water for all.
Is there
I, we, us, together.
I, we, us, all together. We are. Everyone needs water. Is there anyone who can say we don't need water? Fine. Everyone, it's a human requirement. It's water is mandatory.
Sir. Okay, from the beginning, PPT from the beginning. Yes, sir.
So myself, Ravi Kishore, entrepreneur from Green Farms Private Limited, Haryana. Basically, I'm born and brought up at Visakhapatnam. I'm a product of LG Polymers. I took a national award from our Prime Minister of India. It's a connection of dots. I'm from polymer industry. We worked on a polymer patent, solid waste management, and now today we are here on 100% brick replacement technology. Next slide.
Next slide. Next slide. Next slide.
So it's sustainability is a conservation of natural resources. Yesterday, it's an Earth Day. And pure water is the best medicine for all type of diseases. And in this regard, we are working with decarbonization of buildings through World Resources. Tata Housing Group, and we are working with decarbonization of buildings.
Next slide.
So in this regard, let's see a case study. Our adjacent country, United Arab Emirates, they're in need of water. Many people who are having Gulf experience, Middle East, they know how the temperature will be there. The ambient temperature is too high. There, the only one war we get is water war. So last month I was in UAE and I was having some association with the DEWA, Dubai Electricity Water Authorities, who are interested in my technology. And there's a finance also from National Bank of Dubai. They're interested in our technology.
Next slide, please.
So coming to this, what is the product? It is brick replacement, 100% brick replacement with new.
Next slide.
What are the salient features? Before any product introducing in the market, it has 4 P's: the product, pricing, physical distribution, and promotion. After approval of these 4 P's only, the product is said to be quality oriented. In this, I would like to add 4 lines on quality. Quality is initiated from thinking. Thinking is ignited with involvement. Involvement is an extract of experience, and experience is the best teacher for generations. And I salute to all the seniors in this hall and who are viewing this presentation to their experiences. So Green Foam has all the salient features. We have a report from SGS. We have a report from Dubai Central Laboratory. We have a report from SIPET Hyderabad. The quality has been approved, and it is company runs from 60 years, and the basic product is styrene monomer. Everyone knows there's a mishap with styrene handle 2 years back.
The factory is closed, and I am also a product of daily polymers. So now we want to we need a land as an entrepreneur. So we it is some of the society land where it is a barren land. We are trying to develop some costs according to the society members. Next slide.
Next slide, please.
So coming to this, today, just know, NRTC Dr. Bijush Shahu has told every product having entrepreneurs having a patent background will be a friend in the cap. So I was working with NRTC since 5 years, and another gigantic personality, Mr. Shivaya is here. He is from Autonagar MSP units. And here he is a very nice gentleman who is having a vision to run the factories. And he has his own factory, and he has provided me the place, technology, and everything since 5 years. So also, you have a circular economy. Next slide, please.
Next slide.
So this is being approved by our Prime Minister of India, and styrene monomer, a good news to all. I have been collaborated with Indian Oil Corporation Limited. So with R&D department, we got an approval of 5,000 crore project of styrene monomer manufacturing at Panipat. There are a number of talks happening with NRDC, Dr. Purushottam Garu, and the presenter, CMD, Dr. Rastogi. So, having an experience in North, South, and Middle East, so I love Vizag too. I too belong to Vizag. So, working on green buildings, what is the role? Decarbonization of buildings. Today, yesterday, there is instrument, information technology department is there, and there are various experience hats are there in this hall. What I request is, the limited time it was given to me is to really up to you. And the water is the medicine, not only for the community also.
To keep of the real green is the target, and in this regard, I share my details, my patient to my presentation. Thank you very much.
Check. A huge round of applause for Kishore sir. Last minute yesterday he approached for this, and quickly sir said exactly 3 minutes, and he made sure the PPT lasts for 3 minutes, and he died on point. He ended on 3 minutes. Sir, that's why he's a national awardee. You know, he's precise in everything he does.
Thank you very much, Sharmila, and I appreciate your inquisitive nature, enhance India team effort, and I request any questions from any of the juniors or seniors or any entrepreneurs. I would like to work with all of you. Please go ahead. The last bench students are there. You can.
So yeah, we have
a question.
We have a woman in the forward row. Can we pass the mic to the lady here? It's right behind you, sir, Ravi sir.
morning, and it's quite insightful presentation what we could see. So
Ma'am, keep your mic closer to your mouth.
So
Yeah.
we are having Industrial Park for Women. I'm from ELIP, Association of Women Entrepreneurs of India. We find it quite a difficult task to have this waste management managed at the industrial parks. If you can help us out, because I've seen you're making wealth out of the waste and recycling and all the circular economy, we would like to work with you, sir.
Yeah.
So because we have about 7 industrial parks both in Andhra and Telangana together. Because I'm secretary for ILA Industrial Park at Hyderabad. So it's where we manufacture from chips to microchips in these industrial parks. So all kind of waste there.
Excellent, madam. Nothing is waste until it's wasted. So it's only the mindset. We have to go to the root cause analysis. Then you find where the origin material has come. For example, I'm in polymer industry. Yes, it's a God blessing, but we have to give a consistent approach. For standing 3 minutes in front of you, I took 30 years. So and here I can understand all our senior gray hair people are there. Definitely, I'm interested and I will be integrated with your product. The green buildings, what we are developing is waterless, sandless, and we can go for this technology. All the waste with fly ash, cement, and electronic waste, we'll crush it into powder form and then we'll mix it in concrete and we'll add it in our dry walls. Definitely, I'll work on your project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We're running out of time.
Sure.
So,
Any other questions, please?
so questions, if anybody wants to connect with him offline, he will be here. He'll also give you his card. Please connect to him because we also have Governor sir coming in the evening. We want to, give major time for all the panels. Sir, would you be interested to take offline questions?
Yeah, surely. I'm offline. You can come connect to my website, glorifygreenforms.com, and one-to-one also I'll give my contacts. Because your time is precious, everyone are waiting for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your efforts here. Big round of applause for our National Award winner and Polymer Patent Awardee, Mr. Ravi Kishore, sir, Founder Director of Green Farms. Ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly jump into the next panel discussion, petrochemicals. Petrochemical sector promises to be one of the best areas for investment. This session will discuss on the investment opportunities in AP's petrochemical sector. Moderating this session will be Mr. Satish Lakkaraju, the Senior Vice President of Viz Freight. A huge round of applause to Satish sir. Heartiest welcome to you, sir. And can we call upon the esteemed panelists, Ms. Kavita Rajesh Garu, the President, Hyderabad Management Association, HMA. Heartiest welcome to you, Kavita madam. Huge round of applause. And may I call upon Mr. Tarun Kumar Garu, the General Manager of BPCL. Heartiest welcome, sir. A huge round of applause for the next eminent panelist, Mr. K. Satyanarayana, the Technical Head, Mega Engineering and Infrastructure Limited, MEIL. Heartiest welcome, sir. And can we call upon Professor V.S. R.K. Prasad Garu, the Director, Indian Institute of Petroleum and Energy, IIP. I'm sure he has a lot of interesting points coming from the field of Indian Institute of Petroleum and Energy to give away. Yes, the panel will be discussing on the investment opportunities in AP's petrochemical corridor. This is a very crucial subject, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. This session will, moderator sir, this session will last for 60 minutes exactly. 2:30 we all should break for lunch. Sorry, 1:30 we'll all break for lunch, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. You can be rest assured we'll do it in 59 minutes. That's how the logisticians perform. It's a very good afternoon and a warm Vizag today. Happy to be back in Vizag after almost a long time, because 1989 I had my investment here in this state, and I was asked to moderate this session on a subject which is not easy to moderate, for a reason that the product petrochemical has a large investment to make. In general, it's not like a startup where we could have discussed it in a different context and we would have a lot of younger people. The very fact that we've got senior people on the dais goes to tell you the seriousness of the subject, because petrochemicals is one industry which is in discussion day in and day out in the country. The governments stand and don't stand based on your petrol prices today. Our life revolves around petrol. So what I'll do is that I've got some very interesting questions that have been lined up for our fellow panelists. I will request, starting with Kavita Rajesh, to introduce herself and give a little background in 2 or 3 minutes, and then I'll go on to Tarun, and then I'll come into Mr. Prasad, and then Mr. Satyanarayana in that sequence. So Kavita, if you can start with what you do and what your organization does, and then I'll come to the technical questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Satish. I never thought that women are given the first preference to speak around, so I thought it would be the last. So you made a change. So thank you for that, and a very good afternoon to one and all here. It's my privilege, and I thank Hans India, Sharma Garu, I know him very well, and we stayed together, and even Srijana, who has pulled me with a gunshot, said, you have to come. I said I couldn't refuse coming here and seeing a very vibrant team here working together and knowing and networking and all. Yesterday we had a good interaction with most of them where we could take home a valuable suggestions and a networking platform. Coming to me, I'm a law graduate and I'm part of the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Women program from ISB, and also have been invited by the US federal government for a leadership program called as Volvis. And apart from that, I've attended TANA and also attended the World Economic Forum in Davos in 2019. It was interesting to know when women lead what happens across the globe. So I could see the change across. So I'm heading Hyderabad Management Association, probably the 3rd woman president in 57 years of the organization, where we would break the ceiling, and it is happening. So we can see the gender diversity happening in a big way. And also representing ELIP, I'm the secretary for the ILA Industrial Park at Hyderabad, where we have 220 SMEs working right from chips. We manufacture from chips to microchips. So if you have seen the black fungus drug, which was in dirt during the COVID time, and the remedy sphere was manufactured at ELIP. So those were the key factors, and we have very niche products. So I'm a paint manufacturer, where I'm manufacturing paints into decorative, industrial, and specialized. My paints are used by ISRO. As I said, Mega Industry is also here. I was talking to Satyanarayan Garu. You should give an opportunity for women entrepreneurs as a purchase preference. So this is what is happening. The CC camera poles across the Hyderabad, when you see. The silver paint is from my company, where we specialize that product. We tailor-made it for L&T. When a small entrepreneur like me can do, why not the others? So coming to ABWCI, I'm a state president for Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. It's an association where it gives an opportunity for women, Association of Women in Business, Commerce and Industry, where it's a virtual platform connecting global women across, so right from institutions to working professionals to venture capitals and all, and no cost involved. It is just
Now, having said that, my name is Tarun Kumar and I represent Bharat Petroleum, whom all of us associate either in the midstream or downstream. And my career is spanned a long 25 years, basically into LPG, making sure that was the era when a lot of transition has happened. Now nobody even talks about when he's going to get his LPG cylinder. So why I'm giving you this background is because our company has made an important transition from crude to oil. We are now got into a forward integration where we have now planned to move from crude to chemicals, and we are the latest entrant into the petrochemical market. Some people can say that it is late, but it is not. It is not that late because the Indian petrochemical journey has just started. So we have made our advent by having our first petrochemical plant at Kochi, which is basically dedicated to the nation by the Honorable Prime Minister. Came at a capex of in excess of 6,000 crores, can replace the imports fully, and has the capability of saving 4,000 crore rupees of important foreign exchange for the country. We are into the niche segment, although the industry has already seen some of the petrochemical giants were already operating in the country, whether it is Reliance or Indian Oil, but they are more towards the commodity. We have come into a segment which is primarily your acrylic acid, oxo alcohols, or the esters of butyl and 2-EHA, which is considered to be the niche as of now, and the country is actually importing everything except for some of the oxo alcohols being produced by one of the suppliers who is stationed in Vizag. But yes, a very fascinating journey, and as we are going along, we are finding it's very, very fascinating and a lot of dimensions which are emerging out.
Thank you, Tarun. Maybe Professor, you want to start and yeah.
So I will take the lead from the word used by Mr. Ravi Kishore just before this session started. Nothing is waste. So really, that's the best point where we have to realize, particularly nowadays, the major topic is with reference to the plastic ban, don't make use of plastic, all these things. In fact, even if you make use of knife in the kitchen, if it cuts the finger, if you say knife is to be banned because it cuts the fingers, we cannot make use of any food preparation and other things. So in the same way, it is not the problem with the plastic, but it is the problem with the disposal. So if you take the entrepreneurs probably can definitely choose this type of collection of the plastic and reutilization, recycling, because it has now, even the worst waste of the plastic has 3 major applications. Utilization in combustion operations of the cement kilns, utilization in road laying, and utilization in recovery of the diesel oil from the plastic. And number of the people are successful, and even IIP, Indian Institute of Petroleum at Dehradun, the research organization, could prove that 80 kg of oil could be extracted from 100 kg of the waste plastic material. They were successful in pilot plant, and even manufacturing the scale up also it has been on the trial. But already road laying is already proven. In UK there had been 2,000 kilometers of road that had been laid, and in the similar way in other countries, even in our country also now it is being implemented. And in the cement kiln combustion operations also it is highly useful because its calorific value is almost 35 megajoules per kg of the material. So when such properties of the plastic are there, if you, instead of making use, disposal is done rationally, if you collect all the material and go with the establishment of the infrastructure in such a way that you can get the degrading and also utilization in the things. Particularly very recently one entrepreneur had come, Mr. Rakesh Reddy, and he informed me that he is trying with a purified diesel extractor, where he claims, I don't know, I didn't check, but he says that he is getting 95 kg of the oil from 100 kg of the plastic material, and it can be used even it can be established even on the ships in the seas, where he can extract the plastic material which has been dumped in the seas and get instantaneous oil. That's what he says. Of course, based on the reliability of that, but there is a scope definitely on the land, and when you don't dispose it off as you like, probably it is the best utilization of the waste. So we can have a lot of discussion on this, but because the time is limited, I will stop it here. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll go to Mr. Satyanarayan and then come back to the questions. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Satyanarayana. I am basically an upstream man, spending about more than 33 years with ONGC in different capacities.
During the process, I happened to be CEO of one of the petrochemical company brought up by ONGC, GAIL and GSPC, Gujarat State Public Sector. So, since I was involved in that project for about more than 4 years to put that plant in operation, it has made me to sit here in this August gathering today. And the petrochemical sector, I appreciate the Hands India for taking up this subject for discussion, because it's very important sector, it's a growing sector, and it is contributing a lot to the Indian economy. Not only now, it is going to happen in future because of certain reasons. In every industry, as we have certain advantages, there will be always certain concerns. So we need to understand the concerns, find out the solutions, and move forward. And this is such a sector. At the moment, it has reached to the each and every individual in the world in one way or other way. So at this point of time, and making more and more plants and making the products sufficient for the people and making the lives of the people comfortable is very important. So that's why I'm telling this discussion on this subject is very important. We are going to do it in deep. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Satyanarayan Garu. So I'll quickly jump into the subject for a reason is that, like what my fellow panelists have said, our lives would have been very different if we never had a byproduct or a product of not coming out like a petrochemical product today, because it's linked to everything. But it's just that we remember the petroleum for a larger part of it, but we don't remember the byproducts and the rest of them. So I think I'll start with Kavita, given that you are in a paint industry manufacturing, and our lives are painted with full of colors, because when I go to other parts of the world, I don't get to see so many colors. The true fact is the Indian woman itself wears so much of colors in our life that I never see that in the Europe or the rest of them. So paint, dyes, all these are important subjects. But your challenges are also plenty. It's not so easy that you prepare a paint. The paint industry is evolved. It's probably growing at a 40% year-on-year CAGR, which is exciting. But how do you face this TiO2 deficit that you currently face in the industry would be my first question to you. And I'll come to the next part of it in the next question.
So very interesting question, because TiO2 is the basic product which is needed. The titanium dioxide and titanium anatase and rutile, which is used in paints. It is an essential product for coverage, which is basically used as for coverage in the paint. As we were talking about the petroleum products, the day starts with the petrol, because you can't see a moment where they have to go to factory also, you need petrol, you have to manufacture paints, you need the petroleum products. We buy xylene, we buy ethanol, we buy ethanol, everything is related to petroleum. It's quite a volatile industry again. So as you said, there is a huge deficit, because most 15 to 20% of our material comes from China. So the consistency is not consistent, because the Chinese we depend on China products. Like I said, they're not very good in quality. But still, because the competition is so high, we have to be dependent. But there are other countries which we are supplying superior titanium dioxide. This is Australia, European countries like Australia is one, and we also get it from Spain and Germany and all. So we have the best of the qualities, but we are not able to use those qualities because they are high quality and the small SMEs cannot afford buying high quality. So we bank a lot on China on these products. So China does of course. So
where we find it very difficult. So, but once the European countries start supplying abundance, when we can also see the cost of production of the product as such. So, because this is the primary product in paints which is used. So, the deficit is there. Definitely there is a deficit, but this can be over supply and demand, I can just say. More supplies, definitely you will see the demand reduces and the price consistency is maintained. And one of the key factors why paints are growing, increasing in the cost is one of the factors that. Because the market is dependent on the petroleum products. So volatile industry, as you see, the consistency is not maintained in petrol, but unfortunately, SMEs are not able to maintain the price consistency. We sign a contract with the big companies, okay, fine, but we are suffering. We are not able to give that price, and we are not able to. And you see, many of the SMEs are getting closed because that's the reason.
No, I think you rightly pointed out like what we have, the API challenges in the farm. And the way China is getting into a lockdown because of the current scenario, the situation is only going to deteriorate, but it's not going to see, because unfortunately the dependency on China continues to be there under the, even if the government is talking about Make in India. So I'll come to a Make in India company like BPCL, which truly is a public sector and which has been in there. What would you see the bottlenecks and challenges in the petrochemical industry? Because she spoke about the raw material coming in or the deficit sort of it happening. One is the government initiatives, and if you have to put infrastructure in this country and you really scale it up, it's going to take 5-10 years, I would guess, by the time you get the environmental clearance in Rotterdam. But someone like you who's already established, what are your challenges to really come into the, this industry?
Talking about some of the challenges is, one is the biggest challenge is with respect to the feed. What we are saying is the transformation from crude to chemical is basically a transition phase. India is in a transition phase, and your transportation fuel demands are going to suffer because of the intervention from electrical and CNG on immediate basis which are coming. So you can expect a lot of feed which is getting available to the Indian naphtha crackers, which ultimately go as one of the important feed. But at the same time, in India, the Indian concept is that whatever petrochemical units have come, they are coming in an integrated way, which is, as part and parcel of the refinery, it becomes easier for them to get to feed. So for an independent feed cracker to sustain in the country, it becomes very, very difficult to have an assurance on consistent feed. So that is one challenge which the entrepreneurs have to overcome. There are other techniques also to do some can elaborate more on that, feed-based protein dehydration, some of the other means alternates by which you can have some of the feedstock, and then if you have very important majority of the things are being taken care, because other end user industry will come up fast because their capacities are much lower compared to the naphtha crackers. And the second challenge is biggest, which is also a biggest challenge, is that in US and all are able to capitalize more because they are cracking gas, which is almost 1/4 of the cost of the crude in the naphtha. So they are able to do that, but in India, the CNG for petrochemical sector is not required, but other sectors are which are required. Otherwise, we have got 50% import dependence on CNG. So this is, I suppose, one of the biggest challenges. The second challenge which comes to my mind is the trade and tariff policy which we have. We have got so many FTAs, and these countries becomes, for them it becomes easier. They have got easy access to raw material than India is able to get. So, and some of the duty inversion cases also are coming. The duty on the finished product is making it become completely, wrong for the person who wanted to get into the such time it is not coming, you have to go in a JV model, because internationally, for leaving about the commodity petchem, the specialty petchem, the technologies are close guarded, and people start commanding a lot of control over it and this challenge which we also faced. And the petrochemical industry, one more challenge which comes is the market. Market is fragmented, and the typical size is 90 days cash cycle on which they operate. So credit cycle which they operate. So this is another challenge which we see as a new entrant in the field of petrochemicals.
And I'll come back to you on that. I think the challenges that you have probably listed are the industry challenges. Some are common, some are specific to sort of it. So what I'll do is I'll come to Mr. Mr. Prasad for a simple reason is that you spoke in the initial stage itself that nothing is a waste and it's sort of a situation. And this industry, we need this industry surely. But does the government is talking about the environment, we have other speakers who spoke in the morning of sustainability and the rest of them. Now you need this product, you said without plastic we can't survive. So how do you think and better ecosystem can be put? Because this industry is required and we can't say you have to shut it down. Probably your thoughts on it to, see how then I'll come into Mr. Satyanarayan Garu to further take up what needs to be done.
As you rightly said, we cannot definitely ask the industry to be closed down because we cannot go again into forests and live with leaves and fruits. Definitely not the time. But at the same time, we cannot also sacrifice the earth by irrationally making use of all the resources and making the next generation to be totally in trouble without any future for them and for the future earth to survive. So there must be optimization. The acts are now being made by the various sectors to see that the industry survives, at the same time environment also survives. So sustainable growth, that is generally it is being made. Now there is a technology that had been developed so far, that from every waste, so far the wastes were neglected because they are not interested in that waste, it is not economical to them. Now with the waste also giving some wealth, no one is rejecting the waste. That's how you are collecting the useful material from that waste, so-called waste material, and again reusing it, by which the acts are favorable for them to make use of it, and there is a special concessions also given for such things. So it can be categorized like hazardous waste and other waste materials. Other waste materials anyway, they can be comfortably being used in various other things. Particularly with reference to hazardous waste, the technology has developed to even get each individual minute components of those things economically. Though may not be as economical as we think commercially, but when you make use of when you consider the human hours loss, work hours loss, human health loss, and life loss, definitely it will be more economical to extract even minute amounts of those things. That's how you have to check it, and then when you go into the reutilization, recycling and recovery, there will be energy optimization also in that recovery path. And when you are going with recycling, you are conserving lot of energy compared to the fresh product that is being used from the raw material, basic raw material. That is another advantage, hidden advantage. That's why it is environment friendly, technologies are possible, and in the future everyone has to go with environmental consciousness essentially.
So I think you put it rightly, is that we all need to be environmentally conscious surely. We need the next generation who are sitting here to understand that they have a future here to live and they can make this place a better place to live. So I'll now come to Satyanarayan Garu, because you have a vast experience in this industry because you've done the setup of the ONGC part of it. But I think this conference is looking at what can you do in AP as a potential really in the petrochemical industry, and the PCPIR concept that we wanted to talk about. Probably if you can throw light now that we have the technology in place, the government gives the land, then what's stopping us to get something into this state?
As I already told you in my opening remarks, the industry is very important, the sector is very important, and it is also very encouraging. If you see the results, how the petrochemical sector has grown from 70s to till date, there is a consistent growth. And the same consistency we are going to see in the coming days also. So there is an encouragement from every part. So as to encourage more and more entrepreneurs and also to get more investments, the government has come up with a concept called the PCPIR. And this PCPR, Petroleum, Chemicals and Petrochemicals Investment Region. And the very purpose of bringing this policy is to cluster not only the anchor tenant, to cluster not only the refinery, to cluster not only the petrochemical cracker, but also the downstream sectors, a small scale industry, which are required to be set up in the same place, so that, as Mr. Prasad has just pointed out, there should be an assurance to the small scale industry about the feedstock. In PCPIR, the concept is they give a huge space of land and they set up one of the major industries, either it may be a refinery or a petrochemical complex, which can give the feedstock to the polymers to the downstream sector. All those things are going to happen in the same place. And apart from that, there is a residential area, non-residential area, infrastructure facilities like roads, water, and other common facilities which are required for the industry. And with that concept, the government wanted to encourage the entrepreneurs to join in that PCPIR group and start their industry. And they expected very good results and huge employment and also huge investments from the public. Initially, to start with, 4 PCPIRs were started. And one is very well in the Visakhapatnam itself. And the other one is the Dahej, Gujarat, and the Kadalur in Tamil Nadu, and Paradeep in Odisha. Unfortunately, whatever may be the reason, other than Dahej PCPIR, none of them have taken up properly. And reasons may be huge, but this is not the forum to discuss. But the concept is very good. And coming to Andhra Pradesh, and if you see the really how the industry has come up, the petrochemical industry has come up, more than 70% of the capacity, present capacity, is located in the west coast. And Gujarat, like Andhra Pradesh, it has got about more than 1,000 kilometers of the coastline. And the same is the case with Andhra Pradesh. Right from Visakhapatnam to Nellore, and we have about more than 900 kilometers of the coastline. And we have the operating and non-operating ports. At the moment, about more than 5 or 6 ports are operating, and so many more ports are coming up in future. And this entire coast is well connected with road and rail. We have about more than 3,000 kilometers of rail connectivity. And Andhra Pradesh is well equipped with the air connectivity also. So whatever is the facilities required, the infrastructure required for the petrochemical industry to start with is available in Andhra Pradesh. Keeping all these things aside, government is also very proactive. Not only the government of India, the central government, but the state governments also will have to play a lot of role in bringing up this sector. But in that regard, now the government of Andhra Pradesh, with their new industrial policy, they are also encouraging this sector. But in between, some attempts were made to bring this industry in the coastline of in between Kakinada and Visakhapatnam. Unfortunately, that has not taken the shape. It is very ideal place, very important state, and I can say it is a right place comparing to Gujarat to set up this petrochemical sector in Andhra Pradesh. And the other part with regard to the PCPIRs, I understand recently the government of India has modified the PCPIR policy. Earlier they used to give about 250 acres of land for each PCPIR. Now I understand that has been reduced to 50 or something. And reason may be because in big scale it is not working out. And the second thing is how the PCPIR has made to work is when you set up a PCPIR, all the stakeholders are to be fixed in the beginning. So who are going to be the set up the refinery, and who are going to set up the polymer units and the end product users, and we have to tie up all these people and then start the activity. But unfortunately that is not happening. And even in the coming days, if you have wanted to go with this concept of PCPIR, I feel we need to bring lot of changes to make it to work.
No, I think you touched upon very important aspect. One, what you touched upon is the coastline of Andhra Pradesh. Gujarat has 1,974 precisely is what Andhra has. Good or bad, we have not utilized the coastline to the extent we should have utilized. The top 3 ports in the country. Vizag used to be one of the largest ports for bulk when we started historically. We've lost that advantage now. Kandla, Pipavav and Mundra have become ports. From nowhere they became giant. Even as of today, 21 vessels are waiting to be berthed in Kandla for bulk, whereas we don't have a situation of that kind really in some parts of the southern coast. Also, in some of the points that you've touched base, I think the PM Gati Shakti program now is addressing some of those issues, because I'm a part of the PM Gati Shakti program and I know that 7 or 8 ministries together will work. So PCPR should technically work much better given that what you have been speaking. So I would say you've given some great insights. So I'll quickly go to Kavita, because she has multiple caps on her head. One is being an entrepreneur herself, being on various associations. People often say that women are not given the right opportunities in organization, women empowerment does not happen. I'm probably a little, confused for a reason is women are more intelligent than men surely, because they do multitasking undoubtedly. They can handle a kid, they can handle milk, they can handle the husband, they can handle home finances, sort of it. So what is that you think in India that women can participate in these type of your industry? Because your industry is also male dominated. Logistics again is a male dominated industry, is a mindset that I used to have. But my organization used to have 80% women and I used to be a minority there. So maybe you want to throw some light on that aspect.
Thank you, Mr. Satish, and it is well said. And as I said, to talk, I take pride in saying probably I'm the only woman entrepreneur in both the states of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana who is 100% stake in the paint industry in the company what I'm having. So that is, if you just see very few women who have come, because it's a men-dominated area, and it is not really supportive, as you said. When I took up a paint industry, all said, are you crazy to get into the men's domain? Then I said, okay, I took it as a challenge. Let me see what is in it. So that is where, today, where I stand. So because you need to be tough and take tough decisions and all. And also the atmosphere around you has to be conducive. See, one is handholding women. See, because as a woman, when I said, the policies were so difficult, and I was surprised to get a small place for a woman SME to get into manufacturing of paints. I didn't find a place for myself. So when I went to ELIP, so this is where the women across are there. You need to have organizations to strengthen the entrepreneur journey also. So we have the self-sustained industrial parks. Today we are talking about made in India and all that. This incubation happened about 25 years, but today the government is talking quite high about Atal incubators and all that. But we did much before, but nobody recognized. So you need to be recognized, you need to talk about yourself, and also a conducive atmosphere. Today, when I have to go, those days, I didn't have a place to approach big companies like public sector undertakings and all. They see your infrastructure, they see your R&D and all. It was very difficult. As I said, it's a man's domain. Today, women are also coming forward to take up these kind of industries which are challenging. And it is good because at a national level also, women make a representation. And having, I think Telangana, I can say Telangana and Andhra Pradesh.
Today, Andhra Pradesh is also giving equal opportunities. We have industrial parks in Vijayawada and Nunna, where again 260 SMEs are there. In Telangana, about 225 SMEs, which is giving an employment to about 8,000 people in 130 acres industrial parks. So more SMEs, more employment, and you can also give, you can solve the problem of employment also. Entrepreneur journey today is good because lots of seed capital is given. The venture capitals are also looking at investing into the small SMEs, women-owned SMEs today. So this is where we can see that things are moving forward. And I say we should have a conducive atmosphere and handhold, and the ecosystem has to support. We need to have a marketplace for women SMEs to manufacture, and purchase preference. It's all on the paper, but where is it really implemented? Whether it is the big companies say the purchase preference of 5% is given to women SMEs, but it is not really happening. We need to fight for that. So that change has to happen in a larger scale. And to tell, I want to make an open statement in this forum saying that when we met Krish Iyer from Walmart, he has made a public statement saying women manufactured SME products are much high in quality. So this is a big hand of applause for women SMEs. So that is where you can see that women manufacture good qualitative products. Yeah.
No, I'll fully endorse what you're saying, but I can tell you all one thing, is that today in the industry where I come, if I ask for women resumes, one I don't get. So one of the requests to people around in this hall is that companies like us are happy to empower women, engage women, and give them a safe working place. We've always believed in the past, but not now, that women should come after sunrise and go before sunset. But now if we tell that to the women, they'll say, you get out of this office. So I'm going to change my statement and clearly tell you all that if women interested to come into logistics industry, there is an acute shortage of people first, because that is the last industry that people want to come. So I think that is the request that I have. Since you represent a thing, we are happy to hire at any state. In the last 2 days, I've tried to hire a woman here in Vizag, but I found men, so I've issued the offer letters. So good to know that you have these challenges, but I think it's a great opportunity. So I'll come to Tarun quickly, because the public sectors are the safest place for women. And I met the public sector's head of HPCL for logistics. She's a woman. So what is that in HPCL or BPCL or Bharat Heavy Electricals that women see safer than in some other organization?
We have provided a model for the industry to emulate. I mean, I'm making this statement, you have to come and see the way we take care of our all people, whether it is, and there is no bias in this sense. What is the need? As per the need, the subject is dealt, and not about the gender. This much I can say.
Oh, great. No, I think it's always good that historically we have learned from the public sectors. The private sector came in much later. Parents only work for public sectors, and we are an output of the public sector. So I know how it really functions. So glad to know that. So I'll quickly go to Mr. Prasad for a quick question on what is this net zero that we are all talking about now? Because it's a subject that people talk about it. How many of us understand it is a different thing. Maybe you should really throw for petrochemical industry the net zero concept, how important it is.
Actually, net zero waste means the concept that the total resource material which you have brought out is to be totally fully utilized. What happens is, in say 20th century, middle of the 20th century, almost 70% of the raw material was wasted, and only the easiest operation that is possible and economically feasible used to be taken up. And for example, the petrol used to get all the zinc or other particles and everything, and it used to cost only 2 rupees 50 paise at that time per liter. But with purification of the material, what happened is it cost about 4 rupees or 2.5, 3 rupees, not much of the high, probably some 10 to 20% higher than what it was. Now with the Euro 5, Euro 7, like that, the various 10, it is coming up. So now the purification is much more. The purification is much more means you are making use of the total raw material, and you are also making use of the byproducts of the material. So finally, when you are seeing the environment, the impact on the environment is as good as equivalent to zero. For example, water. Say dairy industry is there. In California, there is a lot of scarcity in water. So they are making use of the total utilization in such a way, the recycling of water is done in such a way, the wastewater which is treated to the most purity is again used in mixing up with the milk, and they are using it. The same design we also could give it to Visakha Dairy, for example, here in locally, but still here, I mean, psychologically, we are not able to use that water to mix it to the milk because the competitors will say, oh, they are using the drain water into the milk, don't use of it. So it will be, probably product will not go well. But the way I'm stating this is the technology has come to such a state that there is no waste that is to go out. So practically, utilization of the raw material to make use of each of its component, which is also at 1% or 0.05% of its original existence, makes it to come to the perfect utilization on one hand and no load on the environment. So that's how we can go to zero, and our country is making efforts to implement it. And one example we can give is in Ganges, where you have 5 kilometers of the both sides. Now it cannot be, any waste cannot be discharged, the latest act. So naturally now the Ganges, which had been highly sacred, had been totally been in such a way that it is more than a drainage canal, or drainage river. So now with this step that had been implemented, the people who are going to Varanasi, they could see a lot of change in the water of the Ganges also. So naturally, when you take all the steps to protect the environment, there are always methods to get all the zero waste.
No, absolutely. For a very good reason that before I get into Satyanarayan Garu, there are two technologies which inspired me. One, when I looked at Israel and I was talking to them, they put a mesh, and from the mesh they collect water, and then it's collected, and in the evening they get that tip. Two is, every time I went to Middle East, what inspired me is that they don't have rivers like what we have, and we are struggling, and they are able to resalinate and redo the whole thing, and they're still going to survive sort of it. I think when you put people under pressure, you find a solution, because like what COVID has done is the virtual meetings happened. It's taught us a better and efficient way not to be work from home. I'll quickly come to Satyanarayan Garu for a reason is that you've been in the petrochemical industry for a substantial period. The challenges in the past were much higher. Technology has started to come in now, sort of it. The pharma industry, for example, you emanate a lot of bad smell. You can't live in those areas. From where Kavita comes in, where Patancheru and Miapur areas in Hyderabad really stink at one point of time. But today when I go, the smell has actually reduced because there's sort of it. Is there anything that of that kind that you have faced in the past, and now better technology has come to address these type of issues, to recycle, ecosystem sort of a thing? Maybe you can throw something for us to understand.
Sir, before that, a sincere apologies. We have last 5 minutes including Q&A. Yes, sir? Just a reminder. Thank you, sir.
One thing is very clear. The products, the petrochemical products, which we are thinking of creating an environment threat. And the kind of usage what we are doing at the moment, right from a plaster to a very important parts in the costly car, we are using the plastics and petrochemical products. And now the situation is like humans cannot survive without plastics. So under this given circumstances, why there is a reason for this? Just like that, people are not fond of plastics. And our economy is growing, and people earnings are growing, and spending is growing. And people want maybe it is a consumer goods, maybe it is a car, a very good quality, and for looking it should be aesthetically good. And for that, we have to find out a material which is light in weight so that it consumes lesser petrol. We have to find out a material so that we can manufacture the goods so that it looks good. And the productivity is very high, and productivity is easy. Since there are so many advantages with these materials, people are preferring. And apart from that, this is the positive side of the usage of the petrochemicals or the usage of plastics in specific. And apart from that, we also have the concerns. What are those concerns? The waste disposal. Whatever we are disposing, first of all, we have to know, is it a waste? People have to be very clear on this. Whatever we are disposing, whatever we are feeling, they are creating a tremendous pressure on the environment. Is it a waste? And if you go into that, one of our gentlemen, just before we start this session, he made this statement, there is nothing like a waste. But we have to engage the citizens, each and every person, in the process of disposing the unused or used in a proper way. See, at the moment in India, whatever the plastics we are consuming, about more than 60% of the plastics we are recycling. About 40% we are just like throwing it, and the segregation of this litter is becoming very difficult. So it is floating on the water bodies, or it is clogging the drainages, or it is creating a threat to the earth. We are feeling that way. But if you engage the citizens, if you educate the citizens, if we make each and every person is a part of the disposal strategy, I think in the coming days we are going to reach slowly to the 100% utilization of the used material. That is going to happen. And this used material, not necessary it is to be recycled, as our Prasad sir has pointed out, and there are different ways of using it. You can build the roads. You can build so many other things at cheaper price. So we have to find out a way, we have to find out the solutions with proper disposal and with the proper utility of these plastics, so that in the coming days, we cannot oversee or we cannot envisage this kind of a threat what we are seeing now. And the second part is, at the moment, we are only consuming almost 7 to 8% of the world average. You know, the world average is about 19 kgs of the plastic consumption per head. We are doing only 3 kgs. And if we compare this difference, I mean, if you take this difference seriously, there is a lot of potential in the coming days to produce more and more plastics.
No, absolutely.
And this is going to happen. And not only the countries like India, where huge population is there, we are still, a lot of people are below the poverty line, but even in advanced countries, they are facing this threat. Only difference is they found the solutions. They are using the plastics much more than us. So I am very confident in the coming days, definitely better solutions will come and people will be engaged. They will realize this plastic is one of the inevitable component for everybody's life. And taking all these things into consideration, we are also coming up more and more capacity additions in the production of the plastics. Not only plastics, all other products of the petrochemicals. The way it is growing, consistently it is growing at the rate of 6%, particularly polyolefins, it is growing at the rate of 6%. If you take the overall petrochemicals, it is growing almost at the 12%. So this is going to happen, and more good things to happen in the area of petrochemicals. That is my very optimistic way of it.
No, brilliant. I think you've touched upon many things, so I'll do the summarization a little later. But since the organizers panicked a little, I just want to take a few questions if there's anyone around who's having a question for the panel members before I Or if you are too hungry, then I will do the summarization sort of a situation. Not too sure. Any
Satish.
questions that anyone
Satish.
wants to? Yeah.
Just to add to what Satya sir was saying, it's a very important topic he has left it for the last. I could not resist myself. Now, what we are saying is a dilemma. We are saying on one hand that we are struggling with recycling and how we are going to dispose it of. Our penetration is as low as 10 kg compared to the world average 30 kg. USA is 70 kg, China is 60 kg. Right? That is one. 2,000 million tons is what the size of petrochemical industry global. Our size is 42, right? And whatever incremental growth is coming, India is going to contribute 10% of it. Petrochemical industry is a growth driver to all the user industries like automobile, packaging, your transportation, agriculture. So how you expect to grow in this industry? How you're going to grow when you're not getting a raw material? So what I'm saying is it's a dilemma. People should know, and the industry will evolve on how to get rid of the disposal and this management which is required to be put in place. Having said that, Andhra is also a very, very high potential area. It's not too late for them. If we have to summarize, Andhra and petrochemical, there are three sides to a triangle. One is the logistics. They have got excellent logistics both from the port point of view, and the road infrastructure which is coming, whether it is through Bharatmala or whether now through the Gati Shakti and the other initiative of Government of India and the states. Second is the feed, availability of feed. You have got a refinery here, right? Only thing is what we have understand is that one JV was signed between one of the refiners and an important group which is also part of one of the sponsors to this conclave which we are holding now. So you have got the feed, and in spite of having the feed, we are not moving. Is a challenge, is a question. That is something, and the market will come. The third side of it is market, which will evolve, in some time. So I thought.
No, brilliant. I think what I'll do is I'll quickly summarize from what we've done so that for you it's easy to summarize and digest. One, this industry is required and you cannot stop this industry, so it's a great opportunity. Two, consumption patterns in the country will only increase for a reason is we have a large younger generation. We don't have like Germany which has 65-year-old people and whose aspirations probably are midway through sort of it. Third, our children, younger generation should be time and again educated on the disposal aspects, whether at home, school, should become a part of our integral education system of creating this awareness, and not that you dump your bottle out of your car onto the road and think it's someone else's problem. That's another important aspect of it. To embrace technology to see what you can do to really map, are we making progress in the whole thing, or are we just saying there are numbers, but today you have all tech guys of sort of availability to map sort of it. Someone spoke about India using a plastic a little lesser, but we need to be mindful of the fact that our population is far huge than a South Africa or an US. So if we are in an advantageous position, let's make use of it. Today even our air conditioner usage is far lower than probably a lot of the other parts of it. But then if we don't get our Environment Act together, I think then it will become a larger challenge, and we'll have to have one more conference where all of us will have to get again to address that sort of it. So I think you will have to give a big round of applause to my fellow panelists who've done a fantastic job in terms of summarizing a big subject in a small way. And I hope the organizers are happy that we are on time. And I have one task to appreciate. If the MC can probably help me in giving the mementos to my fellow panelists. So let me do that job as well. And then request. So I'll start with the lady first. So just give me a second, Kavita. So.
Yes, requesting the moderator to distribute the token of gratification on behalf of Hans India in association with WTC, World Trade Center, Visakhapatnam. Presenting to you, ladies and gentlemen, Bizz Buzz Business Conclave 2022. Huge round of applause for our eminent panelists today who ran us through the various awareness concepts required over the sector of petrochemicals. And a huge round of applause not to forget for our session chair. I think he did a brilliant job. Thank you. Once again, a huge round of applause. I'm sorry, I know we didn't do Q&A in this particular session because we are really running late. Thank you, sir. We are so honored to have your participation here. Your time means a lot to the organization Hans and WTC. Thank you, sir. Yes, you all know what I'm about to announce. Yes, let's break for the lunch. Today I knew we didn't break for the high tea as well because we were wasting a lot of time there. But yes, let's gather here by 2 o'clock. Will you all promise to be on time so that I don't have to request you once again? Because we have 2 major sectors to be discussed in the panel here. The panelists for the afternoon session are also ready along with the session chairs, followed by the valedictory function. The governor, sir, will be attending, followed by our industry minister as well. So kindly cooperate and let's all gather back by 2 p.m. sharp post the lunch break. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Hans India in association with WTC Visakhapatnam, presenting to you Bizz Buzz Business Conclave 2022. Let's break for the lunch. Thank you. industry, the new food processing policy aims to capitalize on the rich and the diverse food production based on Andhra Pradesh to provide fillip to the sector. And the current panel will deliberate on how agri-processing can be a key growth for the state Andhra Pradesh. And with all the pleasure, let me introduce to you firstly the session chair, the moderator for food processing and agri session, Mr. Datla Tirupati Raju Garu, the ex-chairman, CIIAP and executive chairman, Vijayanagar Biotech Private Limited. Hearty welcome to you, sir. We are very grateful to have you here. Your participation means a million to Hans India. And calling upon next is Mr. Santoshi Buddhiraju, the co-founder of Autocracy. Heartiest welcome, sir. And may I request Mr. Sandeep Reddy, the co-founder, CSO, Kamala Farms. Heartiest welcome to you, sir. And may I call upon Dr. Kishore Indukuri, the founder and CEO of Sid's Farm. I also order Sid's Farm milk in my home. Heartiest welcome, sir. I didn't know I'll bump into you here. And may I call upon Dr. Bijay Kumar Sahu, the Regional Manager and Head, Intellectual Property Facilitation Center, IPFC, NRDC. Heartiest welcome to you, Bijay, sir. Yes, we need that applauses more than in the morning after lunch because it's to ensure that we are present here. And may I request Ms. Monica Yadav, the founder and CEO of My Food Expert, MFX. Heartiest welcome to you, ma'am. Also, may I request Mr. Lavleen Kumar Gupta, the Director of IGY Immunologics. Heartiest welcome, sir. And may I call upon Mr. Ravi Krishna Garu, the Vice President of Sales and Customer Success. Hello, sir. Good afternoon. Tirupati Raju, sir, our moderator. Sir, we will end this session by 3:30 p.m. sharp, which is 60 minutes from now.
Thank you very much for a nice introduction to our panel.
Pleasure, sir.
Thank you very much. So, I thanks first Hans for giving us an opportunity to present this agro-food processing back to the roots organic technology by Bizz Buzz Business Conclave today at Visakhapatnam. And I welcome all the panelists who came from different sources all over the states, from different states. They are here to have. We request all the audience to actively participate and put your thoughts forward, and also try to short out any issues you have in mind once they speak. Well, we'll make a brief introduction of each and every panelist here before we start the session. And my name is D.T. Raju. I am Executive Chairman of Vijayanagar Biotech Private Limited, where we process corns and coconuts into most value-added products based in Visakhapatnam. Thank you.
Thank you, Hans India, one of the fourth pillar of Indian democracy, who create an impact in connecting the dot. I am Dr. Sahu. I represent NRDC, National Research Development Corporation, under Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. I am here at Visakhapatnam. We sit here, we connect the dot, bringing Lakshmi and Saraswati together. And today we are talking about innovation, technology. That technology connect the dot to the society and the people, livelihood, and that technology is need of the hour for accessibility, availability, adaptability to the common people. And with that objective, we are here. And I'm fortunate and also blessed that this is not a potential destination. This is a destination where we can make the difference, and we have made the difference in last 3 years. Thank you, Hans India and team, for giving this platform. God bless you.
Myself, Lavleen Gupta. Actually, I'm coming from Hyderabad for a company called IGO Immunologics, where we have a technology platform we're utilizing for aquaculture and agriculture. Basically, the nano delivery technology as well as nanoparticle technology utilizing for aquaculture and absorption profile increasing for delivery system, mainly for aquaculture, shrimp and fish. And recently, we developed a portfolio of nanoparticle for agriculture, especially for nutrients, NPK, zinc, boron, everything we developed as a nanoparticle. And same time, we are working on developing a pesticide to reduce the dose of the pesticide, especially and increasing the bioavailability of that herbal pesticide, which can increase the efficiency of those using nanotechnology. So we are in the phase of regulatory approvals for agriculture. We have a technology and we have testing going on for a different farm level.
I'm Ravi Krishna. I work as Vice President for AquaConnect. AquaConnect is a full-stack solution provider for aquaculture sector, out of which shrimp is around $8 billion industry, which is completely exported. And we are bringing interventions across the value chain. We don't isolate processing as one piece. We look at predictability, farmer financing, working with farmer producer organizations, closed loop financing, and closely work with the farmers of what gets into the input before looking at the output. And we also work with remote sensing technology wherein we predict the kind of quality of produce that needs to go into the processing. So we are a full stack provider, and we're also into the fish sector, which is a very large unorganized market. And today I'm here to speak about this sector. Thanks.
Hello everyone. Namaste, good afternoon, Andy. I'm pretty sure you guys all had a good lunch, and I think this topic must keep you guys a little on the toes. We'll try our best to do that. Again, I'm Santoshi Buddhiraju from Autocracy Machinery. So what we manufacture are farm and agriculture equipments. So we are currently trying to bring in new innovative products which are not there in the country. So that is the research and development that we are trying to do, and make farming sustainable and cheap. Because what we realize as of today is that there is a huge crunch in manpower in the rural areas because of the migration to the urban sector, whatever is happening. So we are seeing that the farmers are approaching us saying that why don't you give us more new innovative solutions that are there outside in the country, why are we not bringing them into the country? That's where we are doing our pinch of salt and adding to the technology that already exists in the country. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kishore. I'm the founder of SIDS Farm. Let me start with the name SIDS Farm. SIDS Farm is a promise from me to my son Siddharth, saying we'll only produce the best possible milk, and that is what we deliver to our customers every day. We started with a small farm on the outskirts of Hyderabad, 7 or 8 years ago, and since then our journey, we've had quite a journey. Today we supply pure milk to about 25,000 households every day in the morning. Right? We do a lot of, we understand milk at a lot of depth. Hopefully in the next hour or so I'll talk about how we do it, how we were able to understand it, and how we were able to get here.
Good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Monica. I'm founder and CEO of My Food Expert. Our company deals with consulting services for the product development and setting up a food manufacturing industries. And also we do the patent and also like research oriented products. And currently we are serving almost 6 countries as a consulting services. And also we help in regulatory compliances for food, domestic as well as international. And our main focus of the company is, there are so many people who want to come up in food manufacturing industries. But people, they don't know how to start with the manufacturing industry in terms of budget, or in which product to select, and how to store it, and how to pack it, and what are the legal compliances for food. All these gaps can be filled by My Food Expert. So more detail we can come in the panel discussion. So I'm signing off. Thank you. From Monica, My Food Expert.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. I hope you all had delicious lunch.
So today we are going to discuss about food, so food is very important. So our company is Kamla Farms. I am the co-founder of Kamla Farms as well as chief sales officer. So how we started this company? So when I was traveling, so there was the South Korean supermarket where it was labeled after each and every vegetable or fruit that is present. Then I was wondering, why not in India? Then we started exploring options of what to do in agriculture. So then we found out organic farming. Then I have seen like a lot of people already doing it. So then we thought, why don't we start something in a smaller space and generate more revenue? So that's when we came across hydroponics technology, which is an Israel-based technology. So then we started hydroponics, and that is where we were able to produce clean and healthy food. So this is where people have to be more focused, because nowadays the food that we eat is having high mercury and heavy metal presence, which we are not aware of. But this heavy metal presence can lead to a lot of dangers, even cancers, because in US, or if you see, cancer rate is going up drastically, at least 40 to 50% it has grown. Vegetables that can be grown, like whatever is possible in agriculture is possible in hydroponics. So we are trying to grow more and more vegetables, and we started establishing brands, same like how I've seen there. So currently we have established brands for bell peppers and beefsteak tomato. So we want to establish more variety of crops in the coming future. Soon we'll discuss more about things. Signing off.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists, for the introduction. I hope all you audience would understand what the panel was. They started from soil to finished product to evaluation. Our team is here. So all these people who are now, they are realistic. They do what they did so far to the nation and what they invented, which they are going to present to you. So I request all the audience to deeply involve and sharpen your brains to become one of the entrepreneurs and take some important valuations from it, and which will really help you in the business. The whole concept of this Bizz Buzz Conclave today, what we are they are organizing is to inculcate from individualism, and the country today in Andhra Pradesh needs a lot of industrial development. So we are looking for a generation of new entrepreneurs which we want to pass on the message. And the greatest opportunity in Andhra Pradesh, what we have today is agricultural sector. All of you must know that today 60% to 65% of the population lives in the rural areas and somehow are connected to the agricultural sector, 30% in urbanization. So our state is basically dependent on agri sector, agri-related industries, and our vicious economy
cycle rotates through agricultural oriented business. So we all have a greatest opportunities. We all know that Andhra Pradesh is one of the largest paddy producing state in the country. We feed almost 30% of the country's requirement. That is a range what we do. And today, by virtue of having the longest coastline of Andhra Pradesh, where we are the leaders of almost exporting around 10,500 crores of aqua products from India to the world, all over the world. And similarly, the fishing industry, fishing farming is also, we are one of the best in the country, and all our products moves from Andhra Pradesh to all North Coastal District, West Bengal, Bihar, and any part of the north you find the fishes produced in Andhra. And one more most important, by virtue of our greatest climatic conditions in Andhra Pradesh, we are by nature is an agri-state. We have a coastline with a lot of water where we grow our paddy, and we have uplands where we grow our horticulture products, and our mangoes from Chitturu and Kadapa area, Kodur area will go all over the world. Mango pulp is being exported. It was the greatest opportunity. And we have onions, we have various other products, and we have...
apart from that, we also grow a lot of hilly area products like natural sources. Products, and as an entrepreneur, we should take some of these things. The only problem what we are having
is we are unable to making value addition of the products. We are unable to reach the tables of the international buyers. So where the money is going, almost 45 to 50% of the value addition is going, is eaten away by the intermediate people towards the logistics, towards the value addition, towards the packaging. So we, being sitting in Andhra Pradesh, is the greatest opportunity to produce these products and make value addition and send to the direct to the table of the customer, which will really give a greatest support to the farming community as well as the greatest opportunity for our industrial entrepreneurs in Andhra Pradesh. So these are the people now, the panel who has practically started doing that, successfully came out, and they have failed today in the state that they're satisfied. All of them have worked, like Kishore has worked as veterinary engineer in the US, then he got money, he came all the way and looking for a meal. What is the meal? Nobody is there. I definitely sure that family members do not have ability to take up this business. By qualifying so much highly qualified and one of the best universities is passed out. But he has taken a risk and he has got some interest and something must have definitely motivated him. So they will all share their thoughts and ideas. I request all the members, you also think of thought what best you can do. So many young people are there, you have to sharpen your brains and there are lots of opportunities today. Now, few examples I will take and conclude. For some of the products which are now, for example, I will just share Gujarat Kakra is a product which is a local product here. It is made in Kakra and used to sold only in Gujarat. Today the same product has been sold all over the world by simply making some vacuum packing and proper packing so that it doesn't break when it reaches the consumer. That is a very simple form. So there are 2-3 people who have identified they started doing it that exports have gone tremendously high. Similarly, we see the Andhra foods are like we have small the churras, mixers, we see all over the roads, they have sold hundreds and thousands of millions of packs. All of them coming from not from our local, they are all coming from neighboring states. It's nothing but we make here. We have a number of so many people, so many entrepreneurs in the rural areas who make the best available foods. Your home consumption where we every day buy, but just we are not unable to make value addition by simple packaging system, retaining and shelf life. These are the three aspects. So these are technologies, various technologies. You have today nanotechnology, we have here packing, we have here vacuum packing systems. Which product suits which packing? You have to identify properly and start selling it. Today, Andhra Pradesh products starting from pickle to churwas or whatever you call, there is a worldwide requirement because the people spread, Andhra people have spread all over the world. I used to travel different countries for my business development. Wherever I found one or the other companies, I used to find one Andhra guy sitting over there. That is the status of Andhra guys today. They are spread it. There are communities, they are eagerly waiting. And when they come here, they said, sir, we don't want all these things. Take us to some rural village and give you a natural food. That is what the status of the Andhra today. So there is the greatest opportunities, the greatest productivity. We all have entrepreneurial skills. A lot of education institutions are here training them. And we are even in CII, we are putting a lot of linkages now. The country is needed that engineering institute should work, coordinate with the industrial requirements so that the moment they come out, they should directly go into the industry to work. So that basic knowledge has to be inculcated in the institutions to upgrade the students. Ready to offer should go. Anything is ready to offer or ready to eat is the best option today. So we have products, we have cultivation systems, we have climate zones, we have export provisions from here. Anywhere in the world we can send. We have great ports and all the facilities, infrastructure is ready. Now Government of India is taking up a Gati Shakti program, which is one of the largest programs for the next 50 years. It is being projected to make the country and make the product cheaper by transport system. That is what the concept of the Gati Shakti. That is also going to implement. All you young people and your children will enjoy those facilities. So what I think is you sharpen your brains, just try to give something to the country. Just make some product and serve to the society. That is the greatest achievement to be an entrepreneur. So with these small remarks, I just conclude. Now I think you should better hear for a long time with all the panelists who shared their experiences, how they have come up, what made them, what motivated them to take up these issues, how successful they are in today. So I now start with Santoshi Buddhiraj to share her thoughts, and she will speak about her thoughts. Then I request audience, any questions you have, you please ask. After then, we'll go to the second panel so that we don't get confused because the subjects are totally variant. So those who are interested in your subjects, please put forward your questions, short out then and there itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think in quick 5 minutes, it was a very enriching subject about agriculture. He spoke everything, whatever can be done in Andhra. So yes, so I'm here today to talk about farm mechanization. I think that is food processing, food technology, all of this come at a later stages of the agriculture. What we are here in the forefront trying to do is pre-agriculture or preparation of the ground. That is the aspect that I'll pick up on. So the government of India, the state governments, everybody are pushing towards farm mechanization. So why farm mechanization, why it was not so important earlier and why it is so important now? I think it was in the last last 1 decade, we have noticed that there is a huge crunch in the manpower, and it is turning out very costly for all the farmers, and it is becoming not very profitable to do the farming. And they are reliable on the manpower, and all their efforts are going are they reaping most out of their efforts? I don't think that is how it is. So now what is happening when the government is pushing for farm mechanization is it will help them to reap the most, reduce the dependency on the manpower, and it is going to turn profitable to them. With a lot of states coming up with one village, one crop, if we have machinery for one particular crop in one particular village, all the machinery that is required for that village, so it will make that a lot of farmers who are all doing the same crop, they can use the same machinery, they can lease out the same machinery from their village, or 2-3 villages can form a cluster and then get that huge machinery, whatever, or all the machinery that is required for their particular farm or crop, and it will be beneficial for them because then it will reduce their dependency quite a bit. We are also, again, from autocracy machinery, we are preparing currently, we have all the machinery that is required for land preparation. We are foraying into machinery where it is for harvesting machinery. So we are working with the state governments. We have written some MOUs with some of the state governments where we are like working on with corn harvesting, cotton harvesting machines, whatever, cotton picking machines. So these are the machines that we are looking into from an R&D standpoint. And even very interesting thing that as a company what we have noticed is a lot of farmers are now reaching out to us saying, we have seen this particular video on my TikTok, somebody forwarded to us on WhatsApp. These machinery are being used in China, this machinery is being in Europe. Can you guys make this machinery in India? I am ready to take a risk, I want to try it, can you do this particular R&D for us and give? When the farmers are so forthcoming and they are ready to explore new opportunities so that it will reduce their effort and dependency, that is where we are trying to bridge that gap and bring in a lot more new machinery and innovative machinery which does not exist. Again, starting with one of the machineries that we want to come up in next 3-4 months is one machine which can have 100+ attachments. So currently we have tractors which are there, but are they adaptable for all the machines? I don't think we can have all the equipments attached to the same tractor. What we are trying to build is for the farmers, let's have one machine, and whatever is your farm equipment, whatever you need it, you can attach the same equipment for the same machine. Tomorrow you want to do a different crop in a different season, change the attachment, use the same machine, and you will be able to do again a different crop and different type of attachments, whatever it is required for your particular crop in that season. That is what we are trying to explore, and hopefully we will be successful. And I think this is where a lot of people who are here, who have good connect in the FPOs and all these custom hire centers, whichever government is pushing for, those will be very instrumental in bringing the farmers that particular knowledge and educating them. I think if anybody has any further questions for me, I'm open. Thank you guys, thank you.
I have one small question to you. This one product, one district. So suppose government decides one particular product, suppose mango orchards, Chittoor district. So exclusively there are mango plantations. Even for such, do you have any instruments exclusively, you work and develop them exclusively? First one. Second one is, do you have any government subsidies on your products? And the third one is, do you have any linkages with FPOs at the moment? Because in Andhra Pradesh, all farmers are very small, 2 acres, 4 acres. There are much more than, and bigger farmers are only 20, 25%. So then the government now initiated to take forward that FPO system. So the FPOs will have an operation system on particular day. So if we supply the machine, whether you have any linkage with the government to give them at a subsidized price for the farmers, something like that you are working. And any FPO come forward, would you like to develop your new product as per their requirements based on your research?
Yes, sir. I think all valid questions. We are currently exploring the FPO option. Yes, we are talking to some of the state governments and also some of the NGOs which closely work with FPOs, where they are, the biggest problem that we have faced in last 2 years is the technology is there, but how do we make sure it is reaching the right farmer? How do we educate them? And that is where I think some of the organizations that I have interacted with and in such conclaves, they were very instrumental in connecting us to them. We have reached out to few FPOs, we have shared the videos and say that, okay, these are the products that are available. And if you have any other new request, if this machinery needs some modification to adapt to your soil, to adapt to your region, to adapt to the machinery that already exists with you, we will do it. And yes, we are also doing that part of the R&D, sir. And the second part, yes, you said Chittoor, for example, mango orchards. I think this happened with us very recently in last 4 months. One of the farmer reached out to us. He's seen somewhere on a YouTube that there was a drip irrigation somebody was laying. And he's like, can we use it in our farms also for doing pipelines? And that's when we've given our machines in the mango orchards. And another farmer very interestingly reached out to saying that, can you help me make a pit around a tree? Whenever there are perennial crops, can you make? So that is another product we have innovated. We call it a tree-based cleaner. So around the base of the tree, it will just clean up and make a pit so that you can even add your fertilizer, you can water the plant as it is. So yes, that way, whenever somebody is coming to us in request of any new innovation, we are there and we are trying to make the solutions very user-friendly, affordable to the farmers. Yes. Any other questions, sir? I hope I answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So any audience have any questions? Or do you really operate any farms? You have any, because now the country is moving from labor-oriented to machine-oriented, all the farms has to move towards that direction. So just think of and remember her. You have any issues in labor and implementing the project at your sites? So they are ready to develop new products and give it all to you. Any questions, please, from the audience? You have any doubts, you can just take 1 or 2 questions. Then we proceed to the next. So we will ask Mr. Kishore Garu to share.
Hello, sir. Thank you. While we were having lunch, Raju Garu asked me, right, if we can talk so we can at least motivate another entrepreneur to start, right? It would be great, right? So I'll try to tell my story, hopefully in that format. I know we have a very silent audience. There are no questions coming from the audience. So I'll try to probably, challenge you guys to ask few questions, right? So I'll talk a little bit about my journey, right? I come from a middle class family, did my bachelor's from IIT Kharagpur, then like everybody else went to US to do my master's and then PhD, worked for Intel Corporation for about 6 years. Towards the end of it though, there's something in me that was not satisfied, right? I was trying to do a whole bunch of other things. I wanted to do something else. One fine day, sold off our house, the cars, and said, well, let's move back to India. I definitely wanted to try agri. Didn't have any background in it. Packed our bags, came back with our family, and started exploring, agri. And as a chance coincidence, hit upon dairy as a sector, right? My goal really then was to just start a small dairy farm, maybe earn 50,000 to 1 lakh rupees, and live comfortably, right? But do something on my own. That is how I started my dairy farm with 20 cows, right? And we named our farm Sid's Farm, as I just talked about. It's for inspiration also. Siddharth is the name of my elder son. It's a promise from a son to his dad saying, we'll only produce the best milk possible, right? If we don't do that, we'll quit the business. There's no point us doing business if you don't do good milk. And today, across the company. We are a team of close to 500 people, right? We are still a very small organization, but milk, right, supports a lot of people, right? Agri supports a lot of people, right? We are a team of 200 plus people, around another 300 plus delivery partners who deliver our milk every day in the morning, right? So scale at which you can do things is great in dairy. But when we started, we were just a small dairy farm, right? We started to sell milk outside. This was in 2013, when we sold our milk direct, all we got was 13 rupees a liter, 1-3. Our cost of production was 25, we were getting 13 to 15 rupees at the max, right? That's when I decided we have to sell milk direct, right? We were one of the earliest D2C brands, I should say, direct to consumer brands, because we figured unless we sell direct, we would not survive, right? So it started 4 in the morning, 4 to 5 we would milk our cows, 5 to 5:30 we would packet the milk, and then 5:30 to 6:30 we would transport the milk to customer's house. That's where we started, right? As we started to do this, I said we started at 4 in the morning, 4 became 3:30, 3:30 became 3, 3 became 2:30, 2:30 became 2, and at one point we were waking up at 1:30 in the morning. And we were doing this morning and afternoon, right? We used to sell our morning milk in the morning and evening milk in the evening. But we never gave up, right? This is one quality of an entrepreneur, right? We will do it no matter what. That's when we started really understanding, right? But then, we figured, right, both our animals as well as our people will die if we do this for many years, right? That's when we started understanding dairy processing, milk processing, right? And another thing that we also started doing was farmers around us who looked at me as a crazy NRI who was trying to do something, right, started approaching us and telling that, why don't you sell our milk also? That is when we started interacting with farmers. When you are attentive, the solutions come to you, right? Farmers started coming to us with good milk, right? But we still wanted to figure out, how do you know that milk is good, right? Even when we get milk from customers, when we sell our milk to customers ask us, Kishore, you can't be at the dairy farm every moment, right? How do you know, somebody is not adding water to your milk, right? So we figured you have to test milk, right? Being a scientist at some point in my career, I knew, testing was something that was very, very important in dairy. Today, we do 6,500 tests every day. We test milk for 45 parameters. Every can of milk gets tested. We look for adulterants present in milk. Adulterants can be urea, sugar, salt, and then any preservatives like hydrogen peroxide, baking soda, caustic soda, formalin. Then we look for 3 classes of antibiotics: tetracyclines, beta-lactams, sulfonamides. We have a HPLC that look for hormones present in milk. Anything that can get added to milk, we look for it today, right? So that is the depth to which we go to make sure that our milk is pure. In India, we have solved the problem of quantity of milk, but I'm not sure whether we have really solved the problem of quality, right? There's a lot that goes into making sure, milk is great, right? I'm sure I'm taking a little bit more time, but see, what we do, the model that we do is, we do use a carrot and stick model, if I can say that. One, we pay a better price to farmers to make sure they produce great milk, but we also test, right? And when I say testing, right, see, nature designed milk to be had immediately, right? A calf drinks from its mother immediately, right? But we drink milk a little later. But if you leave milk outside, milk is food for us, milk is also food for bacteria, right? The bacteria start attacking it, and, every hour, the bacteria multiply, right? So if you leave milk outside, the carbohydrate present in milk gets converted into lactic acid. That is what we say, doodh khatta ho ja raha hai, and milk will break, right? So how do you solve this problem, right? So what we do is we chill milk faster, right? If you chill milk on time, you don't need to preserve milk at all, right? When I say preserve milk, you don't need to add any other preservative, right? A lot of people have this misconception that if it is a packet milk, it means that there is some preservative. No, right? If you can chill milk on time, milk need not have anything, right? And that is what, we promise our customers, and that is what we give to our customers, right? And that is how, from a small farm that did about 20 liters of milk, today we serve 25,000 customers daily, and that's what we do. I'd love to take any questions.
maybe I have a question. What kept you going on? Again, that's an experience. Again, I think a lot of us can get inspired, like even me myself. What kept you going on?
On a lighter note, right? See, I ran out of money, right? See, dairy farm, takes up money, good money, right? I think people who have tried dairy farming, right? Each cow is 60 to 70,000. And at one point, we reached 120 animals and, good amount of money sunk into the business. I could not go back, right? Put all the money, whatever my US savings I put into it. We had to figure it out, right? There was no going back, right? And I was not a guy to give up. See, all these years, right, we kept our head down and executed, right? And always solutions came. Whenever we hit a roadblock, solutions came to us, right? You just need to keep going. You just need to figure out. And that's what we did.
That's good. Thank you, Kishore, for your exposure.
How are you looking at value addition in milk, like paneer or ghee, a lot of other things that are ladu, gulab jam. So
yes,
you also want to have those pure things coming from seed farm. So just want to
we do, sir. Our main product that we sell is milk, but we also
Just to remind, you have 30 more minutes. We are extending because this is an extensive panel.
so I guess I took.
Okay, thank you.
So we do other products as well. See, one thing we are also innovating here is, for example, in India, most of the milk that you get is mixed milk, right? One of the products that we do is we do buffalo butter, which you don't get anywhere in the country, right, as a separate thing. We do cow butter separately, buffalo butter separately, we do cow ghee, buffalo ghee. We're trying to bring back our traditional products that we used to have, right? For example, that vennapusa that you have in idli, the white makkan, you don't get anywhere in India in a finished product. We sell that, in a branded dabba, I should say. We sell cow curd also. You can't buy that. We sell buffalo curd separately. We are coming up with new products, that hopefully will sell more.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kishore. So now we have already warning now to speed up the session. So I request now. Okay, now in any case we have a short time. Now only 30 minutes left, right?
No, extended actually.
Right, thank you. So now I request Mr. Dr. Vijay Kumar Sahu, Regional Manager and Head Intellectual Property Facilitation Center, IPSC, NRDC.
Thank you, sir. After having lunch, sitting here, that too lunch from Novotel, very risky, but I will create some momentum. Because at the end of the day, we should have some mental exercise. I'm grateful that you have given me a platform, and I think you have given me 10 minutes. So recently I had been to Europe, and it is a great privilege for me because being a father of a farmer, I know the pain and agony of my father. I know the pain and agony of my mother when we are not able to sell our mango. Recently, I had been to Copenhagen Business School under the Denida Fellowship. I took Araku coffee as a promote the brand, connect the dot, many goods and products from this region only. Some of the things, Araku coffee, Ponduru Khadar. I presented the international people across whom I met, Argentinian delegation, Brazil delegation, Indian delegation, my Araku coffee, my Ponduru Khadar, that is the local for vocal, and jo dikta hai wo bikta hai. That is the lacking in our economy and in our ecosystem. That's Sandeep talks about brand today. Here I am here present before you is that when I came from Delhi, I used to get a call for tamarind technology because many people speak in Telugu. I used to tell my colleague who are sitting here, 3 scientists are sitting here, कि अरे यार एक कॉल आया है तेलुगु में बोल रहे हैं मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा लेकिन tamarind word आता था. And let me tell you, at this August gathering, we received 30 to more than 40 requirement of tamarind processing technology because The thing is that we are in an agrarian economy, and always I believe one size of shoe cannot fit all. हमारा खाना अलग है, हमारा कल्चर अलग है, हमारा सोच अलग है, हमारा विचार भी अलग है. इनको कैसे हम एक इक्विटी एंड इक्विटेबल में रखना है, that is the need of the hour. Today, I am proudly sitting here and connecting the dot, and I am proud all of you also. We have transferred and provided as much as more than 40 technology to MSME and industry in the country. हमारे देश में इतना laboratory है, वो किसके लिए है? To fulfill the demand of the people. As Monica is telling, the research and development. These are the institutions who are getting fund from the Parliament of India to do the research and innovation. Only we have connect the dot, transferring technology from mine to the market, lab to the land, technology from bench side to the bedside. I'll give you some of the technology in the recent past which I feel proud. मैं जब दिल्ली से यहाँ आया मुझे पराठा खाने का मन है, लेकिन डॉक्टर ने मुझे बोला कि तुम्हारा कोलेस्ट्रॉल ज़्यादा है, पराठा नहीं खाना है. But we have a technology that we also transfer and commercialize that technology. One of the startup in 2010, today it is I think more than 1,500 people are getting livelihood, direct livelihood is quality dairy came out with a low cholesterol ghee. So that is nothing but making the difference to the society, connecting to the people in an affordable way, in an adaptable way, and in a comfortable way. And I'll give you some of the very, very interesting technology in the recent past we transfer and provided. Because we have all the since I think I am grateful that the committee has given me this session. I was thinking they will give some other session because this session is very closely connected to our heart emotion because our emotion is now connecting to our profession. Let me tell you, at Visakhapatnam, I am sitting here. We have supported to many MSME and startup, those who are doing their best and also for which their support and their contribution, India is proud, and they met some of the startup also met Honorable Prime Minister of India in the recent past. तो ये किसके लिए है? एक hand holding support, एक trust, एक विश्वास. I am not an entrepreneur. लेकिन हम ऐसे जो लीडर है, जो लोग आज देश के लिए कर रहे हैं, अगर हम उनको साथ देते हैं, विश्वास देते हैं, कनेक्टिविटी देते हैं, कोलैबोरेशन देते हैं, तब हमको लगता है कि we are justifying as a citizen of the India and we are contributing to the modern India. I'll give you a small example. In the recent past, one of the startup was facing got a seed funding from Government of India, but there was an infringement suit. And that startup has to return all the money to the government. He came all the way to my room and he was sweating. Sahu sir, मेरा तो ये गड़बड़ हो गया. मैंने बोला क्या हुआ? I got an infringement suit. So today I wanted to tell all this August gathering, intellectual property protection is need of the hour for every startup, and Government of India has also made flexible, and we are bearing all the cost for filing the patent, trademark, design, copyright. All the cost is bear by NRDC, not NRDC. This is Government of India institution. And today, I think more than 300 IP we have supported in last 3 years in Visakhapatnam. And I will request you, urge you, please come and see. Seeing is believing. जो दिखता है वो बिकता है. And until, since I got this platform, and I came all the way from Delhi because I was very excellently doing in Delhi office, but I took some challenges, but that challenge is also given me a more opportunity because I am looking after World Intellectual Property Technology Innovation Support Center, the third center in India here, and we begged National Award last year. Only one word I will request you for technology, innovation, regulatory, scale up, validation. Santoshi just asked me, sir, आपका call आया था office से for some technology. That's I proud that my people, our community are getting benefit. And that is a national organization, your organization, not my organization. At last I will say, Praja Sukhe Sukhyam Rajya, Prajanam ta hito hitam, Natma Priyam hitam Raja, Prajanam tam Priya hitam. Thank you, sir. God bless you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your inspirational speech. So any questions from the audience, please, in this regard? Intellectual properties, transfer of, yeah. Can you share the mic, please?
Good afternoon. It's a very nice platform. Thank you very much. I have a question for Dr. Shahu, sir. It is actually a polymer-based product.
I know you visited our office and today also you here and you can tell me directly. So otherwise we can discuss off the record because you are known to us. Yeah. I think we have connected last 2 years.
Yeah, sugarcane is also agro-based product. Sugarcane. Sugarcane is an agro-based product, and from sugarcane we get sugar and then molasses, and molasses on fermentation we get ethyl alcohol. And ethyl alcohol connected with the petroleum product, we get ethyl benzene, and again it's a raw material for our polymer industry. So in this regard, we worked on styrene monomer. So today we are here for a business platform. I request you to be a center point to connect with agro-based and with petroleum and to start a styrene manufacturing unit in Andhra Pradesh.
One thing I will request you all, since we are in touch, now one thing is that we need to coordinate. And the desire what you have, certainly you meet my headquarter people, because now we are looking after IOCL. On behalf of Indian Oil Corporation, we are supporting seed funding, giving seed funding support to startup, those who are product startup. So I think certainly we have a new leadership. Commodore Rastogi is here. I'm there, and also you will be here at Visakhapatnam, and certainly we will take care of your issue. Although we are in touch, and I think others people take this floor, and you can.
No, we are successful in Haryana. In the same way, let's make a landmark in Visakhapatnam also. Go for a styrene plant in Visakhapatnam. It's agro-based.
We'll do that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have a question related to food and processing industry? I'm handing over the mic.
Yeah, Sandeep, can you go ahead with your ideas and thoughts?
Yeah. So I'll tell something about startups. So like how we started and like how it's going to help you guys. So like how we started offering services. So we offer 4 types of services. First is we build greenhouses for agriculturists who wants to set up an agricultural farm. Next service that we offer is consultancy. So once they build greenhouse, so they have to grow something in it. For that you need agronomy service. And the third service that we offer is trading. So if something is grown in it, you have to buy it back and you have to trade it, or you have to sell it on your own. So we do trading, which I was mentioning earlier, like we do branding of the material that is coming out of the greenhouse. And fourth service, to do all this, you need to have education. So because I don't come from an agri background, so I'm a civil engineer who has done construction management, faced a lot of struggles to understand about agriculture and how to do about hydroponics. So I thought education, if we start doing it in our company, it will help someone establish a hydroponic farm very easily. So I'll start the journey of how each and every service was established. So we started building a farm in 2017. So we just built our farm and then we started growing vegetables. That was our first 6 months to 1 year of plan. We never had planned to start other services. Our idea was to sell the crop. Then eventually fellow mates or people who were looking after this, because we were one among the 10 farms that were present in 2017. So there are hardly 10 farms in India related to hydroponics. Then people came and approached us. How don't you try to do this at our place? We also have lands. We also want to start something like this. So then we started the second service, building of hydroponic farms. So the services, so why I'm telling you this is, if you're starting any service, it need not be something that you started initially. It can be something which can be brought towards the journey as well, because we never imagined that we'll start all these kind of services. Then once we started setting up farms, once they started growing the produce, they were asking us, like, where do we sell this? Where do you guys sell it? So then we started establishing contacts with like Zomato, Swiggy, or like Hyperpure. So these kind of chains where they have requirement in large quantities. So we started doing contract farming with these farms that we have set up. So that is how our third service was born. And then the education came, like a lot of students, a lot of people just wanted to take this as a hobby to start at home, or they just wanted to explore whether it's their cup of tea or not. So that's when we started education at our farms, because we already have a built facility. So we thought, why don't we use it over the weekends or whenever now it's summer, so there are summer internship programs that we do also. So this is how services were born. So it is very important for us, like as a startup, at least what I've seen in last 4 to 5 years when I've started this, that you have to never give up. So a new thing will always be born. You just have to stick to it and you have to take it forward, like how Indukuri also mentioned about Sid's farm. He didn't give up. Even though he has put all the eggs in one basket, he didn't give up. So same thing I would like to give it as a message. So even anything you start, because agriculture is a lot of potential, and 70% of a nation's income is dependent on agriculture in one or the other way. So this is something that I want to give back, and if you have any questions, like, we are good to answer.
So basically, Santosh ji and Kishore ji has a very good mindset, really appreciate. And before starting the speech, you told on the heavy metals, that the food products having heavy metals. Have you made any detection? How could you find heavy metals in your agri product?
Yeah, so very simple. So there are tractors which roam around in your agricultural lands, and there are machines which roam around. So whenever there is a rain or precipitation that happens, there is a paint that is there. So every paint contains, now a lot of people started building paints which are like heavy metal free and all, but most of the paints have heavy metals. So that heavy metals again goes into soil. So that is where the heavy metal starts from your vegetables or fruits. So we have done tests. So to identify, like if we started growing spinach, so we have taken different samples of spinach that is growing currently in the market, and we have tested it, and we have found out that there is mercury, there is lead, there is a lot of heavy metal presence, as well as in some there is urea as well. So when we grow our produce and when we have tested, because we grow our produce with RO water, so first of all there's no heavy metal. So that is how I can claim that there is no heavy metal presence in the water that we grow.
Heavy metal, this particular, you made into one. If you may go into macro level, it happens with all agro-based manufacturing.
Yeah, it happens.
So it's one of the root cause for getting cancer?
It might be, because that is, so there is a documentary said, "We are what we eat." So if someone can explore, it's there in YouTube as well as it's there in Netflix. So you can see, it explains in detail about heavy metal presence, how it is going to affect and how it has affected a lot of people in US.
Sure. Thank you very much. It's a very nice subject. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Like you said, you are using this RO water, right? So if you are going to process the water through RO, so there will be a lot of brine which will come out. So can you tell us how you are actually getting rid of that brine? Because if you just leave it in the environment, it's going to create a lot of bad impact.
So what we do is we create rainwater harvesting pits in the farm, and that rainwater harvesting is also again subsidized, so you can build as big as possible. So we build around 40 lakh liter, 80 lakh liter. So the rainwater also is stored, and whatever is coming out of this is also sent to that. So that slowly whatever components that are present which are coming out of this RO water get mixed with the rainwater, and the TDS level, which is the total dissolved salts in that water, comes down. Like, because rainwater is having 0 and the RO water that is like coming out is having around 1400 or 1500 TDS, sometimes around 3000. So they both mix up, and again they come down to like 600, 500. So we do that process repeatedly so that we don't waste that water and also reduce the TDS. Yeah, thank you. Any more questions?
Yeah, again I'll introduce myself, Monica, from My Food Expert. I would like to ask question to audience. What is our first basic need? First basic need. In schooling, I think what we learn, 3 important basic things. Yeah, first is food, yeah. So, how many of you seeing your food wastage nearby and in villages, cities, metros, anywhere? I'm seeing since 13 years, since I started my education and bachelor's in food technology. So, I think only two? Everyone? So, everybody. Why this is happening? Why we are wasting our food? Can anybody? Okay. Okay. So that is about the cooked food. What about the produce? What is the major crops that we are producing in AP? AP, Andhra Pradesh? Somebody louder, please. Okay. And the fresh vegetables, fruits? Sleepy? Audience, you're sleepy? Be louder, please. Mango, tomatoes? Yes, yes. Okay. So here, my food expert, basically, as I explained before, we are dealing with complete food manufacturing setups and some technology which is related to preserving the food and how to pack and regulatory compliance. So just now MD Seed Farm was telling, the packed milk doesn't mean that it contains lot of preservatives, right? So here we have some traditional technologies already. So this food technology is not a new subject, it is already an old subject for Navy or Army or for people who are flying in rockets and all. So here, I just want to share one of my experience. When I was studying the food technology subject, I was doing an internship in Srini Food Park, which is at, Mogli village in Chittor. So there I found like so much of tomato is being waste there. Due to the production capacity of the plant is just, I think that time, 10, 12 years ago, it is somewhere 60 to 70 tons per day. And then rest of the raw material, like tomatoes, whatever they are producing, is just being wasted. So it is something like to preserve or to save food, it is everybody's responsibility. And I put a panel to keep these points in mind. But we need so many incubation centers for training for farmers, and we need for simple technology that they can pack their food and they know how can they preserve food. The very much important is pre-harvest and post-harvest whenever they produce their fresh perishables. And then, for example, if for instance I take a tomato, tomato can be preserved or store or do a lot of technologies. Like, you can take tomato to make a puree for ketchups and all the basic products, and for curry base for other restaurants, they use tomato puree and the pulp, whatever they produce. And the same aseptic pulp can be stored for 2 years. And then the same pulp can be exported for different countries. And the same tomato can be freeze-dried and make a powder, and same tomato can be make into the extraction of lycopene, which can be used in nutraceuticals. It is all about to get educate what we can do with our food. And so there are so many technologies, and we can also introduce new technologies for different foods. And all the existing technologies, what I feel is there are only few companies they are doing this kind of, like packing aseptic pulp for tomatoes or mangoes. I just recommend to introduce more industries, and also introduce more food parks where one-stop solution that they get all their license subsidies and wherever near. If it is like there is anyway, our government is doing green operations for TOP, that is tomato, onion and potatoes. How many of you know that green operations that is being done in central government? So I just conclude in few lines that you should, we all should focus on preserving our food. And and this preserving of food, again I come back, it should be get planned completely. how much domestic use and how much we are exporting and how much we are converting as a finished good. And rest, at least we can plan, like, instead of producing more mangoes or more tomatoes or more onions, and when it comes off season, then again suddenly your tomato goes 100 rupees or 150 kg, and at seasons, that time in 10 years ago or 12 years ago, the farmer is completely, he has come and he was just requesting the industry, in Telugu he was telling, sir, ఎంత వచ్చినా ఇవ్వండి, నేను ట్రక్ టమాటోస్ మీకు ఇచ్చి వెళ్తాను. దట్ ఈస్ ద సిచ్యువేషన్. దెన్ ఐ ఫెల్ట్ ఓకే, బికాస్ ఆఫ్ lack of production capacity that in the company we are lagging in preserving our all the food materials. And I think I'm done with the discussion. So any questions?
So I have a small question. Ma'am, how do we balance between, eating fresh vegetables versus eating packaged foods? Because you told about preserving tomatoes in the form of purees. They come with anti-caking or emulsifiers or preservative agents, which can also have a lot of side effects in terms of lifestyle diseases. So how do we balance eating fresh versus, I know it's important to have processed foods to, cater to the growing population, but how do we bring about a balance?
Yes, I want to answer your question. So see, here I'm talking about the direct process. You are talking about the additives added to the processed food. I'm discussing about the exact tomato. If I do the freeze dried, you will be having a whole tomato. You will be removing the moisture from it. The technology itself is a preservation method. And if I go with the pulp, aseptic, the technology itself is a preservation method. We are not adding any other additives or preservatives in your process. And spray dried,
is it like blast freezing it?
You have, that is what, we have thermal and non-thermal technologies for every food. So I'm discussing only about the technology which that has he discussed, like the packed food doesn't mean like that it's adding some preservative in it. The technology itself acts as a preservation.
Okay.
We preserve our pickle, we preserve our jams.
So we don't need any additives.
Sugar is a preservative, salt is a preservative.
That's
right.
Naturally. That's right. Okay, natural preservatives.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. Do we have anybody for any questions? I think we can go ahead, sir.
I have one question.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I just like to add to that one perspective to that.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, I think between Santoshi and Monica, right? So there's one thing that we talked about was, one is pre-harvest technologies also, right? Monica was talking about what can we do with preservation, but there's something else that we can do in India, right? See, for example, when you go to a supermarket in Europe, right, and you look at tomatoes there, they look like they've just been plucked from a vine, right? But if you look at tomatoes typically in India, right, I mean, they're all wilted a little bit. The difference is, I think, just as they're being harvested, can you chill, right? Chilling is a great preservative, right? You just chilling it down, and I think India is getting ready, right? I think we can invest, new entrepreneurs can get into this segment where they're, taking produce, chilling it immediately, and, making great produce available fresh, right? This is one that can be done. Again, Monica was, I think, focusing on, what can we do with, excess produce also, right? There is a lot that gets produced. How do you, how can you make a great ketchup, for example, or a puree that doesn't have any preservatives, but just, you can extend the life of.
Yes, sir. By end of this panel, can anybody address about food wastage, or do we have any organizations? It could be the active food that gets wasted in any of the events and weddings. It can cater to not only, the underprivileged, but also for stray dogs, for animals that's not getting food. So can any of you address about the food wastage and how it can be optimized or circulated in case it gets wasted? Do we have any organizations for that?
One thing which comes into mind is food is seasonal business, right? See, tomatoes are grown, somewhere in the winter, like then there is a drop in the price. First thing that needs, processing cannot be isolated from the entire piece of value chain, right? So first you need to have predictability in place. Like you have remote sensing technology that is there, a lot of IT technology that is coming, right? So you can actually predict, and there is one problem with the processing industries, like, they don't get produce when they want. They get a glut of produce when they don't want it, right? So how do you optimize this? One is like blast freezing or chilling, or that is one part of the piece. Second is also about why farmer want to sell it at 2 rupees. You're not bringing the loop of financing into it, right? How do you enable the farmer to sustainably produce and wait also by not selling it, just like how you sell stocks or something else, right? So you can always create that cool chain infrastructure, which is missing in the game. Like a lot of other companies have come in, like Waycool is there, Arya, there are a lot of companies that have come into this piece. But unless until we look at in an integrated perspective, it's a very tough problem to solve. But once we bring in that, I think it makes a lot of sense. Processing. Thanks.
Just to add to the food waste, so there are some companies which are related to black soldier fly. So black soldier fly is an insect which eats food waste. So there are a lot of companies that have come up which are not there currently in India. So there's one startup I think in Bangalore, but the company is active in Indonesia where a lot of palm waste comes. So these flies eat the waste. It can eat food waste, and the excretia that is coming out of it is a protein. It can be a replacement for soy. So this is what is done outside our country. So apart from this, if you see in US, the food waste is also converted into compost. So you can also do the compost, which can again generate a lot of revenue, and you can also sell it to deserted countries where it can be of a great revenue.
India being, agriculturally rich country, why are we not doing that compost actively here? Because now there are a lot of influencers talking about soil erosion also. So my question was also immediate food that gets wasted, not the spoiled food, can be circulated for the underprivileged and stray dogs. Do we have any organizations?
There are a lot of social organizations which get tied up with function halls and all, and they do. At least in Hyderabad, I've seen tying up a lot of social organizations, and they collect the food and give it to these trustees and all. So it's already active. Yeah.
Thank you.
One of the most important thing is the people's behavior to avoid the wastage of the food. We don't have a habit of segregating organic and non-organic. When we mix and both send to the municipal corporation, they will not able to ferment it or process into a organic fertilizer. The only reason is separation cost will be more than 50% of the production cost. So we need to change the attitude in the schools levels and train them to segregate their foods separately, organic and this thing. For example, if you take in China, the food wastage is the highest. Almost 35% of the cooked food is being wasted. But absolutely they don't throw it out. What they do is the entire food of the hotels, restaurants will be collected and they feed for swines. So again they consume it. So the food is not throwing out. Unlike India, we are throwing out to the municipal corporation and we are trying to segregate it and spending a lot of money on that and a lot of people, a lot of effort. There is no proper technology. And coming to the post and pre-harvesting technology, Philippines is one of the countries which produces the largest bananas. They sell all over the world. They just don't add any preservatives. I saw one of the two factories, they just harvest it, clean it, they cut it the edge which segregates for the ripening of the fruit an enzyme. They put a tape on that and put it in the plastic cover, vacuum it, pack it, and put it in the container. It will reach Dubai or Sharjah, anywhere. 30 days it will be like that. The moment they open it, then the ripening will start. See, that is a very simple technology. There is no preservatives. And somebody will carry it, they just open in the supermarket. Yeah. The moment it's open in your vacuum packing, it will start ripening within 7 days. So there is no wastage. But look at the transport. Suppose in our bananas, we also grow a lot of bananas in Andhra, but the grade what we use is not for a long standing. Within 2 days, 3 days, you have to consume it. So all the tendency of cultivation practices and consumption has to be changed to change this. Otherwise, for all your information, India is wasting almost 40% of the post and pre-harvesting technology wastage compared to world is around 12%. We are wasting 40%. That is what the government of India is taking an effective steps to start primary centers all over the country to give proper technology. You harvest your grain, you lose 20-25%. Or you add mud to that, you add husk to that and everything, and the buyer will again reprocess it, and they don't buy, they buy only for 10 rupees. If you process, grade it, clean it, they buy for 20 rupees. So this is the basic pre and post harvesting technology. Like mangoes, for example, if you take, Maharashtra has become very popular Alfonso mangoes. Why not Banganpalli? Because our pre-harvesting technology is very poor. We don't see our fruits ripen properly. There is a scars all over there. This is all only pre-harvesting. You have to take a little precaution. And processing industries, coming to processing industries like tomato and all this, for my experience, even mango, we are unable to set up industries here. The only reason is we don't get one single grade of mangoes. One single grade we need to get to make a product. Suppose today you buy some juice and drink. Tomorrow if you buy a juice and drink, if you feel the difference, you feel that they have adulterated it. So we have to give a consistent taste and a consistent flavor. These are the important factors to the consumer level. So these things cannot be maintained until unless farm gives you a correct input raw material. That is also deficiency. All these factors have been studied now. Maybe what government is very keenly looking. So I think they are putting a lot of FPOs. Why FPOs is only because of that. They have to use single product, single seed, single water system, single processing system, then they will get a similar product, then it will go for industrialization. Till that time it is not possible because you don't have raw material, you cannot invest money. In Andhra, as per my knowledge today, you have only industrialization can be done for paddy. Whatever you want, you get. You make a glucose, you make dextrose, you use anhydrous. There are so many products can be made. But being a food product, government will not allow you to put value addition for that. So these are certain constraints what we have today in the country. So all these things has to be sorted out. It will be a long way to go now, but at least we have to start, initiate like passing these messages, and the government knows that. But there is a need of change in the farming, in the human being, like young people like this are coming up now. Maybe not our generation, next generation, they will take over to that. So the food wastage, when really save 40%, you do not pay more money to the farmer. They will get a good price. So these are certain facts we have to really look into that. Thank you very much. Now, can I ask Levin Kumar Gupta?
Yeah, I'm talking about little different topics. It's going not in the food processing, but going for first aquaculture and second for agriculture nanotechnology. See, we started our journey for startup in 2015-16. We found that can we handle that scenario with viral infection going on shrimp, as well as it's called white spot disease, white spot syndrome. That is a aquaculture shrimp disease, very devastating disease. So we thought just to how to handle that, and we developed different technologies called IgY antibodies technologies, where we can neutralize the virus and can control that. We found that is successful, but not going to be successful to be not more than 30%. How to potentiate that? We found, can we think about that, adding some nanoparticle in this? We developed a series of nanoparticle for handling the viruses spread. Before that, I want to tell about that how the virus spread in the shrimp in pond, like within 48 hours to 72 hours, all more than a lakhs or 2 lakhs of the animals died. We saw rampant virus spread is there in the pond. So we found that can we think about that to stop the spread of the virus? We developed a nanoparticle technology like copper nanoparticles, silver nanoparticles, selenium, chromium, different nanoparticles we made it, like all our metal nanoparticles. And we tried and got success up to the 80 to 85% we can save it. Success rate is very high. So we thought, okay, it's working. But to be frank, farmer is more demanding than whatever technology provider can give with that. They're saying that, okay, we stop the mortality is fine, but what about the next? It's growth. Looking for a growth of the animals because they're looking for a body weight for the exports. So we came up with the idea that after that, a recovery phase is important. When the viral infection is happening, we have to go for recovery phase. We use a different, again, technology called calcium nanoparticle technology to increase as a growth promoter. And for a delivery system like a phytosome, so delivering the specific herbal active principles. And we found that if you go for a cumulative efforts as a customization for the farmer need, then success rate is high. We customize our product depending on the farmer response. That means farmer is our teacher. I would say differently. We are not a technology provider to the farmer. Farmer is asking question, accordingly we develop a technology. So we came in idea that, okay, just we have to work very closely with the farmer so that we can solve the problems rather than giving the technology to them. Similarly, the other disease called white fecal disease, that is a bacterial infections. It's a mixed infection as well as some of the other problems or toxins are there. We develop a technology accordingly and give the problem solution to them, and that is again successful. We found that biotechnology is approach where new innovation come, where the limitation that we cannot use antibiotics because it's getting exported. No antibiotic, no insecticide can be used for shrimp because it's very tightly controlled by the export system, and food processor they are rejecting if the antibiotics are there. So we found that can we have a different technologies. Now we coming up with a different technology called carbon nanoparticle technology, where we load that active compound to the herbal like active principle and increasing the several fold of the activity. So if I say that herbal is known for essential oils, which is actually known for antibacterial property, but increases more than 100-fold activity when you load it to the carbon nanoparticle. So we came to the idea that why we increase that activity such a way that's getting potency very high. Again, we got success in controlling the bacterial infections when we go for we call it doping of the carbon nanoparticle with essential oils. So this is the way we technology we develop for that. And the moment we learn in this line, as a veterinarian, as my background is veterinary, we thought how to apply to the viral controls infection in the poultry. So 2 years back, we did a research, and last year we launched completed a trial and launched a product for viral control for poultry, Newcastle disease. We have a 75 to 80% success rate. When the farmer found that they have a viral infection starts, within 2 weeks, actually birds dies, more than like 1 lakh bird dies. We can control up to the 80 to 85% bird when we start giving that viral treatment for using different nanoparticles. So it's the way where we can, without any chemicals, we can handle that a specific nanoparticle-based technology for controlling the viral and bacterial infections. Yeah, we have done it. We make levels of like a 1 kL to 2 kL batches for making that nanoparticle, and we will be successful in doing this. Coming to that agriculture side, now I think agriculture side people knows about the big buzzword like nano urea, and that IFO came in the picture that can we develop a nanoparticle, can we use that, and there have been some success, I think good success there for India, for like saying that 1 bottle of 500 ml goes to the 1 bag of the urea. So we develop different technologies where we make a not nano urea, but we call a nano nitrogen, where we doping that nitrogen particle to the carbon side, as well as making that availability very high and sustained release. On that basis, your nitrogen sustained in the plant for longer time. Similarly, phosphorus and potassium as well. So we different technology where we can dope it, these like nutrients to the different nanoparticles and sustained release. The key part is that we can sustain release and slow and giving that longer term perspective for nutrients that provide that plants with the growth. We have tested in the paddy, we tested in the papaya, we tested with the different crops like grams and things. In the paddy we found that 22 to 25% increase the yield of the grain size, increasing the total weight. We've been very excited about that. We are doing the trials in under agriculture college and completing that, and applied for regulations. So I think we have some technology edge on where we can produce that agriculture produce for longer side. Yeah, so on that line we have developed more than 16 different nanoparticles which is required for germination the root length. That trial is going on with the agriculture college in Hyderabad. That's going on. So we are a technology provider for nanoparticle for agriculture and aquaculture. This is our portfolio. Thank you. Any questions in that line?
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. I now request Ravi Krishna, Vice President, Sales and Customer Support, to give his lecture on Aqua.
Hi everyone. I have a question like, what is the largest exported food commodity from Andhra Pradesh in terms of value terms? Awesome, awesome. Shrimp, bang on. So India exports $6 billion of shrimp from, to the world. And Andhra is 70% of it, right? So, and Andhra has grown from less than 10,000 metric tons of production to close to 7 lakh tons of production of shrimp, right? And it's been great that Andhra farmers have been embracing various technologies that are coming up in this space. So what we do at AquaConnect is, how do we bring predictability to the entire system? As we said, like, and entirely it's processed and exported to US. Whatever shrimp we produce, none of us eat it. Like, we don't see it in our markets, right? It's called Leptopenius vinami. Whatever shrimp you are eating is either farm shrimp, not farm shrimp, sorry, wild catch shrimp, if you are lucky to be there in Vizag or any coastal cities. Rest all is not, I mean, or something left over after exporting everything, right? So 99% is exported, and Andhra has close to around 300 processing units, which continuously run, procure the shrimp, and block freeze it, or there are multiple ways, like quick freeze, block freeze, head on, tail on, if you want it to use in soup or sushi or whatever, depending on the kind of pellet that it needs to go, or plate it needs to go. And what we found here is, there is still in Andhra, growing shrimp is as good as, they say, playing cards, right? Either you lose crore and just stop it, or you become a multi-millionaire, right, in Andhra. So what we thought is bringing predictability to this entire system, right? We use remote sensing technology where we can find out what quality of shrimp is there in which pond. That we integrate it with our process. And we also need to adhere to the BAP standards. We call it best aquaculture practices. It's not that processing is one part. What is inputted comes out, right? So it needs to be free of any antibiotics. It needs to be free of any kind of heavy metals, chemicals. So while serving to the world, right? So we also need to integrate with the farmers at farmer level, wherein we cannot use any chemicals. We use all the technologies that he was speaking about, like probiotic technology, prebiotic technology, enzyme technology. And there is a lot of space and work to be done in that space, that part of business. And a lot of startups are coming with a lot of biotechnological solutions to the farmers. Because, for example, we get a fever, we use paracetamol. You cannot do that in shrimp. Shrimp has so many diseases. You can only cure it through enzymes, amino acids, proteins, blockers, biotechnology, or probiotics, microbiology. So there is a lot of space that is there in that part of the business. A lot of opportunities are there. In the processing side, there are a lot of technologies and that can be incorporated. Say, out of whatever shrimp that we produce and process, it goes to Vietnam, and there it gets reprocessed into various other things, which we will not be able to do, right? It requires special skill. Like somebody wants a butterfly shrimp, somebody wants some other shrimp, depending on the kind of pellet it goes into. So what I mean to say here is, when we talk processing for the world, right, we become the processing for the world, then we need to also customize the practices in which we grow. We need to have predictability. We need to also build the skill set that needs to go into developing this processing part of shrimp. Not just shrimp, even I think it applies for multiple other things. And one last thing which I want to speak about is, once we bring predictability, processing, connect, and also the farming technology in place, one thing that comes into play is, how do you finance this? See, processing units, there is a lot of, they can run in full capacity, but they cannot purchase shrimp because of working capital requirement. And there is no prediction also. They don't know when shrimp price will fall and when it will be up, so that they can procure and freeze it. Similarly, at the end of farmers level, we need to do a closed loop financing. No bank does financing to the farmers now in shrimp sector because of the kind of risk involved in it. So mitigating these risks by bringing in biotechnology, bringing in remote sensing and all that. So that's what we are doing at AquaConnect. We're just connecting the dots. We call ourselves AquaConnect. And apart from shrimp space, fish is a very large market, like unbranded market. Recently Andhra government has started a brand for fish called Fish Andhra, right? That Fish Andhra, they are trying to make into fillets and all that and selling it to all Licious, Walmarts, Spencer's and all these things. So that's where we are lacking in fish space. I mean, trust on processing side, in fish side, I mean branding of fish produce, understanding what customer wants and connecting them. There is a lot of opportunity there. And I thank you for this. Thank you. Any questions you can please pose.
It's a value addition. Do we have any constraint in meeting the compliances of the product?
One is the skill set, sir. Skill set that is required. I mean, for example, 90% of processing workforce is women there. And because they're skilled, they just need to pluck the head, they just throw the tail, and it's so fast that you're going to be amazed by the speed of it, right? Apart from this, we also need some machine interventions, which we are lacking, right? And also the time required for doing it, the capital required to do it. Say you see breaded shrimp, right? Breaded, just like chicken nuggets or fish nuggets and all that, you have breaded shrimp. For doing that, you need to have a separate facility of, what is the taste of the pellet. The breaded shrimp can be sweet, sour, or depending on the country which goes into. So we don't have customization at the processing level, which needs to be brought in. So what I mean to say is it's more of customer approach where we need to bring into processing. It's not that what we want to produce customer eats, but we need to see the preferences, and there is a lot of scope and opportunity to building such kind of processing back. Thanks, sir.
Thank you very much.
I have a question here. Regarding the processing, of course, the growth is there for processing. Similarly, the byproducts are building up. I see that is a big scope for developing a byproduct like a chitosan. One thing. Second is glucosamine. What do you think that the space has to be addressed, because the high value byproduct can be harvested?
Chitosan, I agree, sir, because a lot of it goes to cosmetics, a lot of it goes to pharma, and yes, there is a lot of space for these byproducts, and that side of business has not actually picked up. That's again because of the supply constraints. Who is actually aggregating this is what is lacking there. That connect is lacking now. And a lot of processors themselves are doing this, giving it to factories or setting up factories. Yeah, that's a space that needs to be. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, should we wind this session up?
So let me thank all the
Yes, sir.
participants here for being with us, and we also regret for taking more time of yours for this.
That's completely okay, sir. This is a most important topic.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, sir, for being with us.
So we have a small token of gratification. We request you to accept it on behalf of Hans India in association with WTC Visakhapatnam. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our eminent panelists and the session chair. A much needed awareness that we all are taking home today. And post this, I request the whole team, the panelists and all, to pose for a photo. What a proud moment it is for Hans in association with WTC to present to you all Bizz Buzz Business Conclave in the city of Destiny, Visakhapatnam. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the panelists. Yes, post this, we are breaking now for a quick coffee break, and we will gather back by between 4:20 to 4:30 to commence the next panel discussion, which is going to be about shipping and logistics, the most important sector. Once again, I request you all to gather back on time. Thank you very much. Check. Did anybody use iPhone? I believe this is iPhone 10 or 12, I'm not sure. Did anybody lose their phone? It's with me. It's you? Okay, tell me your password. I'll confirm whether or not it's yours. You were searching for it?
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure, honor, and I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to share my experience and also to share my views on the topic of today's conclave. I'm going to talk about the coastal erosion and how it impacts the business. First slide. Yeah, I will not go to the basic principles, but then I wanted to start with some principles. What is a business? A business is done in a more sustainable manner, which will be sustainable only when it's viable, acceptable and equitable. And what do I mean by viable, acceptable and equitable? Viable to the business house, acceptable by the customers, and equitable to the government, to the bureaucracy, and to the business house. And when you have the viability, when you have the acceptability and also the equitability, then it makes a good business. Then the environment of the business is conducive. And again, the business should also be economical to the business house. He should get back the return on his capital. He should have a decent bottom line. It should have a good conducive environment, and also it should have some sort of a social impact. So that's what is the basics of business. So when you are talking about the ease of doing business or converting Visakhapatnam or the coast of Andhra Pradesh to do business or to convert this into a business hub, we should understand the very basics. Unless it's viable, acceptable and equitable, it's not going to be easy for us to do business or for us to prepare the coastline as the business hub for Andhra Pradesh. And can Visakhapatnam or can Andhra Pradesh coast be the driver for doing the ease of business? So that's a basic what we started with. Unless these basics are complied with, it's not going to be easy for Visakhapatnam or it's not easy for Andhra Pradesh coast to be a driver for doing ease of business or converting it into a business house. So then the question remains, Visakhapatnam is gifted with the coastline. Will the coastline be conducive for carrying out the business? And my answer is yes. There might be a difference of opinion, but my answer is yes, for the very simple reason, there is a demand and supply. When there is a demand and supply, then we have the multimodal transportation, which I'll come in the next slide. There is a demand and supply because you have one major port and three non-major ports, and you have about 92 operational and non-operational fishing harbors and fish landing centers. So there are ample of opportunities in the Andhra Pradesh coastline to do business and to convert this into a business hub. So there is demand and supply. Once you have a demand and supply, we need to have a multimodal transportation or the logistical support. And some of you may agree with me, yes, Andhra Pradesh coast is naturally gifted with multimodal transportation. Some of you might say no. So the next slide will give you the answer. The most important thing is the last mile connectivity, because we are talking about the longest coastline, we are talking about demand and supply, we are talking about the multimodal transportation, but the entire logistical support has to be door to door, or the last mile connectivity has to be there. Unless there is a last mile connectivity, or unless there is an assured door to door delivery, probably the ease of doing business will not be a successful story. So coming back to multimodal transportation, do we have multimodal transportation? My answer is yes. Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh coast, as I said, has got one major ports and three non-major ports and 92 operational and non-operational fishing harbors and fish landing centers. So we have a network on the coastline. And on the extreme right-hand side, you can see the railway network. So Andhra Pradesh has a railway network which is connecting each and every port. If you can look at the coastline, there is a coastal network for the railway line which is connecting each and every coast. And on the left-hand side, you can see we have NW4, that's National Waterways 4, starting from which connects Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, and also connects Tamil Nadu. This is one national waterways which is connecting 3 states, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. So my answer to the multimodal transportation is yes, Andhra Pradesh is naturally gifted with a multimodal transportation of having seaports, having a good railway network, and having good international waterway, inland waterways. We need to integrate this. How are you going to integrate this? We have to have an operational inland waterways. NW4, for some reasons it's not operational, but for few stretches here and there. So we have to make NW4 operational. And it's not that NW4 was not operational in the past, it was an operational waterways which catered to the requirement of Telangana, now Telangana and Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu, which was used, which is called as a Buckingham Canal in Tamil Nadu and the lower part of Andhra Pradesh. So we have to make it operational. Then you have a railway network. You don't need to worry about the railway network. It's already there. And then we have many ports, and there's a stiff competition between the ports, Visakhapatnam, Gangavaram, Krishnapatnam and Kakinada, which are neighboring ports, and you've got stiff competition. So there has to be a mechanism where you have to complement each other than compete with each other, because the cargo is there, the business is there, assured business is there for everyone, and it all depends on how we are going to integrate things. When you start integrating things, when you start integrating the cargo, when you start integrating the business, you don't compete, you only complement with each other. So therefore, Andhra Pradesh, in my opinion, should have an hub port, which is missing. Either it could be Visakhapatnam, or either it could be some other port, where it should be an all-weather port. So unless and until you have an hub port, your intermodal transportation will not be successful story again. So you have to have a hub port where you will have the coastal shipping developed. Not only coastal shipping developed, you will have the inland waterways developed, and you will also develop your last mile connectivity through rail network. And interestingly, Andhra Pradesh is the one state which can be a gateway for a landlocked state called Telangana. So Telangana per se do not have any port. So you can have a dry port in Telangana, and which could be, Andhra Pradesh could serve as a gateway for Telangana, because again you have got a good rail network, and you have got good inland waterways network, which is connecting Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. So my answer to the ease of doing business in Andhra Pradesh, or my answer to become Andhra Pradesh becoming a business hub, unlike other states, you have got all three mode of transportation. You have got the road, you have got the rail network, you have got inland waterways, and you have got the ports. So now the job is to integrate all this mode of transportations, and that's an administrative decision the government has to take, or a worst step measures. Once this is integrated, then there will be ease of doing business in Andhra Pradesh, and also there will be ease of Andhra Pradesh becoming a business hub. So when you are talking about such developments, as Andhra Pradesh is a coastal state, we always tend to have the infrastructure developed on the coast or very close to the coast. And if such infrastructure development is happening on the coast, along the coastline or very close to the coast, we are going to have some sort of a challenges. And what is that challenges? The challenges are the beaches are going to erode off because of the wave effect, because of the wind effect, and because of the swell. The sea level changes will also going to affect the coastline. Dredging for ports, that's one major port and 3 non-major ports and 65 fishing harbors and fish landing centers is certainly going to change the morphology of your coastline. And dredging also will affect the fishing grounds, and dredging will also affect the fish breeding season. And we can't have a thumb rule for all the coasts because different coasts have different morphology and different characteristics. So why am I talking about erosion? Why am I not talking about the business? I discussed about how Andhra Pradesh can develop or how Andhra Pradesh can transform into a business hub or a state wherein ease of doing business is there. But at the same time, friends, I wanted to caution, I wanted to make a wake-up call that all is not well. When the business infrastructure is developing, it's very easy to develop the business infrastructure along the coast or close to the coast where we have the rail network, where it's close to the port, where it's close to inland waterways, and where it's close to smaller ports. When we develop that, we are going to have adverse effects, and that's the reason I'm talking about the coastal erosion of Andhra Pradesh in particular, because there are certain effects which I'll show you in the coming slides. So how does it happen? The erosion happens. It happens naturally, or it happens as a man-made. Storms, extreme waves, cyclones, sea level increase, or the low pressure, or other phenomena. And man-made structures are structures where you build up breakwaters, you put up some man-made structures, and this are going to affect the coastal erosion. And this are examples of when the waves, the cyclones, or the sea level rise, how it's going to affect the coastline. And these are the structures. If it's a man-made structure, we have a longshore drift, and we have got onshore or offshore drift, where the beaches are maintained, the equilibrium of the beaches are maintained. If there is going to be a change in the longshore drift or an offshore or an onshore drift, then the equilibrium of the beaches are going to change. And this is how it's going to change. When we have a man-made structure, on the lee side, it's going to have an accredation where it's going to erode off. On the upstream, you are going to have erosion, or it's going to have a concave nature. On the downside, it's going to have a convex or an accumulation. So this is a typical phenomena which Visakhapatnam is going through. I do not know how many of you have observed it. I'm going to put few slides on that. And this this, if you can see Visakhapatnam, that's how the coastline has changed. And what is the remedy? The remedy is to have other options which the government or the policy makers have to take a decision, a considered decision. And these are the environmental clearances for starting up a business. I'm not going to go to this. And as a wake-up call, and to give you a caution, this is 1985, how the Visakhapatnam coastline looks like, and I have collated up to 2022, 2004, 2012, 2020, and 2022. You can see that the coastline has been eroded off, and that's the reason every year we do beach nourishment. And I can give you examples, not only Visakhapatnam, also Kakinada on the Andhra Pradesh coast, and in Tamil Nadu, it's because of Chennai port, Rayapuram has been eroded off. So the days are not far away. If you don't take precautionary measures today, probably Novotel Hotel may not exist in few years, maybe another 20 years or 25 years, Novotel Hotel may not be exist, and we will not have a conclave here in next 25 years. So we have to take precautionary measures. Ease of doing business comes when the sustained development is there. And when we call a sustained development, that's an ecosystem is developed. And you cannot have a business house which is not bothered about the ecosystem, or you only bother for the ecosystem and you don't have the business, and that equilibrium will not exist. And to save Visakhapatnam and also have ease of doing business in Andhra Pradesh and to convert Visakhapatnam into a business hub, this is the right time to have a sustainable development to make sure that the ecosystem prevails, the coastline is saved or the coastline is preserved. And to do ease of business, we have to integrate rail network, we have to integrate our ports, we have to integrate coastal shipping, we have to integrate inland waterways. And incidentally, Visakhapatnam is one state where everything is available, only we have to promote that and start integrating. The moment we integrate, then Andhra Pradesh will be a business hub and will be ready to do ease of business for all the businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Victor. I would now request you to please occupy the stage and so that we can get into the panel discussion as well. Requesting Rear Admiral Sharad Babu Garu also to take the dais. Big round of applause for him. And my good friend from Hyderabad, Ajay Javuk, also onto the dais, and let me get onto the stage as well. So, good evening, and this happens to be the last session, but I promise you it will be the exciting most session for it. The reason why I am telling you is that speakers would give their opening remarks in terms of the subject. Then I will start putting questions on what that needs to be done. And then we will take a second round of questions, and then we'll leave the house open, and then I will summarize, and then probably then we do the next step sort of it. So, probably let me start because Professor Victor had made a presentation sort of it. And you come from dredging corporation, which is very important for the depth of the ports and what type of vessels come sorted. Probably you want to start from there, and then I'll go to Rear Admiral and then come to Ajay.
Thank you very much. The question here is why Andhra Pradesh is not well developed and compared with other states. The answer is very simple. As I explained, Andhra Pradesh coast is has got a natural sea coast, which has got good rail networking, which has got good inland waterways, and it also has good roads. But unfortunately or fortunately, we have not integrated all these four, and all these four are working in isolation. And that's the reason, one of the reasons in my opinion, why the business did not go forward. And secondly, as I said, it is competition than complementation. So when a competition creeps in, you do not develop the state in total or the state as a whole, but you start developing in isolations. For example, Port A wanted a rail network, then the rail network is only developed for that port and it's not available for the other ports. So similarly, when Port B wants to have a road facility, the road facility is only developed for that and it's not developed for other ports. So therefore, unless and until we take a holistic view, we develop all the four different transportation avenues together and integrate them, I think the development will happen in a slow pace.
No, I think that's good for us to understand that we have a problem on hand, but if we work together, there's definitely an opportunity to sort of it. Probably I'll request Rear Admiral Sharad Babu to probably give his bit of opening remarks before we go to Ajay.
Okay, thank you, Satish, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I will initially stick to shipbuilding. Now, I know most of the audience was sitting here looking for what the hell can be done to, progress investment insofar as the shipbuilding is concerned. As has been said earlier, in Andhra Pradesh, we are lucky that we have major ports, minor ports. We have a shipbuilding, Hindustan Shipyard Limited is there. We got Visakhapatnam Port Trust, and a lot of ancillary maritime, things like the fishing industry, like the Godavari Basin for the oil and things like that. So we are actually blessed with all kinds of maritime products that one can think of for a coastal state. And of course, 900 odd kilometers of, coastal line out of 7,500 plus that we have for the entire country. Now, let us just, as part of the introductory thing, and subsequently we can talk in the Q&A session, but despite having 7,500 kilometers, more than that of the coastal line, despite having major ports, minor ports, despite having a shipbuilding industry, Hindustan Shipyard here, despite having some of the smaller shipbuilding yards in our coast, in Andhra Pradesh coast, and still, why is that while the global shipbuilding industry is in the order of $150 billion and is likely to grow up to $175 billion by 2030, how come our shipbuilding industry has not progressed in tandem with the global trends in shipbuilding? How come our investor base in shipbuilding industry has not grown the way other countries like Korea, Japan, and China have taken place? And why is that we are still trying to find mass-scale opportunities in a strategic industry like shipbuilding, where, as you know, a reasonably medium to large-scale ship actually is like a small city, which means the ship by itself encompasses all kinds of technology, all kinds of services, and all kinds of material. Ship is the only structure which encompasses everything, and every person has got something to take from in building a ship. That is the greatness of this strategic industry, apart from the fact that it contributes towards the national security, it contributes towards the transportation, it contributes towards the ocean resources, so on and so forth. But coming back to the investor opportunity, which is the main talk for today, there are some areas which we need to really focus on to take off on the lines of Korea, Japan, or indeed China. Now, just to tickle your minds, those of you who are actually looking into the shipbuilding investment, you see, till about 1950 or so, Japan was the leading shipbuilder. By 1965, 1970, Korea overtook Japan. Now today, by volume, China may be more than Korea, but in terms of quality shipbuilding, Korea still stands at around 66% of the quality ships, by which I mean which are eco-friendly ships, and also the high-end ships like the LNG carriers, LPG carriers, and things like that. And how is that Europe, which was once a leading shipbuilding industry, has gone down? So now if we just take some lessons from Korea, because that is the one which is now growing rapidly, and how that country used the shipbuilding industry as an economic base to take the country's economy by leaps and bounds, the same will apply in case of India also. So what is that we're going to talk first before we talk about the government policies, which will go as the interest develops among the audience. But for the time being, I just want to say, what is that we need to do more in terms of the population and investors who are interested in investing in shipbuilding in the state of Andhra Pradesh? Firstly, if you look at our neighboring state, Tamil Nadu, they got an association called the CODISA, which coordinates all issues which are required with the maritime and defense related issues. So we need to first have an organization like this here, which consists of all interested parties. There, no doubt, they've got a national shipping board, there's a maritime state board and things like that. But there is an interested investors forum which is required to be constituted, because the shipbuilding by itself will be done by the shipyard. Let us say in Visakhapatnam, we have a shipyard called Hindustan Shipyard Limited. And since I have been the chairman, ex-chairman of Hindustan Shipyard, I can tell you over the next 5 to 10 years, the shipbuilding sector in Visakhapatnam itself will be having a investment that will be required, or will be having a tenders which will be voted to the order of more than 20,000 crores over the next 7 to 10 years. That's the kind of money we are looking at. Just to give you a comparison, the entire floods that took place in Kerala, 500 crores were granted for the flood relief for the whole state of Kerala. And for the state of Visakhapatnam, you're going to have more than 20,000 crores over the next 5 to 7 years. So therefore, the investment and the money is coming. But what is there for me, and how is that you're going to get this money from that 20,000 crores for yourself? So there is a requirement for us to think. Since I told you, the shipbuilding involves a lot of material, a lot of services. There is a requirement for us to conceptualize what is this can be translated into. Tier 1 industries, Tier 2 industries. You can be MSME, whatever you want to feel like. Now, these Tier 1 industries, which, when I say Tier 1, it means the one which are directly supplying the shipyard. Steel, main machinery, auxiliary machinery, like that. What are the Tier 2? You know, rudimentary services, domestic services, things like that, which go into making a ship, but they are in the Tier 2, which are at the lower end compared to the first Tier 1. So how do we have this cluster of Tier 1 and Tier 2 industries in and around the Andhra Pradesh and in and around the shipbuilding center, which happens to be Visakhapatnam. Now, this is the major difference between our country, in fact, and Korea. In Korea, around the shipbuilding yards, the entire clusters are developed. That means the cluster will have all the requirements that are required for a shipbuilding industry for the foreseeable future, which is not 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. So when the cluster is developed, your dependence on the shipyard is established. Shipyard's dependence on the cluster is established. Continuity of the orders is seen for the next decade and a half. Your requirement to get into economies of scale is established. You know where you are good at, so that particular area in which you are good, maybe auxiliary machinery, maybe masonry, maybe yard material, maybe, the integration, maybe niche areas, whatever it is, that you can be a part of that cluster. And thereafter, that cluster can progress together with the mother, that is the shipyard, and the entire region itself will get benefited. Okay, I will stop at this now because I can keep on talking, but later on, based on this initial remarks that I have made, please do interact with me later on various facets. What is the government doing for us? What are the policies by the government? How is the cluster formed? How are the associations formed? How do we take an economic growth out of this? What is the percentage of Indian carriers that are using? Why is India not using Indian shipyards to build all the Indian ships? Why are we buying? All these questions I do not want to talk in a monologue. Based on your interest, I will respond, and I will, whatever experience I got, I'll be able to advise. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
So I know I myself have a list of questions to ask you on the Korea model and the rest of them, but what I'll do is I'll come back to you on a question, but I'll ask Ajay probably to give a little more light on your organization and how the warehousing is an important aspect, and historically you are the guys who've been running it before even someone dreamt about warehousing. So probably you should speak and then I'll come back to you.
Good evening everybody, and thank you for this opportunity. Before we start with the warehousing, I'll just give a basic logic. What is warehousing? It is, you can say it's just a bridging the gap between an item which has been produced till the time it is consumed. So you produce an item, it has to be stored somewhere, so your warehouse comes into picture. And it stays in that warehouse till the time there is opportunity for it to get consumed. So that is the basic gist of this. Now, coming to the Central Warehousing Corporation, it was established in 1962. It's almost 65 years. It was one of the first, you can say, organized warehousing agency in India at that time. And predominantly, it was looking after the agricultural needs. So basically, that time, it was a very modest, around 10,000 metric tons of capacity. That translates to around 60,000 square feet was the total capacity in 1963, which was created. and it was storing fertilizers, food grains, and seeds. That was all it was being done. Now, since that time, it has diversified over a period of time. Right now, we have almost 1 lakh metric ton capacity, which translates to 6 crore square feet capacity. And now we have diversified into industrial goods storage. We have got e-commerce companies coming to us. Then we have diversified into import-export. We have container freight stations, inland container depots, all across pan-India. Now that we are discussing about AP per se, and that too about Vizag. In Vizag, we have 2 units here, one central, this container freight station in Vizag, and one more general warehouse. Now, both these warehouses, as of now, I can tell you they are overloaded, because what has happened is that we are unable to find a grade A warehouse around Vizag. There's a lot of demand here. So like we were talking about, is there a demand for warehousing? There is phenomenal demand. But what has happened is that if you see the throughput of Vizag port, it is 40% is bulk. Thereafter, POL is around 23%. So it comes to almost 63% is, you can say, bulk and open storage, and fuel is going off. And containers is around 13% only. So most of the warehouses which are around in Vizag, which you'll find, they're semi-covered. It just got a shed, a roof on top, and it is open. So it is not feasible for storage of any food grains or go for e-commerce or industrial. It is true because they have actually shifted and made their warehouses as per the requirement of the port. So, but now is the time for us to actually go for grade A warehousing, because we have a lot of scope. E-commerce is coming up big way because COVID was just around the corner, and because of that, the consumer patterns have changed, and they are looking for items to be delivered to their home. So e-commerce is coming up in a big way. And because of Ukraine war, if you would have read the news, wheat is being exported in a big way. 3 years back, we were just exporting around 2 lakh metric tons of wheat. And now we are looking at this year, we may be exporting around 100 lakh metric tons of wheat, which is actually a gigantic jump into export. And we have to actually catch hold of this opportunity. Because as of now, wheat will be going through JNPT, but from here, Vizag, it is strategically located next to Malacca states. We can straight away transport this wheat into Southeast Asian countries. So we have to look at these opportunities and catch them. So with this, we will move ahead because there will be a lot of other questions. So there is a lot of opportunity here, and we all have to seize these opportunities and not let them go.
No, Ajay, thanks. I think I'll come back to you on the rice export and the opportunities there, sort of. But let me go back to your presentation, Professor Victor, where you talked about the Andhra-Telangana collaboration and not competing, sort of it. And this is something which I've been seeing it across the Middle Eastern countries and the rest of them, including if you look at a classic example of the Dubai airport having an absolute straight road between 2 airports. And the reason they did that was that when DXB, which is the Dubai airport, was built, they did not envisage that the number of flights will go up, so they had to build another airport called the DWC. When they built the DWC airport, the best way they thought is to not congest the road outside and create traffic jams like what we have. So they've connected an expressway between both the airports. So the time the aircraft touches down to the transfer, it takes 1 hour exactly. Now the container traffic, which Ajay partly handles, and most of us would consider a 13% as a small part of the cargo, but that's the safest mode of transportation. And coming to the landlocked states, my question would be is that can't Andhra and Telangana as 2 brothers who were partitioned now, post the partition after whatever differences that they had, the governments are talking to each other. Presuming you have railway tracks running between both the ports and getting in the containers fast, or the road sort of it, can't that become a business opportunity both the states today? You know, just to get your feeding on that.
Yes. Indeed, it's a big business opportunity for everyone and also for both the ports. Because we all know Telangana is a landlocked state. And if you look at the closest port available is Andhra Pradesh, not Goa or Mangalore. And Goa or Mangalore, the road or the rail network is not that conducive or it's not that good when you compare it with Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. So for this reason, yes, I'm of the opinion that a dry port should be established, a dry port should be opened up in Telangana, and Andhra Pradesh should act as a gateway for Telangana. And if that does, then there is a business opportunity across the spectrum of business, starting from logistics, starting from warehousing, starting from the road transportation, and even for the stewardess. There will be a business opportunity for everyone. But that's my opinion.
No, so one, as this summit is all about what opportunities a business have, and just to give a little more insight into what Gujarat did with Haryana, is that the Adanis, since they control the port, they also opened up Haryana through their ICD called ICD Partly, and then the train connectivity is so good that they do a double stacking today in terms of increasing the containers and then actually moving sort of it. Unfortunately for Vizag, what has happened is that people of Hyderabad are used to go to the Mumbai or they used to go to Krishnapatnam. Now it's a cultural shift of getting better connectivity. So probably, Rear Admiral Sharad Babu, or if Ajay wants to take the question, go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to add into this. Like Sir has brought out that Telangana is a landlocked and that needs a dry port. Actually, in Hyderabad, there are many container freight stations and ICDs. But what is happening there is that all the, you can say, containers are being moved to JNPT. Nothing comes to Vizag. Maybe it might be, most probably it's because the roads are not good. And second thing is there is no direct connectivity. Actually, it has to go around and then go. There is not a direct, you can say, route to Vizag. So we can actually work out on that. Maybe some kind of a policy if it comes out or something, we are able to develop a better infrastructure so that at least from Hyderabad, the containers can come to Vizag.
No, I think, so I'll give you a little more background for all of you to understand is that why, before I go to Rear Admiral on it, is that the ocean freight levels from JNPT are far lower than the ocean freight levels from Vizag 1. 2, every exporter of pharma is struggling today to get a reefer container in the Vizag port. He breaks his head. So we finally do what is that we put it on a truck from Navasheva, bring the container, stuff it in Srikakulam and drive it back to Navasheva. So now if government cannot listen to this pain of an exporter, I don't think there's any other thing that we can do. We are ready to collaborate, but I think that is the challenge sort of it, is that there's openness to collaboration. Someone like Ajay said that all his containers to go to there. But then if you find a situation of getting a better connection out of Vizag, I think that will help. Probably I would want Rear Admiral Sharad Babuji to tell us what does it take to bring a ship or make a ship now. Suppose even today they decide you get an investor here and the investor says, look, I'm ready to put a ship. But ship making is not an easy job. It's a project by itself and you have to create the ecosystem. So now is the chicken and the egg story. When will the ship come? When will the ecosystem come? Probably you want to throw a light that if Korea has done it, and give you a little more background, Korea has always done...
I will do. If anybody has got a related question, they can shoot.
Sure. I think it's got someone who's got a related question. Mr. Kishore, I guess, yeah, I got your name right. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It's a very nice discussion you have started. Victor ji has given an insight. Our port needs repair. And secondly, you told JNPT port, Navaseva, prior to that, Kandla port was handling. I was from polymer background. I was getting styrene monomer to Kandla port, and from Kandla, it used to come to Visakhapatnam. After 90s, it has got back to JNPT. And in between, for some time, it came to East India Petroleum Limited. So it's a huge freight is incurred in this logistics. What I mean is, I request, do not have the facilities of handling, or the pigging is not there, or what was the reason? Over a period of last 3 decades, we are getting monomers from huge distance areas.
See, one of the reasons is most of these containers, they move through Colombo, and it's much easier to go through JNPT and then to the Middle East, rather than coming to Visakhapatnam and then again circumnavigating to the west coast to go to Middle East. If you look at most of the container traffic, it's from Europe to Middle East side, Middle East to the Far East side. So that's the reason there is an advantage right from Cochin and Bombay, not Bombay, Navasheva and Kantla. That's a natural cargo flow zone.
Okay.
Whereas on the east coast, if you look at, when compared to the west coast, the container cargo is not that comparable with the west coast. For a very simple reason, not many main fleet, they wanted to come to the east coast and then again circumnavigate and go through the west coast. And that's the reason we said we need to have a hub port. Colombo is acting as an hub port, Mundra is acting as an hub port, and then they go directly to the Middle East or the Far East. And that's the reason, even today, JNPT ranks 1 in the container traffic, Mundra ranks 2 in the container traffic, where it goes. And the East Coast, we hardly handle container. But for Visakhapatnam is handling, and maybe less than half a million, Kattupalli is handling, and Chennai is handling a bit of container terminal. So that's the natural flow of the cargo, and the main fleet prefers to have hub ports. And secondly, most of the container terminals, most of the container vessels, they are deep drafted vessels. If you look at the west coast, for JNPT, they have 16, 18 meters draft. 18 meters draft is declared, and Mundra is 22 meters draft is declared. On the east coast, we have only Gangavaram as 21, and Visakhapatnam is only 15 meters. So all those constraints are there. Because of these constraints, we are not able to attract container on the east coast. We are able to attract container on the west coast.
Sir, I do agree, sir. Visakhapatnam is famous for shipbuilding, world famous. And the companies like Ramramam and everything started long back. But even then also, from 90s, for big containers, we used to go to Chennai port for getting containers. Or in Visakhapatnam, recently there was a proposal of going to Krishnapatnam. So because we want to develop a trade or any manufacturing units, the circular trip should be there. Whether you do it import or export, or road infrastructure may be a constraint, or the revenue generation going to Gujarat. No, it is coming apple to apple comparison. When we have all the natural ports and everything, much focus should be given for investments. That time investment was a constraint. But today, yes, investments are coming up. So why Visakhapatnam being a natural port? Let's think on this subject, sir, deeply. Because if we want to start a petrochemical plant, so we need logistics. Instead of getting from Kandla, paying a freight of 6 rupees per kilo, these are all the value-added costs going up. And the risk is there for the polymers to stop down. There was a styrene monomer issue happened in the storage tank. It would happen in the tanker also, somewhere in NAD Koth Road or near the gate also. So what I mean to say is when we are handling petrochemicals and hydrocarbons, okay, then it should be very safe handling and it should come to the nearest port, Visakhapatnam. Maybe the support, the infrastructure may be incurred. This is what, because your experience and expertise, I want to share with you, sir.
Sure. I understand. See, container traffic is demand and supply.
Okay.
So if you don't have the demand, then no liners or, no ship owner is willing to come to Visakhapatnam at an additional cost. They'd circumnavigate, go to the west coast and go to the Middle East or Far East countries. So if there is a demand, and I'm sure shipping companies will certainly consider coming to the east coast for discharging and charging.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
But Kishore, let me give you a little more insight into it. It's not that the shipping lines never wanted to come to Vizag. Okay? I've been around for not long, for 30 years in it. Kakinada port never had a container terminal till a few years back. Ships came in, but you didn't know where to unload your containers. Okay, so to add to what Professor Victor was mentioning, it's an ecosystem, because if you have import containers coming in, then you will be able to do the export containers out, because it's a balance of trade. Unless you have a balance of trade, no airlines is also going to come into the state, or no shipping line is going to come, because if they have to reposition containers at a cost, it is a lot of money. Okay, so what Kandla has done or Mundra has done, if you have to go and see that, it's not that Mundra has built 5-star hotels. Gandhidham is probably smaller than Kakinada, if you go and see that. Vizag has everything, but the 5-star hotels are not going to balance of trade technically. What it has done is it's tied up with other states to get the cargo into the ports. Like I told you, Haryana has got its cargo. It's tied up with Punjab to get the rice into Kandla. I am transporting thousands of soya from Madhya Pradesh into Kandla to take it to the US West Coast. So you guys have to clearly understand that it's an ecosystem that will build, and that is what the state has to do, is not just to build ships and the rest of them to get the investment. The investment will come provided we have the required infrastructure. Because getting a trailer today, if I have to get 150 trailers out of a Vizag port into Korba or Raipur, is a challenge.
Okay.
Also, the cost of transportation out of Vizag is unfortunately the highest when compared to getting into Nhava Sheva. So, there are multiple things that need to be addressed. What it needs to actually do, and that's the recommendation to Hans and the rest of them, is a big think tank of the industry experts like him, Rear Admiral Sharad Babu and the rest of them have to be consulted to give the solution it to happen. There's no dearth of money in Andhra. I think Andhra has got more money than any state. It's just that the think tank has to sit around to do that sort of a thing sort of it. You know, I'll go back to Rear Admiral for the Korea model for a reason is that Korea is a classic case of LG, Samsung, Hyundai. As a country, what they have done, and today Samsung is your biggest importer into India. If you did not know, they airlift 3,000 tons of components from Hong Kong, Vietnam into Delhi every month. That's the power of a Korean company that's controlling, and your life and my life is run by the Korean companies to a larger extent.
Okay, this is an interesting, issue, not only from the shipbuilding point of view, although the focal area is shipbuilding, but Korean model is applicable to many other major industrial development, wherein the local population or the Korean people get benefited from that kind of a model. So I will just, cover this in brief, so that the purpose is not to have an academic session, but to see how we can also reorient ourselves in Vizag or in Andhra Pradesh, so that the investor base and the gains for the investor are maximized. Firstly, all of us should understand, why do we require ships? I mean, there's so many cars, there are so many trucks, there's so many other means of transportation. Why do you have to build a ship? The fact is that entire trade transportation in our country, if you take the entire trade transportation, more than 90% by volume and more than 70% by value is transported on a ship. Our entire cargo of the nation, more than 90, almost 95% by volume and more than 70% by value, is transported on ships to other countries. And therefore, there is no question here. We require ships. Now, the problem is, like the defense industry, our Indian-built ships don't account for more than 2% of the entire shipping that we are using. And how is that? In a country like India, a maritime nation, 90% more than that is going by sea, by volume, more than 70%, yet we are only not more than 2% of the entire shipbuilding industry of the world. And as I said, as of today, it's a $150 billion US shipbuilding industry. Okay. Having said that, now, who is going to build ships? We have to build. If you don't build, somebody else will build. Then you have to again depend on somebody for ships. And then we have to, the economy goes to somebody else instead of the economy coming in. Okay. Why shipbuilding? Why not some other industry? All industries are required. But shipbuilding industry is one of the most strategic industries. And this is the point which Korea has recognized. They said out of the many industries, the only industry which can contribute towards the economy, contributes towards the employability, contribute towards the high-tech, contribute towards the services, that means involve all sections of the society in employment, depending on the skill sets, and then turn the entire output into economic growth, has been realized by Korea. And therefore, in 1965 or 70 or so, the president of Korea has unilaterally decided shipbuilding industry is going to be the industry for the country, and it is our strategic industry. And Korea has dictated, you're going to manufacture this, you're going to manufacture, he told his industry captains, you're going to do this, you're going to do this, you're going to do this, and you're going to form a cluster for this, you're going to form a cluster for this, your tier 1, your tier 2, but all supported by the government. That means it is not that I'm going to put in my money, invest, and tomorrow come out with my pockets empty. Your returns are assured with the government has said that you're going to do this particular MSME or SME or major industry, which will be symbiotic to the shipbuilding. The entire southern Korean area of Busan and there, where they developed 4 major shipbuilding yards. You know, Korean shipbuilding yard, Hyundai, Samsung, all these shipbuilding yards are developed. Therefore, what's happened now? In the Korean model, the government has decided strategic industry number 1 is shipbuilding. Point number 2, this is the only industry which can contribute towards economic growth. This is the only industry where the large-scale employability across the trade profile can be employed. This is the only industry which is going to survive for future because shipping is required for transportation of cargo and personnel. And this is the only industry where all trades can be clubbed and made symbiotic to the mother industry. So if you make symbiotic, then who is going to give orders for shipbuilding? Somebody has to give orders. So when the Korean government said domestic consumption is not going to be good enough, let us now make it export-oriented philosophy for the shipbuilding industry. So the government of Korea said, our philosophy is export-oriented shipbuilding. 1970, the industry is this, the cluster is going to be this, like this, everything has been drawn up verbatim. So having done that, now if I am from Hindustan Shipyard or if I am from Garden Reach, I need to build a ship now. No, I require money. And if I have money only, I can give it to all the investors who are going to be part and parcel of this cluster. And therefore, the government of Korea, South Korea, has started giving incentives. You all know Organization of Economic Development, the United Nations, which monitors these subsidies that are given, which goes sometimes against the World Trade Organization, competitiveness and things like that, you know. There was a problem for the Koreans from the World Trade Organization saying that you are unnecessarily subsidizing your shipbuilding industry. Therefore, in competitiveness, your shipbuilding industry is garnering the major chunk of the shipbuilding in the world pool. But Koreans could care less. They said, this is our shipbuilding, we'll go ahead. So now what happened? Government has said, we will give you exemption from taxes, consumptions. We are going to subsidize your interest rate. We are going to give you land at throwaway prices. We are going to ensure that there are no labor unions in the country. In any factory which is concerned with shipbuilding, no labor unions. We are going to ensure that the product which you have manufactured is going to have protection from import and encouragement from export. Like that, a slew of measures have been quantified and given to the investors or the people who are going to come up with MSME, SMEs in our context. And now you see, if I got some 10 rupees in my pocket, I am assured that I am going to get a return on the 10 rupees now. And why should I not throw my 10 rupees there? And they threw. And the shipbuilding industry grew by almost 10% every year, to the extent from 1970 to by the time they passed the decade, the shipbuilding industry of Korea almost gathered 40% of the share of the entire world shipbuilding, which otherwise was the forte of China and European industries. And today, the president of South Korea has said, our target is going to cross 70% of the entire shipbuilding industry, 66% of the niche shipbuilding, that means LNG carriers, LPG carriers, high-end cruise vessels and things like that. Then he said the eco-friendly vessels, more than 50%. So he made these targets, and all things that are required to foster this have been quantified. Okay, now this is a story. But why is that in India it's not happening? Visakhapatnam Port Trust is there, shipyards are there, money is there, investors are there. Okay, what is the difference? In India also we got subsidies. You know, the government has given something called the financial subsidy in 2016. That is valid till 2026, 10-year subsidy for shipbuilding yards. If an Indian shipbuilding yard builds a ship within 3 years and delivers it to export or Indians, other than the Army, Navy, Air Force, or other than a nomination, some clauses are there which obviously have to be there. then they get a subsidy of 20% on the cost of the vessel. That means 20% you are getting back free. So if the shipbuilding yard is getting 20% of it, that can be passed on to the ancillary industries which are there in the cluster. After 3 years, it will reduce by another 3%. Like that, for the 10 years, it will keep on reducing every 3 years by 3%. 20% will become, say, about 3% or whatever by the end of the 10th year, end of the 10 years, with 3 years. So there is a subsidy of 20% of shipyard, which is already in force. 60 crores or something like that has been already disbursed by the government. Secondly, the shipbuilding industry has been given a status of infrastructure, which means the shipbuilding industry can go and borrow money at less rate. If shipbuilding industry can borrow, it will get translated into lesser cost for the downstream. Similarly, recently, the government, as part of the Atmanirbhar, they introduced something called right of first refusal, ROFR. What is right of first refusal? If any shipping company, Indian government shipping company wants to charter a vessel by tendering, then the Indian built ship will get the priority compared to a ship which is built abroad. Indian built, Indian flagged, Indian. They will get the first priority. Others will not. But you have to match the cost. That's a different thing. But you will be asked, can you... so if the Indian built vessel is going to get a priority, then the Indian shipyards also will build more because that's getting the priority. If they are building more, then the ancillary industries will improve. So this is the government policy. Okay, ये भी हो गया. Then problem क्या है? Why is that then we are still at the same state? The problem is, since I've been the chairman of Hindustan Shipyard for almost 5 years, the problem is we are not organized. What is this meaning of we are not organized? Now, who is going to organize this cluster? Who is going to organize this MSME cluster, SME cluster, industry cluster? Who is going to develop this symbiotic relationship? Policy has come. Somebody has to coordinate. Okay, is it FICCI? Or Indian Chamber of Commerce? Or ASCOM? Or State Maritime Board? Who is going to do this? Now, the issue comes here to institutionalize a mechanism where, like for example, Andhra Pradesh has got the Andhra Pradesh Industrial Development Corporation, for example, APIIC. Now, from that, you can, for developing industry, you can buy land, set up industry, some conditions and all are there. But that in itself will not serve the purpose of developing a cluster and making a cluster dependent on shipyard, and the investor to be assured of the money which is going to put in, not for 1 year, for the next 10 years, 20 years. How is that going to happen? So therefore, the issue which we are talking is, either one of these non-governmental organization or a rigid framework has to come into play where the investors, because we are talking about investors, who are going to invest in this cluster, and cluster is nothing but MSME, SME, or services, or the major factories, tier 1, tier 2 industry, whatever, they're going to form a supply chain to the shipbuilding yard, are assured of their returns in a very quantified manner, and the shipyard by itself is assured of orders for the foreseeable future. Now, how is that Korean shipyards have progressed? Because they have been assured of all orders for the foreseeable future. So the industry is churning. How is that they are the leaders in producing the high-end, high-tech vessels? How is that the Korean KSEW is the leading shipyard which produces the LPG and LNG carriers? So the point is here, organizing ourselves so that we develop this symbiotic cluster in a very quantified manner. Now, who does that? Whether it is a non-governmental organization, whether it is a Chamber of Commerce, whether it is a FICCI, or whether it is some other state economic board, I don't know. I mean, this is a policy institute has to take on. But this is the drawback. Because when I was chairman of shipyard, there are orders, like for example, there's something called GEM, Government E-Marketplace. As per the rules for the public sector undertakings, they all have to first buy any item from the GEM. GEM is a e-commerce platform on which everybody who wants to supply any items can log in and supply to any government organization. Now, the procurement has already been streamlined. Subsidy has already been streamlined. ROFR is already there. ये सब हो गया, but still नहीं हो रहा. क्या problem है? This is the problem. That means the investor is not confident. Startup India भी है, but फिर भी नहीं हो रहा. So the issue is this, that we are not able to organize ourselves as a cluster, get into a symbiotic relationship with the shipyard, and ensure that the shipyard gets, like for example, we got Hindustan Shipyard, we got GRSC, we got Mazagon Docks, we got Goa Shipyard, we got Cochin Shipyard. This is food for thought. Why is that we are not thinking of saying, okay, Hindustan Shipyard, you manufacture only OPVs, you manufacture only LNGs, you manufacture only passenger vessels. Why is that every time there is a tender floated for every shipyard to compete and L1 is there? So today you are trying to manufacture an OPV, tomorrow you are manufacturing a passenger vessel. So how does the economies of scale and how does the technical know-how improve? Because today one of the major issues is integration. Integration of various systems on ship is no more a mechanical driven vessel. It has got everything that is high-tech. All that which you can think in digital technology is all there on the ships today. Then what is the problem? The problem is this. Therefore, before I leave it to you again for a break, I am saying we all have to, this is the area we have to think. Every time we say, we got that, we got this, we are not going because there is no ecosystem has not been organized ourselves. Whom will you go and ask? The shipyard will float a tender. You will tender. Some L1 will get. So tomorrow you may be L2. Then you will not get again. Then you are lost. Suppose you had the system that you are providing only reciprocating pumps. So you will continue to supply for maybe next 10 years. So this is where you have to organize and you need to sit together and people should think. Just copy the Korean model and see where are we doing? There is no shortage of money, there is no shipyard. Navy's perspective plan till 2030 intends to make 170 ships, which is one of the highest number of ships indigenously. So where is the shortage of ship making?
Sharad, I'll come back.
Okay, right. So just...
Okay, quickly, I think the point that Sharath has been trying to make is that we all claim to be a true Indian to our core, but if I ask you to travel between an Emirates and Air India, you will jump on into an Air India and dump that Air Indian flight. First thing is, I think why the other countries are more successful is if it's a Japanese guy, he will only buy a Japanese product and he will only travel on a Japanese airline, be what it is. And this is one of the reasons that our Indian airlines, whether you rename them, have been struggling to find some place in the global market. In the last 47 years from the time, 1947 from the time or prior to that when Tata started, now they've got back into privatization again. But you would have seen the downfall of a lot of airlines for multiple reasons. But I think the shipping industry also faced the same sort of a challenge, and unless like what Sharad Babuji told, we need to relook at how the ecosystem really needs to be revisited for us to take a marketplace. Forget around 2% out of the, or a 40% sort of it. Even to get a 10% today is a long way truly to happen. So quickly let me get to Ajay for a quick thing. He spoke about grade A warehouses, and I don't know how many of you sitting in this conference understand what's a grade A warehouse. If there's an acute shortage today of grade A warehouses in Vizag, leave alone the whole of the country, why is that India struggling to put a grade A warehouse if that is the need of the hour? He'll answer that, but also we need to understand that logistics cannot be linked to a 5-star hotel price in terms of the real estate price. If you have to create a warehouse today on a 60 crore 1 acre land, that won't be a sustainable model in the long term sort of it. Probably Ajay can clarify a little what is the grade A warehouse, what is that you would probably want to look from a government standpoint really in terms of fostering the growth for the warehousing industry.
It's a known fact actually that in India, almost 85% of warehousing is unorganized. Unorganized means they are not registered anywhere. They don't have the full facilities, what should be there for a warehouse. Basically, people have made kind of a shed and people are coming and storing their products there and it is being called a warehouse. Now, what happened in this is that WDRA, that is Warehousing Development and Regulatory Authority, that was actually constituted in 2007. It brought into picture certain aspects which are important for a warehouse to survive. I mean, you should have various facilities. They are actually in their act. They are there. And as per that, the warehouses are supposed to be made. Now, when we are talking about class A, that grade A warehouses, they are supposed to be WDRA compliant. So there are various firefighting things should be there. There should be space for the workers. Actually, most of the warehouses which we see unorganized, there is no place for workers to rest. They don't have any kind of a facility. So all these things were bought into and they have been put into this act. But unfortunate part of this WDRA act is that it has not been made mandatory. So you can actually get yourself registered as part of WDRA. So you will come into that organized sector. But you have a choice. You can continue as an unorganized sector. So what is happening? People are making warehouses. They're just again making, you can say, four walls and a roof, and then they're calling it a warehouse and then running it. So as a result, what is happening is that the WDRA, what we had actually envisaged that we should be having more and more warehouses which are coming as a grade A is not happening. Now in Vizag, we have warehouses which are existing here. They don't have 4 walls. They're just on 4 beams, and roof is there because they are mostly being utilized for storing bulk, which I said earlier. Now, we have an opportunity to actually go for a warehousing which can be utilized for industrial as well as e-commerce and FMCG, which is actually increasing at a very fast rate. Like he was asking about what is government doing about it. We have various schemes. Basically, warehousing has been identified as an infrastructure. It has now been identified as one of the sections of an infrastructure. So what is this thing is there that this warehousing infrastructure fund is there. Then we have agri infrastructure fund. All these funds can be availed through NABARD. And most of the people, and there is one more thing which I have left out is the cold chain. There's again around 85% shortage of cold chain. Horticulture products, like we were discussing in the previous sessions, almost 40% of horticultural products go waste. It is happening because 85% of shortage is there for the cold chains. And we have been approaching the trade. I have held so many conferences where I have, bought out. There are various government schemes where they will actually help. There is a PPP mode. There is a mode where they will get some kind of a loan at a very low rates to basically construct all these cold chains, including the warehouses. But somehow it has not caught the attention of the investors. Like sir is saying, like sir said, it's not, we don't have it organized. Maybe it is just because that people are not organized and we are not able to garner you can say, impact of all these facilities which are being put forth to you by the government. So with that, all these schemes are there. We have Central Warehousing Corporation or any other state government agency or central government agencies. They are forthcoming in disbursing these loans to people so that all this infrastructure comes up. So it is just that little bit of handshaking is required between the industry as well as the government so that we can actually build up these infrastructure.
Thanks, Ajay. I will only can add one thing is that, Rear Admiral Sharad Babu mentioned about the ocean freight traffic constituting to more than 80 or 90% of by volume and in terms of it. So we really understand that be it inland waterways, be it containerized cargo, be it bulk, be it any mode is important. So what I'll quickly do is to come to ask Professor Dr. Victor is if that is such an important aspect and part of the life, and like you did in your presentation, you mentioned that you need that port-based development in terms of an ecosystem for a reason is that you can't have warehouses sitting in Kakinada or Samalkota and you have the port here, you are increasing the cost further. And the DPT aspect is dying is natural death. And inland haulage today is the biggest cost in the total equation of the logistics cost. If someone is sitting in Himachal Pradesh and he is shipping from Colombo presumably, the ocean freight component can be a $300 or a $500, whereas the transportation could be $150,000, sort of it. So how important it is and how much land do you think the government should actually be allocating for a port-based development? Because there is no real policy guideline today for Andhra or sort of it. It depends on the land availability. So maybe your answer on it.
My answer is National Maritime Development Policy 2030 has been promulgated 2 weeks back, wherein I am a member of the core committee. And I would request every one of you to, if you're interested in shipping and if you're interested in inland waterways, please go through chapter 6 and chapter 9. And this is called cluster 6. Cluster 6 addresses each and everything what we have just discussed, the clusters close to the port, the clusters of SEZ zone, and the clusters for manufacturing and the clusters for cold storage. Each and everything has been identified at the national level, and a policy has been prepared. Now it is up to the state governments to adopt it, or it's up to the state governments to promulgate the same through their maritime state departments. But at the national level, the policy is already there, and it will be promulgated as the national policy probably in next 6 weeks' time. So I would request everyone to catch hold of NMDP 2030, and please look for cluster 6, which is on chapter 14 and chapter 6, which gives an elaborate details of what the policy is and how we are going to have a development in a very sustained manner, so that our logistics cost or other freight costs will not be increased. And also we have India Vision 2047, where each vertical or each ministry has been asked to identify the bottlenecks and give a solution. So this will take about next 6 to 8 months time before it comes out as a policy, roll out as a policy. But National Maritime Development Policy 2030 has been finalized, and the draft is available. 2 weeks back, the draft is available, and once we get the stakeholders' inputs, then the policy will be promulgated in next 6 weeks' time.
No, brilliant. If that is the case, I think there are 4 or 5 things that the government is doing. One is the PM Gati Shakti program, under which that Bizzbuzz, which is the tech platform in which you get all sort of information. That's a brilliant move that they're doing. The Krishi Udan program that started for the farmers to get their produce to be exported on certain corridors. Udan, which is Udega Aam Nagrik, under which the regional connectivity is being put into place. But I think there are many more things that will take time for us to get into the country, but at least the start has happened, which is a good thing, and the discussion is happening. So what I'll do is I'll leave the floor open for questions, and I see a gentleman there besides Kishore a question. So please identify yourself and tell to whom you're asking the question. So I'll ask the panel member.
Sir, my question is to Sir Victor, sir. Actually, I want to know about the present status of Sagarmala project. Is it really helpful to the Andhra Pradesh ports, and what is the present status? And this is in addition to this your new maritime plan or anything, sir, please.
Yes, Sagarmala is again an integration of port, the coastal shipping, the inland waterways. And as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned, I'm given to understand 2 proposals were submitted to Sagarmala, and they're waiting for the budget allocation. One is for Pulket Lake, and the other one is somewhere else near Kakinada. The old Kakinada, they wanted to develop it. So these 2 projects has been submitted. This is what I was informed by the Andhra Pradesh Maritime Board. So if everything is in order, then Sagarmala will be providing 50% advance, and then as the work progresses, they will give another 50%. So these are the 2 projects from Andhra Pradesh submitted to Sagarmala. And overall, Sagarmala is a successful endeavor. And through Sagarmala, there has been a phenomenal job done in the last 1 year. There were so many things which has been done. I can have a private discussion with you because it's so lengthy. The list is so lengthy, and Sagarmala is a successful project. Thank you. No, I do not know what exactly you mean by oppose Sagarmala, because I have not come across anyone opposing Sagarmala. If you can be more specific of...
No, what he's saying is that the people of Kakinada are opposing the Sagarmala project. But I think in India, we are a democratic country, so you are bound to have these things, but ultimately they have to get implemented because...
No, I do not know what is the reasons behind it. It could be political, it could be...
personal.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Whatever it could be.
Whatever it is.
No, because I'll tell you this, the Dwarka Expressway, which was to come in 2006, has not come up in 2022 and they are expecting it to come. And the only reason it got delayed is the Jats sitting in Haryana decided not to give up their house. Then they decided to make it as a national project, and then after that they had to give them another piece of land. So I think sometimes being democratic is very good in this country, but the larger picture is lost out in some part of it. Sagarmala and Bharatmala are two brilliant projects like the PM Gati Shakti program. Or people should take the liberty to read what he said, because of your decisions today, unfortunately, the guy who makes chai doesn't concentrate on making chai, but talks how someone has to run the government. So if these schemes are made, one of the requests is when the draft stage, you are supposed to give your objections to the government in clearly what is your objection. And if you don't object to it at the draft stage, after it's implemented, it's like the law. So people in Kakinada have an issue, then they need to understand what is the issue and then come into the public domain, because you can't object to national policy, you know.
Orissa, West Bengal, Gujarat and Maharashtra. Sagarmala is very, very successful because the whole funding is coming from the central government. So it is up to the state government to make a proper plan, to make a proper submission, project submission to the Sagarmala department. And Sagarmala department do not, as far as I know, my limited knowledge and of my opinion, Sagarmala has not turned down any proposal as on date. They are more than willing to provide funds, but it has to be submitted in the systematic manner, and all the three components should be there. Social, economical, and development should be there. Once all the three components are met, yes, you get the funding from central. Thank you.
Sir, I have a query. In UAE, in United Arab Emirates, there are two ports, Korfkhan and Jebel Ali. And today, with your talks, I understood, if I start a unit in SEZ Visakhapatnam, I cannot send my material directly to Jebel Ali or Korfkhan. I have to route through Tuklagabad or through Nawaseva. My cost will go up. What is the solution?
Let's understand in a total supply chain, there are three components. One is your origin cost, one is your land cost, and the other is your ocean freight component of it. Today, the problem that you have is the problem that other people also have, and that is the reason your haldi exports or other sort of exports today. The first and foremost is to get Vizag connected with enough feeder vessels into Singapore in phase 1, and you also have to get your Jebel Ali undoubtedly connected to support your people in Kakinada and the rest of them. So all this battle that we are trying to bring down the cost today will only happen if you start using your inland waterways and the rest of them, because if you're trying to put your cargo on road transportation, with the fuel cost that you have, it's not going to be cost effective.
Exactly.
And today we have customers who are based in Middle East who want to take rice from here to Africa. Now what is the challenge? It's not that the rice is not available. Is the problem that is coming up for us today is that if you get a vessel, you have to get berthing time on time. And once you get the berthing time, you need to get enough time to get the cargo into it, and this can only happen in non-monsoon seasons. In the commodities, what is the other difficulty is that once rains start coming in, your loading gets drastically impacted. And in summer, if I try and load sugar today, at 48 degrees, it can get melted as well. So I think, I've been telling this not for now, but the ecosystem of understanding the problem, and the solution is approach shipping lines and the rest of them. Government should tell, if you hit Vizag port, we're going to give you 50% off the subsidy on your landing and parking costs, presumably. Like the other states have done for ATF for aircrafts, which is a big subject sort of it, that once you land in certain states, they have a discount on the aircraft fuel. So which is why some of them park their aircrafts now in some part of the state, because fuel is a big component of the airline ticket. So these are things which is why I repeat and tell that people with understanding of the subject should be the subject matter people who the government should be consulting to really find a solution. If you give it to a consulting company, he will take your data and says, reduce food on the aircraft and then you will become profitable, which is not the case. You need to get practical into it. So I can't give you a clear answer on a documented paper, but I'm telling you where the problem is.
Satiji, in the last session also, what Ajayji was pointing out, 93, 94 going back, the aquaculture, rank aqua, Somkan marine has developed a lot. But why it got perished is, now I got the answer. One is, cold storages are not available. Second, sea route is not there. So shrimp got perished. Crores of rupees. We lost the project of aquaculture. So and today, Dr. Amanpuri is developing our Indian consulate business in the Middle East. So medical pharma is going to be developed and those goods needs to be sent to Middle East, UAE. Again, the sea route comes in a hurdle. After 30 years back where we are, today also we are standing in the same position. Unless and until the sea route is not developed, export minus import, keeping above $1 does not give you the result. You are making the waste to manufacture here and sending the material to the customer. It's a very important thing. We cannot claim insurances or things. So unless and until the sea route is opened properly, we cannot invest in a place like SEZs or any development and backward integration. In Visakhapatnam, we start factories. Then how we will get business if we don't send material to other countries?
Okay, so now let me make your whole thing very simple.
Yeah.
Yesterday, our friends from the tourism industry talked about aircrafts coming here. How many of you know that you can't transport a car within the country on any of your aircrafts today? If you have a Boeing 747 only or a wide body aircraft, if you have a car today, you can't. So first thing that the state of Andhra Pradesh needs is a proper airport which can land a 747 and wide body aircraft, because if he's got the shipbuilding industry, he wants his capital goods to come. You can't bring them on narrow body aircrafts. For heaven's sake, get our act together in that sense. So your airport that they're planning in the Srikakulam district or wherever it is that the government has decided, that's a priority now. If you can't get your people into, tomorrow if the shipbuilding industry comes in and the Koreans or someone have to travel, would they land now in Delhi and take a flight and come here? First is, please understand, any business today in the world happens on a fundamental principle of connectivity. One is the internet connectivity and the broadband speed which has become a part of your life. The other important connectivity is people able to travel with ease. Ease of doing business is not giving policies and a policy which cannot be implemented and government thinking I'm doing a wonderful job. Investors won't come. When the capital was made in Amravati, one of the reasons that we had requested multiple times for them is that to come from Bombay today, there was only one flight into Gannavaram, that too via Hyderabad. Then we had to take a hotel in Vijayawada, wait for the full day, and then get to go to see the minister. And the minister would give us an appointment at 5:30 in the evening, and we have to go back to the hotel, stay there, and spend again money, and then go back into Bombay via Hyderabad. Now, how would you actually do business if that is the situation? Whereas if you look at Hyderabad, you look at any of the states which have prospered today, including Gujarat, why is Bhopal not a big developed state when compared to all of that? It is landlocked. It has land, but it has no connectivity. So we need to understand that investors are ready to come in. Get your connectivity straight. And this is a national policy. Ministry of Civil Aviation comes under not the state government, but it comes under Jyotiraj Scindia's ministry. Someone from our government should be talking to the Ministry of Civil Aviation, because open sky policies and the right to speak are a subject of different importance. This state can't progress unless you have international flights. Your brothers are sitting in USA. If they want to come in, they are landing in Delhi. The taxi revenue is going to the Delhi guy, is not going to the Vizag guy. If you want to get your act together, today no corporate traveler will do any event today in Vizag. Why? Because the ease of connectivity is not there. Goa is better connected internationally.
Yeah.
So I think your understanding is right. You have that. But I think everyone has to work towards a larger system to get this system running. We are happy to help the state, which is why we are all sitting here willing to answer your thing. And Hans Media should take the trouble of conveying this to the government as well. And that is why this forum has been set up. We are willing to. The other governments are talking to us. Na?
So we have 15 more minutes to go on, sir.
No. So I think I'm happy to take questions. The students there in the corner, I had requested them that For the last 2 days, they've been obediently sitting there. I don't know whether they sit in the college so well, but the Geetam guys, I said, if you have questions, please ask us, because this is a golden opportunity for the students of Vizag. You should have some question mindling in your box, what is my future in this country at all, because or will I sit in Geetam only there?
I think they took offline questions post yesterday's experience.
I ask because I think that's what Sharad Babu has repeatedly requested. Don't make this a monologue for us. Please ask us questions. We are happy to take the questions, and which is why we have come from multiple places to spare our time for you all. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll pass the mic. Check, yes. After you
Identify yourself and tell us.
Yeah, so I'm U.S. Sharma from Public Relations Society of India. First of all, I must compliment that Hands India for organizing very good business conclave. I appreciate all your experts for, as a lay people, you're well explained. My small question is, after bifurcation and all, Andhra Pradesh is around 500 square kilometers, we have a sea coast. And people are telling we want to improve the ferry system for the transportation of goods through sea coast, and they want to develop it transportation or the passenger transportation, many things. Of course, nothing is happening. Can you please throw a light for the common people how to make a ferry system throughout coastal corridor in order to save the economy as well as to reduce the pollution? So can you please throw the light on this?
I'll ask Professor Victor to take it, because the inland water is a subject covered under the inland waterways. And for some of you to understand, like we have the national highways numbered, the waterways also have a certain numbers, and probably, either of the wonderful gentlemen besides can take the question. Okay.
See, inland waterways NW4, which I said, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, and integrates Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu. There can be reasons, because the entire stretch is not maintained. So if you look from Kakinada up to Rajahmundry or somewhere, you have canals. But beyond that, there are encroachments. So until the encroachments are removed, you can't have a seamless development project. And that's the same with Tamil Nadu also. If you look at the Buckingham Canal from Chennai, where it enters from Andhra Pradesh and till Oyama Road, it's all become Lakeview apartments. So now the problem is, if you have a Lakeview apartments, how are you going to develop your canal? And Buckingham Canal had been the lifeline for both the states, transporting goods and transporting men and material. But today nothing is happening. And this can happen only if the encroachments are removed, and it can happen only when the waterways is developed. And as of now, NW4 is not fully operational, but only at certain stretches it's operational. So National Waterways Authority of India is taking all steps to make NW4 operational. And they are likely to come with tenders for dredging and draining of the river. So that's the limited information I have on NW4.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I think
just to add.
So they have additional answers.
Just to add to you, from Inland Waterways Department, even they are calling for tenders for building inland watercraft. So the department by itself is doing its business in calling for tenders, indicating what kind of craft they want to be built by the shipyards, and delineating water lines. This is all happening. But as you know, only some of our states are blessed with the inland, like Kerala for example. They got a full chain of, and indeed the tourism, the backwater tourism takes off very heavily. So here there's a lot of investment that is required to create canals and water channels. But it will take some time. This is not an easy task. I mean, inland waterways in a state where there is no continuity like the Kerala, it is not easy.
In addition to that, this Vizag-Chennai industrial corridor is also coming up. That is already, it's one of the industrial corridors, one of the 5 industrial corridors that has been planned for India. It's the only coastal industrial corridor. So that's also been proposed. So once it comes, then, and in fact, Vizag and Chittoor have been kept as priorities in that. So the first development will happen in Vizag and Chittoor. So that has also been announced by the government. So we should be looking at that, and that will also actually make it more, you will be, more infrastructure will come up in this place.
And this is where I'm saying a watercraft for inland waterways may not be high-end. So the, there's many shipbuilders, almost 22, 23, other than the major shipyards, public sector undertakings, L&T, Shaft, Tebma, like that. Other than that, they're very small shipyards. These are the people who should now collaborate for this kind of a building. That's how the economy improves. Now, crafts one side, shipyards one side, and then...
So I think someone from the Geetham wanted to ask a question. Can you raise your hand?
Sir, yes sir, I'll represent our college and ask questions. Sir, first question to Victor sir. Sir, speaking of coastline preservation, dredging is one of the means to coastline preservation, right? So what I thought is, as an alternative, previously a few years ago, maybe a decade or two ago, there were around 400 acres of mangrove forest between Visakhapatnam Port Trust and the airport near the Megadirigedda area. Now, in 2020, it has reduced to around 40 acres. So mangroves are natural coastline, coastline. They save coastlines, sir. So for preservation of coastlines, why not recultivate or try to rebuild the mangrove region so that dredging is a more costly procedure, right, sir? It's not as cost effective. I'm not trying to pin you down. It's not as cost effective as a forest which is just going to sit there. So is this the only means, or is it the only effective means, is what I'm asking for coastline preservation?
Yeah, I will answer your question to two parts. One, dredging happens only in the ports, not on the coastline, because we have to deepen the ports for an intake of the vessel, which could be a Panamax or a Cape Max or whatever it is. So depending on their draft, certain ports declare certain drafts, and that draft has to be maintained throughout. So to maintain the draft and to remove the sedimentation, there's a process called dredging, and that is what we do. And we do not do dredging along the coastline. That's number one. And secondly, regarding the mangroves, mangroves are not a phenomena where it happens everywhere. It happens mostly in the marshy lands. So what you are talking about from the airport to Visakhapatnam, that's a marshland, and that's the reason where you have a lot of mangroves. But whereas on the coast, you don't have much of marshland, and that's the reason you don't have mangroves, unlike on the west coast. On the west coast, let's say Mundra or Azira or JNPT, which are basically marshy lands, and that's the reason you have got a lot of mangroves. And when mangroves are there, you're not supposed to dredge, or you're not supposed to make any developmental activity. That's as far as the Environmental Act is concerned. So I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, my next question is to Ajay, sir. Sir, as you know, part of, these types of warehousing, even cold storage and cold chains are part of warehousing too. So provided you are given the power to set up your own warehousing, as you know, most of the cold storage plants in Andhra Pradesh are in and around the belt between Ongole and Guntur, only in that area. Given the power, given the resources, what would you do? It could be a great deal, because you would not only tackle the shortage of warehouses in not only the logistics problem, but also the food conservation problem, which was already discussed in the previous panel. It would be, one shot for two birds. What would you do? I mean, you might have a vision. I mean, you are not exactly vision, a thought. What would you do, sir?
Okay. When you look at this Guntur belt, we have this cold chain facilities there. They are there because it is for chilies, because Guntur is famous for chilies. There's a lot of crop which is grown for chilies, and these cold storage are being used for that. So that is why you will find cold storage is in a big way coming up in Guntur. Now coming to Vizag, that's what your question is, what we should do in Vizag. If we are looking at exports of horticulture, we need to have processing plants which will actually do that primary processing of these horticultural produce and cold storage. So this is what we should be looking at in a city which is actually into import and export. We have a full-fledged port here, and horticultural produce all around, you can say, can be integrated, bought to Vizag, processed, and then maybe stored in the cold storage till the time it is dispatched. So that is what we should be looking at. And government actually is giving incentives for this. And all these incentives, what are the schemes, everything is available on the websites. They are very tech-savvy websites actually. Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Fruit Processing Industries, Ministry of CAFPD, that is Consumer Affairs and Public Distribution. All these three websites, if you go, you will find that all the data is available. You don't need to ask anybody. In fact, in some cases, you can apply online only for these kind of incentives. So it's very much in line with what we need in today's state. So I hope you answered your question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, in addition to the same question, so previously, as you, in your answer you said because of the chili plantation in the Guntur region, there are cold storages in that particular region alone. So previously, it used to be the crop used to determine where the granaries or the storehouses should be. But now the state is in, the condition is such that the availability of these granaries and cold storage plants also determine what kind of crop has to be yielded in that particular region. So I'm adding to you, I'm not asking a question. So I would say that this is a very great thing, that warehousing has a very crucial role to play in the sustenance of the particular crop in India. Thank you, sir. Sir, and the next question to you, sir.
He gave the answer also, so it was not a question actually.
No,
that's adding on.
Well,
That's good actually.
But we encourage you to ask questions because you guys have to ask. You are the future of the nation, so go ahead. No problem.
Sir, question to you, Satish, sir. Sir, this is just a query. Sir, yesterday a person spoke about, said that he asked us to mark his words. I'm not sure if it was you. The number of airports is not going to bring about the growth, but growth in society. But then the availability of infrastructure in one particular airport will make a difference over having number of airports in all these 26 districts. Was it you? Or?
No. That was in the tourism that they were discussing about the airport part of it. And I think that was Mr. Vijay Mohan who was speaking about the Vizag airport infrastructure improving a little better sort of it. To answer your question or for everyone to understand, all of you fly on an aircraft, but there is something called the belly hold of an aircraft. The belly hold of the aircraft carries your cargo today. Okay? The cargo unfortunately does not speak. To transport cargo, especially if you are transporting pharmaceuticals, the basic need, I will carry the cargo from point A to point B and he will trust the customer on the word of mouth and give you cargo. Okay, so that is how the easy it is. But the lighter part of the serious part of it, if you want to be a serious logistics player, the type of investment that goes to set up a company on a global level is in billions of dollars. Okay, because the cost of setting up in India probably is a little cheaper, and which is why we choose in Bizz, India and Chennai, and the aim of the company is to be the first Indian multinational logistics service provider on a full stack basis, including owning containers to a fleet of trucks and giving end-to-end visibility to the customer on a cloud-based solution. So the dream is very big, and I'm happy to build a company along with my founders of such nature, and which is why we are creating employment, make in India, using technology, and creating every other opportunity. And incidentally, one of the reasons I'm here also is that we are opening Vizag with the hope that this state would prosper. Okay. And so the vision is there, the dream is there, the intention of investment is there. But I think what we all need to understand is that any organization is built on a fundamental call, what is the purpose of the organization. Profit making is not the purpose of the organization. Profit is a process in which you make money. But how passionate are you to build this company and whom do you want to cater to really matters. You know, the large companies have been made on that principle, and our company is made on that principle, is that we are very clear on what we want to do, and which is why in 1 year we have 400 employees, and we've got a Series A investment of 275 crores in no time. Okay, and we are the first logistics company to get a Series A investment ever in the world. Okay, so you guys need to understand that Indians can do whatever is possible. It's just a belief system you need to have.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I hope you envision, what you envision comes true, and kudos to you for achieving what you have, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't know if we have any more questions, but probably this is, okay.
Questions?
No problem. Can we get a cup of tea also by any chance, sir?
Good evening, sir. This is Vijay Prasad, ex-PRO NTPC. My question is about the security aspects that are going on in container scanning. Whether they have been improved a lot to the extent and to the tune of airports scanning or not. Just I wanted to know. Because very recently.
So I know
Sir, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I think Governor sir is here. We have to welcome him. Yeah. People are receiving him at the entrance. Please be seated.
So you want us to do that or what?
Let me reconfirm on that, sir. One sec. You answer that question, sir.
Yeah. So since he asked for the question, and this was to do with scanning of containers and the security part of it. So just to answer your point, why do you scan your baggage today in the airport? No. Why do you scan your baggage in the airport today? Correct. From when did security become an issue is after 9/11. The moment, the US situation of 9/11 happened, otherwise everyone was entering airport as if they were entering into a park. The same thing is going to happen today in containers for a reason is anyone can send anything into a container. Yeah, so the point is this is going to become a mandatory thing going forward for two reasons. One is from a security angle. The other is that there are a lot of misdeclarations that happen today in the country. You declare something in the container and you end up sending something else. Smuggling is the other aspect that happens. One is the security angle. Yes. Whether there is a bomb inside, there is no bomb inside. Yes. But to scan a container or a 20 feet or a 40 feet with that type of metal body is not easy. You need an high-end equipment which can really do it.
Like Bombay has already introduced that scanning system, no?
Correct.
I remember
it is implemented. It's implemented in a certain airports,
yes.
in seaports. It's going to become mandatory in other ports. Probably, it's just a matter of time.
It is required, no?
Yeah, it's required.
Okay.
Nice.
Yes, sir. Sir, let this be the last question because Minister sir will be here in 2 minutes.
Sir, I am from the tourism industry based in Hyderabad. I just want to understand the price factor. For example, somebody from Bhopal wants to send the material to Dubai. He is in the center of India. Whether he will choose Visakhapatnam port or Gujarat port.
Okay, Alan. So you have a valid question. If you are based in Hyderabad, technically Dubai will be easier or UAE will be easier from Bombay. Because if you bring the cargo to Visakhapatnam, it will go down Colombo port and it will again go back to sort of it. And the train connectivity from ICD Sanat Nagar in Hyderabad to JNPT and to others is extremely high. So it will benefit you in all ways in that sense to really ship to it. No offense, but if you want to do a Singapore end of the day or you want to do a China, Vizag should become a hub for really getting the connectivity and transit time. So when you look at any logistics cost, you look at fastest but can't be the cheapest.
When we are looking at the geography, towards the west of India there are more countries. So consumption will be more in any way rather than the east side like Thailand, Singapore and other Indonesia, which are predominated by the Chinese and the Chinese products invasion there.
Vizag could do around 250 odd containers. There are people from Orissa who need inputs into sort of. So Vizag has got a great potential. It's just that I think it's underplayed and undersold. Someone said today in the afternoon, जो दिखता है वो बिकता है. बॉम्बे दिखता है, शाहरुख खान दिखता है, इधर हमने को कोई नहीं दिखता ना. तो दिक्कत वही है. तो we'll have to show the port to the people. Call more investors, more people from the to come and see the port.
Connectivity.
Thank you, and a big round of applause to the panelists who stood the test.
Yes, huge round of applause. I didn't have the pleasure of introducing the panel, so I'd like to do that again. We have with us, of course, I think we don't need to introduce the moderator, so he's been doing an amazing job. Please congratulate Mr. Satish Lakkaraju, the Senior Vice President of Bizbuzz. And we also have Mr. Sri Ajay Zadhu, sir, the Regional Manager, Central Warehouse Corporation of India. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And we have with us Mr. Rangan Kishore, sir, the CEO of Vizag Seaport Private Limited. Thank you, sir, for your amazing value-added points. Your presence here meant a million for us. And we also have Professor and Dr. George Yesuvadagaru, the MD and CEO, Dredging Corporation of India. And a huge round of applause, of course, to Mr. Satish, sir. He did a fantabulous job. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we have wrapped up all the panel discussions in the day 1 and day 2 of Hunts in association with the World Trade Center, Visakhapatnam, presenting to you Bizz Buzz Business Conclave, successful 2 days. Give a huge round of applause for that. And of course, it wouldn't have been possible without our eminent and esteemed dignitaries, our panelists and the session chairs for the last 2 days. Let's wait for Minister Sir to arrive and then we will start with the show. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to commence the valedictory session in a couple of minutes after receiving the Honorable Governor of Mizoram and also after receiving our guest of honor, the Minister of Industries and Commerce, IT, Andhra Pradesh. Put your hands together for the Honorable Governor of Mizoram. Ladies and gentlemen, Sri Dr. Hari Babu Garu K. Sir, heartiest welcome to you, sir. Please clap together. Sir, I welcome you onto the dais, sir. Heartiest welcome to you. Ladies and gentlemen, he was also the ex-MP of Visakhapatnam and currently the Governor of Mizoram, our Honorable Governor, Dr. Hari Babu Garu. Heartiest welcome to you, sir. It's an honor to have you here in Bizz Buzz Business Conclave. Thank you, sir, for your presence. And a small token of gratification on behalf of Hans in association with WTC Visakhapatnam. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for us all to have with us the Honorable Governor of Mizoram, Dr. Hari Babu Garu. He is an Indian politician and the current Governor of Mizoram. He was a Member of Parliament to the 16th Lok Sabha from Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh. He won the 2014 Indian general election being a Bharatiya Janata Party candidate. He is a former state unit president of BJP for Andhra Pradesh and currently, as you all know, our beloved Governor for Mizoram state. Last 2 days we have witnessed and got awareness on various sessions regarding the topics of IT sector, startups and electronics, tourism, pharmaceutical sector, petrochemicals, agri, food processing and shipping and logistics. There was a lot of information that was exchanged, ideas was being exchanged and we have assessed the true potential of Visakhapatnam and Andhra Pradesh. We have virtual Minister for Industries and Commerce, IT, Andhra Pradesh, Sri Guruvara Amarnath Garu. Heartiest welcome to you, sir. A huge round of applause for the guest of honor, Minister for Industries and Commerce, IT, Andhra Pradesh, Sri Guruvara Amarnath Garu. Sir, it's a pleasure having you here. Heartiest welcome to you. In the honor of Indian National Anthem, ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to kindly stand up. Kenneth Wong sir is also joining us virtually.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind. Kenneth Wang, sir, the Consul and Senior Trade Commissioner, Consulate General of Canada in Bengaluru, is joining.
Shout out to the WTC people that helped connect me with this event. My office is in the Bangalore WTC, and I know the value of being in such an environment. I want to congratulate all of you involved in organizing the event in this nearly post-COVID world, and for allowing me to join you in this way. In fact, it speaks to our collective ability to adapt and collaborate to meet the many challenges that a pandemic has presented over the last 2 years and counting. Canada recognizes the growing importance of deepening our trade ties and long-term economic prosperity across the Indo-Pacific region, and India plays a critical role in those efforts. Quite simply, there are so many reasons for Canada and India to look to each other for new opportunities, particularly as we rebuild. Last year, India was Canada's 12th largest merchandise trading partner. In fact, India has been one of Canada's fastest growing major partners in the region. Over the past decade, merchandise trade has increased by 68.2%. We want to grow this trade partnership even more by building on the promising momentum we saw in 2019, when two-way trade in goods and services between Canada and India reached nearly $18.2 billion. We know that there are key opportunities right here in Andhra Pradesh for increased trade and investment. A good example is the automotive industry, and particularly the EV sector. I know that there are more than 100 component manufacturers here, including many Tier 1 suppliers, and that there are major OEMs such as Isuzu and Hero MotoCorp transitioning to EVs and clean tech. This is similar to the province of Ontario, for example, where we have a large presence of OEMs from the ICE space, and then we just saw a massive $5 billion, or $4 billion US dollars, if you want to figure it that way, a massive investment announced for an LG Stellantis battery plant. On the commitment to strengthening our investment relationship, last year, two-way direct foreign investment between Canada and India showed resistancy by reaching nearly $2 billion despite the uncertainty of the pandemic. But another piece of news is that Canadian portfolio investments in India have grown more than 50% in the past 5 years and are now estimated to be $27 billion. It's no surprise then that a company like Toronto-based Fairfax Financial, led by Indo-Canadian Prem Watsa, is the major shareholder in India's third largest airport, in Bengaluru. Or that some 92 companies from India, including Tata Consultancy Services, Infosys, and Tech Mahindra, are currently operating in Canada, employing over 19,000 people. Successes like these are a big part of the reason why Canada has in recent years added dedicated trade and investment officers in our missions in New Delhi, Mumbai, and Bangalore, focusing on key sectors that are important to you right here in Andhra Pradesh, such as digital industries, agriculture, and tech startups. International collaborations and partnerships are an essential catalyst for science and technological innovation. This is why we selected India to launch our new Canadian Technology Accelerator. The CTA program is a global business development program by Global Affairs Canada's Trade Commissioner Service, which supports the international scale-up of high-potential, high-growth Canadian firms in the world's most dynamic markets. Canada recognizes that India, with its young entrepreneurial population, its dynamic world-leading tech ecosystem, and the strong people-to-people ties that it shares with Canada, is a natural partner to work together with to bring increased prosperity to both countries through innovation and collaboration. As we look ahead, we want to work more to create opportunities for Canadian investments in India and more mutually beneficial success stories like these, especially in emerging sectors that we share as high priorities, such as digital industries, automotive EV, life sciences, clean tech, and agri-food processing. Knowing that everyone is here to build more global bridges and deepen the relationship between like-minded countries such as Canada and India is inspiring. Thank you, and I hope to hear more about the successes that derive from this summit in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kenneth Wong. ఇప్పుడు మినిస్టర్ ఆఫ్ ఇండస్ట్రీస్ అండ్ కామర్స్ ఐటీ శ్రీ గుడివాడ అమర్నాథ్ గారిని మాట్లాడాల్సిందిగా కోరుకుంటున్నాము. సార్, హార్టియస్ట్ వెల్కమ్. యువర్ ప్రెజెన్స్ హియర్ మీన్స్ a lot to us, sir. Thank you.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. His Excellency Governor of Mizoram, Dr. Shri Haribabu Garu, Mr. Kenneth Wong, Consul and Senior Trade Commissioner General of Canada in Bangalore, and my dear friends from the industry, building entrepreneurs, and friends from the media. Good evening. Actually, today is my first conference I'm attending as a Minister of Industry and Commerce and Information Technology, that too in a place where I was born and brought up. My loved city, Visakhapatnam, the city of destiny. You know, I grew up in a village called Mindi, which is all surrounded by a lot of industries. Mr. Sharma and all are there from HPCL and all retired employees from HPCL. My village is surrounded by Hindustan Zinc on one side, BHPV, which is now BHEL on the other side. We have Coromandel on the other side. We had a lot of industries and a part of Auto Nagar, which comes under APIC on the other side of my village. And you all know Visakhapatnam, which is a place which has scope for industry. Not only all kinds of industry, but also a place for IT as well in the new state of Andhra Pradesh. After being separated from the United Andhra Pradesh, only city which has scope for IT in the state of new Andhra Pradesh is Visakhapatnam. We all know during the regime of Mr. Y.S. Rajshekar Reddy Garu, on the other hand, when Hyderabad is developing as an IT hub of India, Rajshekar Reddy Garu thought of building up IT in Visakhapatnam as well. So IT Hills came up in Visakhapatnam on the other side of Rishikonda and all. So we have industries on one hand, we have IT on one hand. So we have a big SEZ on the rural parts of Visakhapatnam, which is now parts of Anakapalli district. So growing up in such a city and being an industries minister from this place, I'm really honored, and I really thank my chief minister for giving me this opportunity as an industries minister and IT minister. I firstly congratulate Hans India for conducting this Bizz Buzz Conclave, business conclave. From yesterday, this is the valedictory function. His Highness Mr. Haribabu Garu, Governor, also comes from this same city where he studied, and he had degrees from Andhra University, which is a prestigious university for all over in the country as well. So we all know Andhra Pradesh is the second longest coastal line in the country. We have almost 954 kilometers of coastal line. We have almost 4 ports. We have Visakhapatnam port, we have Gangavaram port, we have Krishnapatnam port on the other hand, we have Kakinada port. We have 4 ports, we have beautiful road connectivity, national highway connectivity, we have beautiful railway lines, we have international airports, we have almost 6 greenfield airports, And new one is coming up at Bhogapuram, which will be inaugurated by Honorable, foundation stone will be laid by the Honorable Chief Minister in the coming 1 or 2 months. Bhogapuram airport will be probably starting. We have a small glitch which is about 50 to 60 acres of land has to be solved. Probably in the next 2 months it will be solved, and Mr. Jagannath Reddy Garu, Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, will be laying a foundation for the new international airport as well. Even though we are not the largest state in the country, we are standing in the 8th position in the country. We punch away about weight class in a lot of areas. Probably for an example, we are number 1 in fish and shrimp exports, and as well in the area of production of fruits and spices as well. Andhra Pradesh contributes to 7% of India's total spinning, ginning and pressing capacity, and contributes to 13% to net textile exports as well. And in automobiles, you all know, we have prestigious institutions like in the automobile sector. We have Kia Motors in Anantapur, we have Isuzu in the Sri City. We are contributing about 3 lakh cars production every year only from Andhra Pradesh, which is very prestigious thing. Almost 10% of total automotive exports from India, we have 10% of it from Andhra Pradesh, which is a very good sign for the automobile industry as well. And our coastline, which is rich in mineral strength of the state and important for industrial expansion in the state as well. Perhaps more than that is the tremendous human resources available in the state. Over 70%, 71% of the state's population is within the working age group. We have a lot of skilled employees, we have a lot non-skilled, skilled employees. We have in the United States of America as well, almost 25% of the IT sector are Telugu people, which is very glad for the state of Andhra Pradesh. We have 25% of IT professionals in the United States of America are Telugu people. So we have a very good age group. We have working age group in the state. We have almost 70% of working age group in the state of Andhra Pradesh. And we have been gifted with a tremendous demographic dividend. At the same time, our education levels are very high. We are the top 3 states in India in terms of number of colleges per lakh of population. And we are also lucky that we have a very dynamic and visionary Chief Minister for the state of Andhra Pradesh, our Honorable CM Y.S. Jagannath Reddy Garu, who is an entrepreneur before he came into politics. After the sudden demise of Y.S. Rajshekar Reddy Garu, he came into politics and he had created history. But before Rajshekar Reddy Garu's sudden demise, he was an entrepreneur as well. He was into business activity in the states of Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and other states as well. And he knows what industry is like, how to treat industrialists, how to deal with them, how to give incentives, how to encourage industries in the state of Andhra Pradesh. We need not tell him or we need not expect to do something, but he has everything to do, and he'll definitely come into the industrial sector with a good number of industries coming up in the state. We have recently opened a Grasim industry. Mr. Birla, Kumar Mangalam Birla came the other day to Rajahmundry. He has invested almost 2,500 crores in a caustic soda plant, which has been opened by our Honorable Chief Minister. And I've asked him, Mr. Birla, as an Industries Minister, I have asked him to invest in the north coastal part of Andhra Pradesh, which is Visakhapatnam, because he loved the city of Visakhapatnam. He stayed for 2 days in the same hotel of Novotel. He stayed for 2 days. Mr. Birla stayed in the same city, Visakhapatnam, the last 2 days as well. So we have asked Mr. Birla to be the brand ambassador of Andhra Pradesh as well, because we know Tatas and Birlas were the initial entrepreneurs of the country, which we are very proud of. Before independence as well, they are into business. Mr. Tatas were into business, Mr. Birlas were into business, and we probably think they are the brand ambassadors of the country as well. We have requested Mr. Birla to be the brand ambassador of our own state, Andhra Pradesh as well. Our CM has requested Mr. Kumar Mangalam Birla to be the brand ambassador of the state. So, and it shows Andhra Pradesh has been ranking number 1 in the ease of doing business in the last couple of years as well. We all know we have been in the number 1 position in ease of doing business. And we have robust single window portal which delivers 93 industry related services through a single platform with online submission, tracking, payment and download of final certificate for establishing industries. I need to read out these because I'm just new to the portfolio and I need to cope up with the subject as well. That's why I'm coming up with my papers now. We have a best-in-class industrial development policy 2023 and we have extended plug-and-play support for industries to industries as well. The state currently has 3 industrial corridors, 6 greenfield airports and 14 notified posts, as well as 19 operational SEZs and National Investment Manufacturing Zone to foster the industrial development in the state. They have been developed with emphasis on the development of ports and other allied infrastructure so that any investor will have highly developed infrastructure and the ecosystem readily available for their seamless operations. We have launched Industrial Spandana, a one-stop grievance redressal query resolution platform for industries. In addition to lodging of grievances and tracking real-time status of industry-related queries, this platform also offers business advisory services to aspiring and building entrepreneurs, providing access to opportunities in the state. The fact that the Chief Minister is appointed, you all know, I'm the youngest in the cabinet, I'm just 36 years old, for industries and commerce, hailing from the same city, port and industrial capital of the state is an exemplar of its commitment and courage to making the state number 1 in industrial growth. This ministry firmly believes that it's entrepreneurs and people that are heart of a company and they make the crucial difference. That's why this ministry wants to have strong and frequent connection with the business leaders of this region. We need a collaboration so we can understand the needs you have as well as your active participation in skilling initiatives so that you have people ready to deliver in their jobs. We are establishing world-class 25 skill colleges in every parliamentary constituency, 4 skill colleges in triple ITs and 1 skill university in the state. We need your input and support to make sure initiatives are able to deliver the right skills for your industry. At the same time, the ministry considers people living in Andhra Pradesh as well as the Telugu people living globally to be our greatest strength. We all know many of the people who are hailing in the other parts of the world are majorly in major positions in many industries, many MNCs are our Telugu people, which is a pride to the state of Andhra Pradesh. So this land teaches us all hard work and enterprise. No doubt Andhra diaspora are some of the most eminent and successful people globally. I'm leaning on all of us to take up delivering industrial growth in Andhra Pradesh as a personal mission and a collective responsibility. It's time to give back to the motherland. Together, let's build Andhra Pradesh to the next level and make it the most preferred industrial destination in India. Jai Hind. Thank you and all.
Thank you very much, sir. A huge round of applause for our guest of honor, Minister of Industries, Amarnath Garu. And now I request the Honorable Governor of Mizoram, our Chief Guest, Dr. Haribabu Garu, to please address the gathering. So, heartiest welcome to you. It's an honor to have you here, sir.
Honorable Minister for IT, Commerce, Industries, Mr. G. Amarnath, distinguished participants, my dear friends. I am very happy to participate in this business conclave valedictory function with an objective of discussing the potential of Andhra Pradesh and opportunities available in Andhra Pradesh. I really compliment the management of Hans India to organize such a conference with a theme of industrial development in Andhra and Vizag. When we talk about industrial development, I see what is the potential for the state of Andhra Pradesh and particularly to Visakhapatnam. If you see any city in the world which has grown with rapid growth, what are the characteristics of those cities? To my mind, a city has grown to maximum extent which has the seaport and also associated with an international airport. That area will have lot of potential for development. Mumbai, Calcutta, any city has both international airport and the seaport. Visakhapatnam has the international airport, the major Hong Kong, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand. After the tour, when the Chief Minister arranged the meeting, what are your impressions about the tour? I think the only one impression I told the meeting on that day, you have sent us to China, we have seen China. Beijing is the capital of China, but the actual development is taking place in southern China, Shanghai. Shanghai is the southern city in China having, as I told you, both international airport and also seaport. But Beijing doesn't have seaport. After seeing China, I advised the government of Andhra Pradesh, even though Hyderabad is the capital of Andhra Pradesh at the time, Visakhapatnam is the Shanghai of Andhra Pradesh. We have to concentrate on Andhra Pradesh for the development of industry. That was the suggestion I gave on that day. Of Andhra Pradesh, Honorable Minister detailed about the infrastructure facilities. Andhra Pradesh has a coastline of 974 kilometers. All along the coast you have the national highway. All along the coast you have the main broad gauge line connecting Chennai and Calcutta. What else anybody wants in infrastructure? Therefore, Andhra Pradesh is blessed with the basic infrastructure of all these things. What all we have to do is, we have lot of potential. Even though we have 4 operating ports, we have the potential to set up another 5 or 6 ports along the coast. That is the nature's gift to Andhra Pradesh, 974 kilometers of the sea coast, where you can start ports, other activities. Therefore, the primary attention must be development of ports and also to have the port-led development in Andhra Pradesh. That should be the best possible option for the entrepreneurs that can be considered. When we think about other fields like agriculture, as Honorable Minister said that aqua is one of the exports that are happening from Andhra Pradesh. I think in India more than 45,000 crores of marine exports are being done. Out of that 45,000, more than 35% of the exports are from Andhra Pradesh. Not only aqua marine products, if you take any agricultural product in Andhra Pradesh, take for example the main crop is rice. Rice has the export potential. We have cotton. Raw cotton or cotton yarn is having export potential. I think in Guntur, Prakasham, Nellore, other districts, we grow tobacco. Tobacco has a lot of export potential. We have turmeric. It has a lot of export potential. We have maize. We have sugarcane. All these products have export potential. Similarly, we have coffee near Araku. I think Araku branded coffee is also being exported. Therefore, basically being the agricultural state, Andhra Pradesh has a lot of potential in agriculture also. My advice to state government is that the state government should think of establishing an agricultural export development agency in the state to give ideas to the farmers and other people how the export potential is there in other countries for what product and opportunities where are they. I think if we can disseminate this information to the people, I think many people may come forward to export agricultural products in large way from Andhra Pradesh. Not only agri products, horticulture products. I think we have a lot of demand nowadays for Nujuvidu mangoes, Banganapalli mangoes, Nujuvidu rasam. All these mangoes are having a lot of export potential. I think anybody in the world, if anybody in America or other advanced countries, if they taste Banganapalli mango, I think they will not leave it for his life. Always he likes that Banganapalli mango. What all we have to do is we have to start sending the product to those countries and make the people to have a taste of it. Then if they taste it, I think that will continue forever and lot of possible potential opportunities for export of fruits are also there from Andhra Pradesh. I think agriculture is one of the major area. With regard to Visakhapatnam, I will just touch upon 3-4 factors of Visakhapatnam and then conclude my speech. If you want to develop Visakhapatnam, Visakhapatnam has potential in primarily 3 sectors. One is pharmaceuticals. Even now we have 85 manufacturing companies in pharma in and around Visakhapatnam and also including Srikakulam district. Worth the name in pharma industry. All the companies are having their units in and around Vizag. Say Mylan, Pfizer, Laurus, all the worth the name companies are having units in Andhra Pradesh. Because of the pollution issues and all that, Hyderabad is the major hub, but for the last 5-6 years, 7 years, the Visakhapatnam area is attracting a lot of investments in pharmaceuticals. Even pharma exports are possible from Andhra Pradesh. The other sector is IT, information technology. As the Honorable Minister rightly pointed out that after Hyderabad, Visakhapatnam is the only city which has potential for the development of IT industry. If any American IT company comes to Visakhapatnam and visits hill number 2, hill number 3 and see the panoramic view of Bay of Bengal on the beach road, I think nobody will leave Visakhapatnam and except without setting up any unit in Vizag. Such a beautiful place we have, lot of potential for IT development. I think in the last 3-4 years in the Government of India there was a scheme IPBS. That means if any company provides an opportunity to recruit people for one seat, they have some incentive schemes. Under that scheme, Visakhapatnam is being sanctioned the highest number of seats in IPBS. Therefore, today morning I met the officials of STPI, Software Technology Park of India. they were saying that all the seats were being filled and all the people were employed and people are working in Vizag. I think more than 100 companies in IT are functioning now in Visakhapatnam. Further, lot of scope is there. I think we can showcase Visakhapatnam as one of the finest destination for the IT industry. This is the other sector we have for the development. The third one is tourism. You have beautiful beach. You have scope for developing the beautiful beach resorts. You can attract more tourists to Visakhapatnam. Even now we are attracting. I think if the vacation comes, people from West Bengal and Orissa are coming to Vizag and they are spending a lot of time in Visakhapatnam city and going in their vacation. If we can develop much more tourism spots, many more tourism spots, I think we can attract more tourists to Visakhapatnam area. And once the tourists start coming into the city's GDP growth rate will increase, income will increase, employment generation will be there. I think this is the sector which we have to concentrate. Not only the beach resorts, we have within 100 and 120 kilometers range, we have finest hill resorts like Anantagiri, Araku, Paderu, and also Lambasingi and other areas. Lambasingi is one of the best tourism spot during winter where people can experience the lowest temperature like +2, +3 in the winters. I think you need not go to Kashmir to experience that chillness, but you can go to Lambasingi and experience the same feeling. Therefore, we need to improve upon the facilities, infrastructure for the tourists to stay there. I think if the resorts are going to be set up in those areas, lot of tourists will be attracted towards Visakhapatnam area. I think about 4 years back, as a member of the National Shipping Board, I visited Mangalore. In that meeting, Mangalore Port Trust chairman was giving a presentation about the operations of the Mangalore Port Trust. At that time, one lady was the chairman. She was mentioning that Mangalore has received during that year about 56 cruise ships into Mangalore port. 56 cruise ships, international cruise ships. Then I could not understand if a small town like Mangalore can attract such a huge number of cruise ships, why we are not exploiting that potential in Visakhapatnam. Then I came here, I organized a meeting with Port Trust chairman, tour operators and other people. Why don't we invite the international tourist cruise operators to come to Visakhapatnam, and we can formulate some 1 or 2, 3 days tour program to visit the places in and around Visakhapatnam so that they can go back to another destination. At the time, the deficiency what we understood was there was no cruise terminal in Visakhapatnam port, and also these customs and immigration facilities for the benefit of the tourists. Then why don't we think about a cruise terminal, exclusive tourism cruise terminal in Visakhapatnam port? They formulated some program. I think it is under construction. In a short time, the specialized cruise terminal may come into operational in Visakhapatnam port. Once the cruise terminal comes into operation, I think Visakhapatnam has the potential to attract many more cruise ships for our area, and many tourists inflow will be there into the city of Visakhapatnam. I think these are the 3 major areas where we can concentrate to improve the visibility of Visakhapatnam and North Andhra to the entire world. In addition to this hill tourism, sea tourism, and also cruise tourism, another opportunity Andhra Pradesh is having is the pilgrimage tourism. Say if you start from Srikakulam Surya temple, then to Simhachalam, Simhachalam to Annavaram, Annavaram to Kanakadurga, Kanakadurga to Tirupati, from Tirupati to Srisalem, and if you can work out a circuit, pilgrimage tourism, tourist circuit, I think people who are interested in spiritualism and pilgrimage, visiting temples, I think temple tourism is one of the potential area for development of tourism in Andhra Pradesh. I think food processing. Food processing is another, I think in agricultural products only it comes. Food processing industry also promises good potential in Andhra Pradesh. Not only exports from marine products, shrimp, but also the horticulture products. I think nowadays, I think where from I come, Mizoram state, it is famous in dragon fruit cultivation. Nowadays, we are also having in Elkota area, some people are cultivating dragon fruit. Dragon fruit is another opportunity in Andhra Pradesh to encourage, and I think 1 kg of dragon fruit fetches around 200 rupees to 250 rupees, where the farmers can get good income. Dragon fruit, we have 2 varieties. One is the white pulp, the other one is the red pulp inside. I think both the white pulp and red pulp dragon fruit can be grown anywhere. It is a strong variety of plant. I think we can encourage this type of horticulture, fruit production also in Andhra. I think these are the, I think I can go on enlisting the opportunities available in Andhra Pradesh and Visakhapatnam. Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi is having a vision to develop Indian economy and achieve this $5 trillion club. I think his vision is to see that India is going to be the 3rd largest economy in the world. To achieve this, to be the 3rd largest economy in the world and fastest growing economic force in the global arena, I think each state has a role to play to achieve that objective. He has given a call for vocal for local. He is envisaging that every state has to identify the potential of its exports and try to export as much as possible. Encourage the local products. We are importing lot of toys. Even the toys can be manufactured in every state, like we have Etikoppaka toys, Kondapalli Bommalu, Lepachi handicrafts, so many things we have. He is encouraging people to do exports of these toys also to the other countries, identifying a particular product for a particular district, product specific for a district, and encourage that to be exported and see that economy is being strengthened. I think Visakhapatnam is also having a big role to play in achieving India's this third position in the global economy. He also emphasizes on the import substitution. When we talk about agriculture, the best import substitution is what we are importing today from Malaysia and other countries is the edible oil. Andhra Pradesh has lot of potential to grow palm oil. Nowadays we have a very good opportunity in palm oil. The price of palm oil, 1 ton, is fetching now 22,000 rupees. Each acre will produce about 10 tons. 10 into 22,000, I think 2,20,000 rupees income is there for today for palm oil, per acre for agriculture. I think this is the best import substitution to reduce the imports from other countries and produce for ourselves to have the self-sufficiency. Like that, if you enumerate lot of opportunities. Ample opportunities are there in Andhra Pradesh, in and around Visakhapatnam. Lastly, one opportunity I can mention and take leave of you. Today, crude oil prices are going up like anything. Now, a liter of petrol costs more than 120 rupees. Cost of a liter diesel is about 105 rupees. I think for the economy to be strengthened in the country, the dependence on the crude oil should be minimized as much as possible. Then the country has a lot of potential to grow. For that, the only substitution, now Honorable Minister Nitin Gadkari is emphasizing day in and day out, that from agriculture, from sugarcane juice, you can manufacture ethanol which can be mixed into petrol. Now the government is mixing about 10% of ethanol into petrol. The government's objective is to increase it to 20% for mixing into petrol. Then to that extent of 20%, we are reducing our import burden in the country. Not only that, even the broken rice, maize and other food grains, spoiled food grains, can also be utilized to produce ethanol. I think Government of India has given permission to produce ethanol grain based. I think many of the units may start functioning within the coming 2-3 years. I think the import dependency may decrease once the ethanol projects come into production. That is one way of reducing import. The other opportunity is that now you have the vehicles, EVs, electric vehicles, without using crude oil, without using petrol or diesel, using energy, power, you can have your transportation. Now electric two-wheelers have come, electric four-wheelers are also coming. I think in the coming 10 to 15 years, I think all the petrol, diesel vehicles will be replaced by the electric vehicles. Once you go for electric vehicles, you can reduce the requirement of the petrol and diesel, and the import dependence also can be reduced. I think if the government, whatever the steps they are taking to see that this economy is going to grow, going to be the largest economy in the world, I think these are the steps government is taking to achieve that objective. And when the government is trying to achieve these objectives, what are the opportunities available for the entrepreneurs? I think the entrepreneurs should think these things and try to identify the opportunities to set up their units. I think when I remember once in a meeting, Dhirubhai Ambani, father of Mukesh and Anil Ambani, he was asked in a meeting, what is the policy of yours to be successful in your business? He replied, my policy is to follow the policy of the government. Whatever the government is encouraging, I try to follow it up and I set up the units like that and I will be successful. I think my advice to all of you is follow the policy of the government and try to identify the opportunities and be successful in your ventures. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, you have shed light on various topics, various sectors, and we're all very happy to be in Visakhapatnam today. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, hence Visakhapatnam is potentially a great city for expansion in all the sectors, as told by our panelists and also our honorable guests of honors. And now I request Varaprasad Garu, the Vice Chairman of WTC Vizag, to give the token of gratification to the Honorable Ghana. And may I request the Associate Director of WTC Visakhapatnam, Srujana, to give over the token of gratification to the Honorable Minister for Industries, Gudivada Amarnath Garu. Thank you very much. And now I request everybody to kindly stand up in the honor of Indian National Anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind. Thank you very much. A huge round of applause for our Honorable Governor of Mizoram, Dr. Hari Babu Garu, and a huge round of applause and thank you for the Minister of Industry and Commerce, IT, Shri Gudivada Amarnath Garu. Heartiest welcome and thank you very much to you, sir, for your time. Kindly requesting everybody to please be seated and to make the way for our Honorable Governor and our Minister. Kindly requesting everybody to clear the way. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have successfully completed the 2 days of Bizz Buzz Business Conclave 2022, presented to us by Hans in association with the WTC Visakhapatnam. What an incredible business conclave this was. We have seen the eminent personalities, the business pioneers here attend, take their time out in shedding light on various topics. The assessment of potential of Visakhapatnam, the true potential of Visakhapatnam has been seen. Various ideas have been exchanged. This was a successful 2-day conclave organized by Hans. And I thank our sponsors, Aurobindo Pharma, Union Bank of India, Sri City. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank our esteemed partners, esteemed dignitaries, esteemed panelists, and I also thank all of you for your participation. Thanking our media, especially HMTV, and all of you all for your valuable timing. With that, I sign off. Thank you very much. This is Sharmila Kasala, signing off, your show host. Thank you. Jai Hind.